Afternoon and welcome to Sepang in Malaysia for the start of the 2025-2026 Asian Le Mans Series. Qualifying already in the can.
We're looking forward to this to be a really dramatic 4 hours because, as ever, we've got all the regulation pit stops. We've got 3 drivers per car. We've got a mega entry of 47 cars in total, and some famous names on the grid as well. Not only in terms of sports car racing, we've got 2 Malaysian princes in the GT category, and the famous Tamil-speaking actor Ajit Kumar in LMP3, graduating from GT4, in which he's been racing in Europe over the course of the season. He's brought a mega crowd with him. Every time he blinks, the crowd opposite his garage seem to cheer, and that's even before we've gone racing. As I say, it's a big entry of 47 cars in total. For the P2 and the GT teams, the ultimate prize is to try to get that invitation to the entry list for the Le Mans 24 hours. But there's an awful lot of racing to go before we get to that point. What else is new? Well, there are some new cars on the grid, there are some new teams, and plenty of new drivers as well. One thing remains the same, though, at Sepang: it's hot and it's humid. We did have some rain yesterday, we had a bit of rain overnight, but everybody you speak to, at least for today, is saying that it's going to remain dry all the way through to the very end. And the temperatures are going up all the time. Pity those that have to do a marathon stint in the car, or indeed walking up and down the pit lane. This is David Addison down on the grid, enjoying the air conditioning up in the booth, ready to talk you through all the intricacies of the Asian Le Mans Series, with pit stops, with refueling, with driver categorisation, with tyre degradation, and indeed what's going on in the race itself. Ollie Gavin and Graham Goodwin.
Thanks, David, and sorry about the weather conditions down there. It's a bit chilly in here, actually, for us.
I'll just reach over to the air conditioning over here and just turn it up a little.
Yeah. But it is the start of a very exciting season in prospect. 47 cars to start the season opener here in Sepang, packed in all 3 classes. We'll be taking you through those storylines as this race and this season. Remember, second race tomorrow, same kind of time of day, and again live and free in very many marketplaces. There's going to be so many storylines to come about what's new, what's emerging, who's winning, who's losing, who's happy, who's unhappy. Usually unhappy.
They all look pretty happy, don't they?
They're happy at the moment. Not started yet, but we'll see how that one goes. It is a tricky place to start the season. Weather has been a problem through qualifying earlier. We'll see the highlights of that just in a few moments. And also in practice yesterday. But as David says, at the moment, weather forecast is fairly clear. That can change, and when it does here, it's dramatic in a way that most of we people that mainly follow European racing are just not ready for. But for now, let's hope it stays green. Let's hope it stays safe out there. It's going to be busy. We're expecting dramas.
Oh, we are. Yes, absolutely. And there was a chance for plenty of dramas this morning as we had this very mixed qualifying session. Started wet, and then it was drying throughout. But everybody behaved. There's only 1 or 2 spills and a few thrills along the way. But I was just seeing there 31 C in the air and 40 on the track temperature. We've been watching that over this week. We've been here doing during practice and testing, and that's got up to some nearly 50 degrees C. And as it gets to that point, the grip on the track just plummets. So, you know, this is a big storyline here about the heat, the degradation with these Michelin tyres as they've been running for many laps. We're seeing a lot of that as well with these cool vests that a lot of the drivers are wearing to keep that core temperature down.
Yeah, it's not what it looks like. It's not a really unsuccessful morning at paintball. It is that cool gel, isn't it?
It is, and they all seem to work extremely well. Many a driver is rocking them and working with them, and they do really help. And great crowds here on the grid.
So that's where we are at the moment. The management are on the grid. Let's take a look around this Sepang circuit. We're going to do that on board in GT, narrated by Ollie Gavin.
On board here in the number 11 TF Sport Corvette Z06 GT3R. Blake McDonald behind the wheel, coming down here the front straight at Sepang International Circuit, 5.5 kilometers, 15 turns, about 240 Ks as we're coming down here and getting hard on the brakes all the way down to first gear, really trying to spot that apex. Tricky here, low grip, really low grip here this weekend. Then back to the left, really trying to get the car back and then let it flow out to the exit curb. Nicely done there by Blake. Up through the gears, Get up to about 225 k's an hour here as we're heading uphill and spotted that brake point for turn 4, all the way down to about 85 k's an hour, second gear. Careful of track limits as you get hard on the throttle. Traction limited. Then the track starts to drop away here, about 155 k's an hour. Just wanted the car to come back a little bit more, scrabbling for grip. We've got this slower P2 car in front of it since Europole, or just as he goes by, the car starts to walk across the track. Careful of track limits also there. Then down to turn 7, third gear. You really have to be patient here. Wait for the car to come back for this final apex. Then on the throttle, nicely done. Track limits is another piece there. Then up through the box and trying to spot that brake point into turn 9. As you come down here, traction super important here as you're coming off. A little bit tight there from Blake and lit the rears up as you're coming up there, keeping it round the outside into turn 11. Got to get back to the apex point here at turn 11, about 110 k's an hour. And I think as he comes down here into turn 12, the P2 car just dive bombs him there as he comes into 12. That's breathing a little bit offline. Then he's trying to spot it for 13. Both cars are. And the CrowdStrike car's just gone a little bit deep there. Blake's then just going to have to pinch off his exit just to give the car some room. And the P2 car, CrowdStrike car, is going to come back by any second now. And there he goes as Blake's going up through the box, 240 k's. Then he's trying to think about his brake point here as he comes into turn 15. A little bit of a nip up on the brakes there for the CrowdStrike car. Blake's round the middle of the track there, trying to get the power down. Traction's limited as he comes off of turn 15, and that completes another lap here at the Sepang International Circuit.
There's an awful lot to this lap, some tight and twisty sections, some really fast parts of it as well. And a lot of drivers have been talking over the course of the weekend about how, with the temperatures changing, so the grip levels do as well. And as the temperatures rise, as we now head towards, getting on towards 1 o'clock, and then they'll dip later on in the race, expect lap times and the grip level to change accordingly as well. Now, grip was a big talking point in qualifying as well this morning. Overnight rain meant that the track was damp when the cars first went out. And they went out to qualify a class at a time. So we started with GT, then LMP3, and then LMP2. The road was neither really fully wet nor fully dry. It was a real gamble for the teams, and qualifying turned out to be quite dramatic. Let's take a look back.
First of 3 15-minute sessions set the grids for both races, and it was immediately obvious that the grip that teams were trying to find, whether or not it was there, wasn't. And this is a track that did not dry quickly. All sorts of minor indiscretions, minor incidents before we started getting down to reasonable lap times. Tyre choice and tyre strategy was absolutely critical, and teams that went out on the dry weather tyres were soon back in for the wets. A very unusual track surface at Sepang. Early into the running, the 66 Corvette got stuck into things, and it was Yasser Shaheen that came through with pole position for race 1 in GT. LMP3 and the 10 cars again still found it was still tricky. Looked like it was drying, and it really wasn't. Alexander Bekantov, an early casualty, and Julian Gerby in the number 1 Team Virage car 2 struggling. He would get back on track. The Russian would not, and would play no further part in the session. Grip, though, would start to come in the LMP3 session, and fortune favoured the brave. Both Team Virage cars were in the mix as the session got deeper into it, but it was Paul Loncher in the number 17 CLX Motorsports Ligier, the ELMS reigning champions this year, that would set pole position for the Swiss team. Then LMP2 in a mighty 16-car entry, but again, as the Pernod Racing Orica found, grip was not available everywhere. The track, though, would soon dry. Trouble here for Phil Fayer in number 6, a United Autosports car. The 43 Intereuropol Orica was getting stuck in. Jens Reino Muller in the mix too, in the 49 car from High Class Racing. But ultimately it would be the number 5, Giorgio Roda, making his debut with United Autosports, showed he'd lost none of his qualifying form. Pole for United at number 5.
So down on the grid, we're getting ready then for our first race of the championship season. It's going to be Giorgio Roda starting on pole position, and perhaps not surprisingly, he's one of a number of drivers that, having brought the car to the grid, has then disappeared to try and get a little bit of shade before he gets locked into the car for the first gruelling stint, with temperatures climbing, of course. And one of the problems of being the start driver is you end up being in your race suit for quite a lot longer than you might really want to, because you've got to get togged up, you've got to drive the car to the grid, and then there's the build-up, then there's the 2 formation laps, and then you've got your stint. But while we wait, let's see if we can grab a driver or two. James Allen is going to drive for the Romain Dumas team. James, before we go racing, another hot day. What's it going to be like in the car?
Well, I mean, it'll be hot as always, like last year. Yeah, hot and humid. Just got to make sure we all get through it, make sure the vents are open, make sure the aircon's on, keep the brakes cool, keep the tyres cool.
And once you're in the car, I guess you're so focused on the race, you don't really feel the heat.
Yeah, exactly. You're just kind of focused on the car ahead of you and just keep picking them off until there's none left. It's kind of the plan for this race and tomorrow. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
All right, let's see how it goes. Now, I found a pole position driver, so I'm going to... Again, Giorgio, here we go. Asian Le Mans Series, pole position, but different colours this year. Carrying on where you left off as the qualifying king last year.
Yeah, we finished last year as with every pole, and we started with this year with the first pole position, so I'm happy. The car is really good. We're doing a really good job with the team. I'm really happy. Let's try this new adventure with United Autosports, and so far it's so good. So it's you never know the weather. Yesterday in free practice 2 was a crazy storm, and also today in the race it's looking that now it's sunny, but that way it's looking bad. So you never know. It's just for our racing. We'll do our best to try to win the race first, and then championship, of course.
This morning in qualifying, you were doing great laps, but there was traffic in the way, and that was only LMP2. Now you've got P3 and GT. So cars around you, it's going to be an issue when you start lapping.
Of course, yeah. Because this morning also the track was a bit damp because I think it rained the last night, and I got traffic to set the second fastest lap. That's why I'm starting P3 for tomorrow's race. But yeah, traffic, it's crazy. I mean, there are a lot of LMP2s compared to last year, there are a lot of LMP3s, and a lot of GT cars. So we'll find a way to drive them around, and no mistakes. So with no rush, we'll have to find our pace without doing any mistakes.
Good luck, Giorgio. Pole position then, Giorgio Roda from P2. We'll go and talk to more people in the classes in a second. First, though, let's get back to Graham.
Yeah, Giorgio Roda, no stranger whatsoever to pole position, but he, Ollie Gavin, is going to be looking for better fortune in the races, and that might well be why the move has been made to United Autosports.
Yeah, he's struggled to really convert all of those qualifying performances into race results. In fact, I'm not sure he's actually even really won that many races in P2, even though he's been so fast and so strong. So maybe that's going to change with him today here at Sepang.
Well, let's take a look at our pole position car. It is Giorgio Roda with Gregoire Saucy and Mikkel Jensen, latterly of the Peugeot factory team. His departure from that team announced just a few weeks ago.
I wonder why he's gone to United.
Why he's going to United. Let's think about that for a moment.
We'll just have a bit of a...
The fans are all going, oh, yeah, but maybe. We don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see as we move up and down this grid. Drivers getting suited and booted and getting ready to go. Yes. Very few changes, by the way, on this grid from the qualifying drivers. I've just spotted 2. One has been enforced on the team. Alexander Bekantsov will not be permitted to start the race. He was excluded from qualifying. So it will be Chunting Chu in the interior pole number 13 car in LMP3. This, by the way, is the second place car on the grid. Great qualifying from Jens Renaud-Moller.
Yeah, he was really on it, wasn't he? He had a bit between his teeth, and I really thought he could have had a chance there to take it away from Giorgio, but not quite enough pace. Absolutely.
Great to see Gustavo Menezes already with 2 different hypercar factory efforts under his boots, and Theo Jensen coming and making his LMP2 debut after taking the LMP3 title. There is Ajit Kumar. He is the other change, by the way. He will be starting in the number 1 car from 3rd in LMP3. That car qualified by his teammate Julian Gerby. Here's our 3rd place car. Georgios Kolovas, I thought, again starred in qualifying. That's interesting to see what we'll see in the Gulf in February from some of these chasing pack with Nolan Siegel. He knows how to win in the Asian Le Mans Series in the number 13 car. And Europol becoming quite the force in LMP2.
Yeah, Nick Cassidy's also in that car, isn't he?
And he's a guy that's in the opposite direction, joining Peugeot this coming season. John Falb, Matthias Kaiser, and our new star from F2. That's the first two rows of the grid. But while we're taking a look here, let's go back down to David, who's got our pole sitter from LMP3, Paul Lancher, on the grid.
Graham, thanks. Paul Lancher is indeed the man on pole position. Paul, a great lap this morning. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's a great lap. The condition is very tricky this morning. We take start with wet tire. It's a good deal, and nice the race. I go to the pole. I start to the pole, and I hope the race is okay for the team and my teammate.
And a quick word in French for your son who's in hospital, en français.
Yeah. Mon enfant est à l'hôpital depuis hier, donc je vais essayer de tout faire pour lui rendre honneur et que le déplacement vaille la peine. Donc bisous à Edgar et à ma femme.
Bonne chance.
Well, get well soon, young man. And I'm sure your dad will do you proud. I'm sure you'll do him proud back at home. Here's the 5th place car on the grid. It's the 22 car. Another new look for Proton competition in Asia this year. Bernardo Souza, brand new to this team on Thursday of this week.
Not brand new to the team, though.
Not brand new. Sorry, right, because he runs in the Mustang, doesn't he, in WC?
Yeah.
But he's going to be starting this
Got
race.
the call very, very late to come here.
It's been a real switcheroo in that team.
Did a fine job, though.
This is a better look at the number 17 car. Paul Lancher climbs aboard. The CLX Motorsport car, looked after by the Swiss team in the hands of Nico Lapierre, multiple title winner himself in his own right. That's the gap they pulled out on the two Team Virage cars.
He's driving with a couple of youngsters, isn't he?
He is indeed. And
18-year-old and a 20-year-old.
It's good indicator here to some of the talents we're going to be seeing, likely not just here in the Asian Le Mans Series, but also in Europe. Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO, the body that looks after the Le Mans 24 Hours, and the ladder that supports it, including increasingly the Asian Le Mans Series. Here's the front row occupier in second place. It is Team Virage. Roman Wozniak, Vic Stevens. We've got Najita Patel to come in that car. Different look to the Team Virage cars here, not in their traditional mustard, orange and grey. Christian Reed. Storylines galore for Christian coming into this week and coming out of this week.
Yes.
Chatting there to CEO of LMEM, who look after the WC, the European Le Mans Series and the Asian Le Mans Series, Fred Leclerc. There's the man of the moment, Ajit Kumar. Narain Karthikeyan in silhouette form, and Julian Gerby.
And Narain's had a bit of an injury, hasn't he, this weekend?
He has. They're two of the most notable guys in world motorsport outside of single-seaters. Mr. GT, no doubt about it. SRO's SR, Stefan Rattel, and we've just seen as well again the ACO president, Pierre Fillon.
He always looks as cool as a cucumber, doesn't he?
They're very impressive in terms of what they've achieved for this sport over the last couple of decades, both those gentlemen. This is the number 71 car from 23 events, and another great qualifying effort. Terence Woodward aboard the 23 events car for the start of this race.
Colin Ong there on the right-hand side.
Yep, he's a big part of the organisational team that pulls this grid together. And by the way, what a success they've made, the Asian Le Mans Series, of this combined effort to promote and run this this effort between SRO and LMEM. And
here this weekend, it really does seem like a step forward here at Sepang.
This is 5th in LMP3. It's the only Duquesne, the only non-Ligier we've got. Fabien Michel it was that put the car on pole position. And the needle nose of the Duquesne will be apparent when we get into traffic. This is the Michelin Le Mans Cup winning squad this year. First LMP3 title for RSGP. Relatively recent addition to sports car racing after successes in junior single-seaters down through the years.
Cool, this is a tough point for all the drivers. They're sat in the cars with all their gear on. Their doors are still open, but it's just starting to cook down there.
And you've got an advantage, haven't you, if you're on the outside line here, because you're in the shade of the grandstand. You've not got the full heat of the sun. Here is the 66 car put on pole position in fine style.
Impressive lap
by Yasser Shaheen.
Great to see the Corvette here in the Asian Le Mans Series. The first time we've got it here on the grid.
And 4 of them.
Yeah.
John Falb suiting, booting and gloving up aboard one of the 3 cars fielded in 2 different iterations of the Algarve Pro Racing Team. QMMF, the Qatari Motorsport Federation, field the 37 Mercedes AMG.
This car has been quick all week.
It has, and they're going to be hoping for better luck than they had last year in the Gulf and particularly at Yas Marina.
And so has this car been quick all week.
Proton Competition 77. Banksy, a well-known racer in his home country of Japan. Fujinami-san the silver, and Harry King wants a watch.
Yeah,
in
that
this
is very, very strong Asian Le Mans series last year,
in LMP2.
last season, yeah,
Yep.
in LMP2, and he is looking forward to the championship again this year there with Proton. Excited to see what they can achieve.
Toyota Supra safety car that's been pedalled, how can I put this, vigorously all week. Here's the first of the two WRT entered BMWs. Pair of Belgian drivers joined by factory driver and Corvette favourite.
I believe he is. Yeah, he's been receiving a lot of signals out on the track, hasn't he?
It's nice that there's so much favourites. He's so much of a favourite that they
They've
can't
actually
resist
made him a
waving
T-shirt,
at him,
haven't they?
They wave at him every time.
Yeah, it's amazing. The T-shirts have sold well, though.
They've sold brilliantly well. There's Tommy Milner paid off that credit card bill then.
Wow.
Aboard the 69 car, and that is the second of the WRT cars in the hands of Tony McIntosh.
Did a nice job in qualifying. Tricky conditions. Dealt with it well. He had a very, very fast sort of out lap and first time lap, and then it just started to, I think the tyres just got a little bit too hot here. It's tricky conditions there, and but yeah, great to see Tony here. And this is the lineup for the World Endurance Championship that they are going to be running in all the way through the rest of 2026.
So Parker Thompson and Dan Harper. What we could see here as well, and keep an eye out for this if you're watching in at home, is remember these are the cars at the front of the grid that were succeeding in pretty wet conditions, drying conditions, but pretty wet conditions. What you're looking at the front of the screen there is number 56 Aston Martin. That is the Kurikos Blackthorn car.
And they have been absolute standout in performance over testing and practice yesterday.
And with a dry track, it could be very, very different. So keep an eye out for that as we get into this race. Let's hope everybody gets through that tricky first sequence of corners.
1 minute board on the grid. Clear the grid. 1 minute board.
So Gwen Boursier, our race director, is the voice you hear. Been told we might get a visitor in the commentary booth a little later.
Oh, great.
His boss, Mr. Freitas, may join us. I think just for a look, he might not want to. I mean, if we got any counting backwards to do, that would be very, very useful. But
great stuff.
30 seconds board on the grid. 30 seconds to start the first of the 2 formation laps.
And that's confirmation from Gwen Boursier. That as we've seen, I don't want to say traditionally, but in these times without tyre warmers.
Yeah, it's now become a standard,
laps.
hasn't it?
It most certainly has.
Laps. But I'm sure we really need them with this today's track temperature and everything that happens here at Sepang, but it's the regulations.
So before we get going, welcome to the Asian Le Mans Series. You're always very welcome, and it's an increasingly important part of the winter season.
Green flag. Start of the first of the 2 formation lap.
4 hours of racing to come here this afternoon. 4 more tomorrow. So if you enjoyed what you're going to be seeing today, you can put it on repeat and go again tomorrow. And then we take a bit of a break on other important events, including other racing that takes part, before we're back in February to the Gulf, and 2 back-to-back double-header weekends again. Always fun with Dubai and Abu Dhabi, after which Ollie and I pour ourselves back onto a plane and sit on the couch for so long as we're allowed. It's intense, this format. It's very intense indeed.
It is, but I think it's brilliant preparation for every single driver, team, organisation that's involved here in the Asian Le Mans Series. It does really, it fills a gap in between that European Series or the US Championships you might be doing there, and what's going to be coming into 2026. So this is a brilliant way to keep your teams and your drivers and your crew absolutely sharp, and even look at experimenting with a few things, different people in different roles or new drivers coming in. It's very much, we've seen here this weekend, there's a number of drivers driving cars that they have never driven before.
And may not drive again.
Yeah.
I think that's the other thing. Talking to Darren Young, he's in the Ferrari. We already know that he's back at WRT for the FI World Endurance Championship. Francois Heriot is in the Porsche. He'll be back at AF Corsa for the FI World Endurance Championship. And there's more like that. It's an opportunity for them to get...
Sean Gallale as well, driving a Ferrari here this weekand.
Racing testing to understand the opposition, if you like.
Yeah.
And there are all sorts of game plans here. Here we'll go through the grid. It is United Autosports number 5, the 49 from High Class Racing, row 1. 43 from Inter-Europol competition, the 20 from Algarve Pro Racing, row 2. Row 3, 22 from Proton competition, DKR Engineering's number 3. Then it is the 47 from Chetalar Racing and CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Ponos Racing and RD Limited. When we get into United Autosport Proton competition, Algarve Pro Racing and Nielsen Racing, 13th and 14th. And IRC Bratislava return, Vector Sport RLR, their new identity for this season. Into LMP3 with CLX Motorsport and Team Virage's number 8. And undoubtedly the closest followed car in this field worldwide will be the number 1 Team Virage car, 23 events, number 71. RHGP with their Duquesne is ahead on the grid of the 94 High Class Racing car. Forestier Racing make their debut with the other 23 events car, last year's champions Breton Racing and Inter-Europol. Into the GTs, Corvette on pole, 66 from JMR, and the 37 AMG from QMMF by GetSpeed. Proton competition, 77 Porsche, the 28 UNX by Team WRT and BMW, the 69 BMW from WRT, the Korea Cos Blackthorns 56 car. The second JMR 99 Corvettes sits just ahead of the 15 Kessel car. EBM's Aston Martin and the number 9 GetSpeed AMG. Racing Team Turkey's Corvette 34, TF Sports 11 Corvettes. Then the number 50 Ferrari sits ahead of the 51. 87 Origine Porsche ahead of the 74 Kessel car. 21 from AF Corsa, another Ferrari, Montage number 10 car, last year's defending champions. Vista AF Corsa's Ferrari, Montage 92 Porsche, and at the back of the grid it is the number 59 United Autosports McLaren. Lots of racing. Yeah, lots of racing to talk about. I know a lot of our race fans love to hear a lot of the background. There's a lot of news to talk about as well. Some of which is out there publicly, some of which we'll share a little insight with you over the next 4 hours. So if you like the gossip, stick with us. There's lots to come.
There is absolutely tons here. So we've got a lot of drivers here and new machinery, new situations, new scenarios, and this will be one of the key things that they're trying to do is just figure out,
exiting T12, we want all cars 2x2 exiting T14, all cars in grid formation. No overtake, no lateral movement before you cross the starting line.
They're just giving all the drivers and
car 37, close the gaps. Car 37, close the gaps.
Yeah, and that's all super important. You want to make sure that you've got everybody tightly packed, so you've got no real concertina effect. One of the key corners, couple of corners here is turn 1, turn 2 here at Sepang. We regularly see incidents here on lap 1 at turn 2, and you know, when you have that real concertina effect, that's when the bigger incidents can come. But yes, like I was saying, it's really important for all of these drivers to really think about any of these last-minute procedures, those briefings that they had with the team just beforehand, getting into the car, getting themselves
Let's
ready,
start
really in the zone
this grid
here.
Position 2x2.
It is super important to be thinking about all of that, so that you are able to come off that line, ready to go racing, with everything absolutely as you want it.
Last reminder from my side, 2 clear parallel lines through the grid boxes, no lateral movement, no overtake before the starting line.
As we used to now at major endurance races, play the music. away we go. Stirring stuff over the PA and stirring stuff on track. Quite sure why lights are flashing on the pole position car, side by side up the inside 13, and the Inter Muller moves to the left and almost into the path of John Falby. May have the inside opportunity there, does take it, and the high-class racing car is being shuffled back here, struggles over the curb and loses another place for D-Car Engineering car Georgios Kolovos.
He's got a problem.
Big trouble again. It's again turn two.
Again, and it's all LMP3 stuff, and we're just going to have to see the replay on what happened there.
We'll come back to that for the moment, though. It's another place lost by the high-class racing car, this time to George Kurtz, who's making good progress in the early stages here.
Yeah, it looks like Jens Muller has got himself a bit stuck with something. There was not quite right as it was coming over the line there. Took the start, but it's been backed right up and it's dropped way down.
I can tell you, Ajit Kumar, Roman Wozniak and Terence Woodward, who've been caught up in that incident. They have all just about got 71 has not quite got going yet.
It's just rolling back, it's just looking for a gear, I think, and it should get going.
So Terence Woodward again. Bad luck at the start of a race here.
Yeah.
Meantime, it's a mixed bag of P3 cars been caught up in that incident and the quicker of the GT cars.
Yeah, I think everybody's just trying to get themselves going here. I know the GT runners really take a while to get their Michelin switched on. It's a harder compound they're on here this weekend, and so they are really trying to make that work. Up the inside at 11 goes the Origin, a safety car.
He can't get it off the curb.
What's happened here then?
So QMMF by Get Speed, and trouble for the 22 car as well.
Bernardo Sosa.
And that car was up to third place, and he's tried to spin turn, it's not worked. There's damage to the Duquesne, the rear wing of the Duquesne.
Yes.
That car is going to need to pit as well, so we're under an immediate safety car. Let's hope everybody's not unsighted in traffic here and sees the stricken Orica.
Yeah, I think Bernardo just got a little bit too hungry on the gas there and just lit the rears up and spun it around. We're not sure what caused the incident to be there like that, but he tried to get himself going again. It was just a bit too enthusiastic.
Slight concern that still seen flashing headlamps on the pole position car. They did it from the start of the race. Whether or not that's a stuck flasher button or whether or not that's
yeah, it possibly could be, and it could be something different that United have in the car that Giorgio Roda has just not ever used. Always been different in the Proton car and the way that steering wheel's laid out. So that's again talking back to those things of what drivers are used to.
Yeah. But here comes Bernardo Souza. He's got that car going. That's good news. In comes the 85 car. Pit is closed. Remember, for regular service. Also, one of the JMR cars is in.
Yeah.
So that is the 66 car of Yasser Shaheen. That's the pole position car in GT's in trouble as well.
Yeah.
For SDA Racing by VPS, Nick Adcock is in, as is Ajit Kumar. So you would guess that has to be damage for those cars,
yeah,
because it can only be an emergency pit
service.
stop.
Yeah, so they can take 5 seconds of fuel and then they can take
eight.
Excuse me. Yeah. I'm just getting info here.
Hearing left front damage for Ajit Kumar in that number 1 car. Now hopefully that's the clip and can be sorted quickly, but it's a rear wing problem for the 85 car at least.
Yeah, the 71, I think it's just got itself stuck, stalled, and is it able to get going again here?
Just wonder if there's a clutch problem as a result of that.
Yeah.
Because he's on a...
It's quite a steep bank there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that turn 2 always gets multi-class racing. Everybody's got slightly different switch on with their tyres, and they can't quite get...
There is the damage.
That's taken a pretty decent hit. Very low there on the left front.
Now, is that bodywork or is it more? Let's hope it's not more. The 29's going in the garage as well. Well, that incident, I'm afraid, leaves us with 5 of the 10 LMP3 cars either in the pit lane, in the garage, or at the back of the field.
And this could have a huge knock-on effect to the championship. You know, this
massive.
Is turn 1, lap 1, and you know, so many team managers will be raging at their drivers about this sort of stuff. But
that is not good news.
No, it's not great. But it's all stuff that's just basics, really.
Damage to the rear of the SDA Racing car of Nick Adcock. That is the legality panel that's astray the car. That is the 71 car.
Got going.
And that's another one with a broken rear wing. Let's have a look what happened here. This was pretty neat and tidy at the start of the grid. You can see already the United cars' headlamps are flashing. But watch the red and white car in the middle of this pack. It gets swallowed up Misses the apex because the 13 car is already there. Almost into John Falb. He goes into the inside then. Around the outside goes Bernardo Souza. Manages to get through there. But what happens in... Well, we didn't see it with LMP3.
I think it was one of the Virage cars was rejoining back into the racing and at turn 2 and sticks its nose in. And it turns everybody, someone around. But yeah, I think it was the rejoining Virage car that's gone around the outside. Just eyes forward here, just top right-hand corner. And as he just... it's really tricky to pick it out. The 71 was already around, and I think there's the Virage car off to the right.
Yeah, I can see as well the problem for the Corvette was it hit the rear wing for one of those LMP3s.
Yeah. It's really trying to piece it all together here, but the 71 was trying to get going. Big spin from the 22.
Now there's big damage in the pit lane for Ajit Kumar's car. He got caught up in all that drama at turn 1. They've just put a new front section on the car. The damage is on a completely separate piece that's already been taken off, but they've gone a lap down. So disappointingly now, Ajit Kumar has to think not about a race result, but just really about testing and mileage here. The car, if you can see it now, looks okay at the front. There are quite a few witness marks along the side, but it's certainly taking a big whack to the front, but there's also quite a lot of liquid dribbling out of the bottom. The dollies have gone underneath it, and I think now the car's going to be turned around and sent to the garage. This is going to be a long stop, I'm afraid, for Team Virage, and for the legion of fans of Ajit Kumar opposite in the grandstand, there's not a great deal to cheer about right now.
Yeah, I'd say that it's had some radiator damage. Yeah, if it's had some contact on the side of the car, then those are going to be damaged, and that's going to be the reason for all the fluid underneath it pouring out. But I don't know whether it was the 23 events car that had gone deep and gone off at turn 1 and that then came back on and rejoined and caused the incident, or whether it was one of the Team Virage cars. Well, they're all very similar in there, or maybe even the high class 94 car. They're all a very similar sort of branding.
Yeah. And so I was trying to work out, I think it might have been the 71 car here that's now back into pit lane with the damaged rear wing that got clipped, having spun and stopped in the middle of the track, was then clipped by the Corvette, which would explain why the Corvette also pitted. That car, by the way, and the Yasser Shaheen pitted, but has now rejoined, 48 seconds on pit lane, but has gone from the front to the back of the GT
and this is something that we do see here quite regularly, unfortunately, at Sepang. First lap here in the Asian Le Mans Series, and we're seeing incidents which is really hurting the championship efforts for certain cars and certain teams. And this one in particular, the Ajit Kumar car, is certainly more than just a little wounded.
Yeah, and this is the 71 car, is it not? Oh, that's the one car still. Was that the one car?
I think it might be the 71.
Apologies, yeah, he's on pit lane, isn't he? So it's 71 from Terence Woodward, has had damage front and rear. So he's been in the wars as well, and yet again his continues this streak of luck, all of it bad.
Yes.
He won't be Riley amused by it quite yet, but I'll get that same luck I seem to have had at every single ELMS race this year. That car too is going into the garage, and that looks like that's not going to be the work of a moment.
No, unfortunately not. We're just going back to the P2 category, and Jens Renaud Müller, starting there on P2, but he kind of just didn't do the prep, it seemed, to get the car really in the window for that start, and came down into turn 1 and was just swallowed up by everybody. He walked the car a little bit across the track at turn 1, but it just seemed like that he was doing the smart thing and just backing up, giving himself some space, looking after the car.
Let's go down to pit lane and hear from David again with Ajit Kumar.
Ajit Kumar, that was a very short stint. There's quite a lot of damage. What happened?
A couple of cars spun ahead of me, including our second car. Could do nothing, just could do nothing to avoid. But I guess that's what racing is all about, So, yeah, it's disheartening, but there's always another race.
this is true. You're out of the car for now, but the team is working hard, so will you go back out? You may be many laps down, but you will get experience.
I think we have damaged our radiator, so I hope they can try and fix it. If they do, maybe. If not, probably wait for the next race.
Tomorrow we talk with better fortune. Thank you.
Well, we talked earlier, didn't we, about Ajit Kumar, and an excellent interview from David Addison during the qualifying show. Passion's on full display there. I think he's somewhat upset by that. I don't blame him.
Yeah, we're just seeing, again, a replay there in the box on the left of what happened there at turn 2. But yeah, it's tough to pick out exactly what caused it and what the knock-on effect. But the knock-on effect is that there are a number of cars that are in the pit lane and under major repairs, which is a great shame. And we're under safety car here. This must be what, the third lap of the safety car.
Getting that way, so pit lane will be open shortly.
Yeah.
So of the cars that were in woes, only one car has come in and then come back out again, and that is the JMR number 66 car that was our pole position sitter, the Corvette.
I think it must have got caught up in that LMP3 schmozzle there at turn 2.
To update you, the 85 RSGP car, we saw that car with rear end damage in the hands of Fabien Michal. That car is in the garage for STA Racing by VPS. Nick Adcock, that too had damage, I think front and rear to that car. That car in the garage. Team Virage, you've heard just now from Ajit Kumar, damage we've seen to the front and the rear, and a radiator he thinks, hopes not. That's the number 1 car in Strife and 23 events, which was the car that took a while to recover on that banked inside of the bank turn. Terence Woodward too, another car with damage front and rear. So it's not a great start for pretty much half of the LMP3 field. Safety car is coming in this lap, by the way. The other car that was in strife and is at the back of the GT field is the other Team Virage car, the number 8 car of Roman Wozniak, and we heard from Ajit that that car was one of the ones that had actually spun in front of him.
Yeah, and he had to make avoiding action and take avoiding action. Now it's super important. Everybody gets really switched on here, getting the tyre switched on, get mentally switched back on again, going back racing under green flags very, very shortly.
And by the way, noted the pole position car, the leading car, does not have its lights flashing now, so he's taken some instruction.
It just got his lights on.
But under pressure here from Georgios Kolovos, without a doubt, because Georgios Kolovos under the rear wing goes to the outside of Giorgio Roda's United Autosports car. Is he going to be able to get the cut back here? I think he might.
Yes. He did the old suckered him in.
Can he get? He's got to the apex, and that is the lead taken by Georgios Kolovos. Neatly done. Started that move, and now Roda under pressure from John Falb. He's looking, trying to get around the outside. Can't do that. Alex Matchell is right there as well in the DKR car. John Falb ducking and weaving behind the second place car. Don't think he's going to way through. Almost misses his braking point. He's under pressure now from Alexander Matchell. 1, 2, 3, 4. Going through as quickly as I can say it.
Yep, Giorgio Roda there was just a little bit unready when he went back green. I was talking about everybody got to switch back on again, and he wasn't switched back on again. So he's sacrificed the lead. He's now got himself going, and he's going to be able to catch back up to Kolovos.
Good news for STA Racing by VPS. Nick Adcock brings the first of those stricken quartet of LMP3s back out into the race. He is 3 laps down, but he's racing, and with that number of cars potentially out of the race, any points at this stage would be a good thing.
Yep. Really important now, drivers just get into a rhythm, just get into the flow, just work through the plan and the routine that you've got. Oh, more damage here. Is that on the another one of the 23 events LMP3 cars?
These are a couple of the LMP3s trying to deal with the traffic in GT3, the 13 car, in fact, stuck between the 2 leading cars. Someone's had a bit of a
somebody's got through the gravel trap, I think. That looked like gravel dust.
So at the moment, it is the 37 QMMF by Get Speed, the beautiful purple liveried AMG leading from the new NX Racing by Team WRT BMW, then the Origine Porsche, Ecuriacos Blackthorn, Giacomo Petrabelli.
So it's been a strong start from Blake McDonald. He's moved his TF Sport Corvette GT3 Z06 up through the order nicely, and he's now putting Tony McIntosh under a little bit of pressure. And I think this is a little bit of that sort of flip-flop that we were seeing. The GT cars that had the performance in the wetter conditions are they starting to just drop back a little bit here, and the cars have been strong in the dry because coming forward.
Yeah, Dustin Blattner, by the way, beginning to put the Corvette, the 13, under pressure. Looking up the inside, looking for a lead change in GT, but that's left the door open for the Origin Porsche to get up into second place.
The Origin Porsche has been strong here in testing, and they've got a very strong lineup, and I think they could really be a factor here in this championship.
They are the reigning GT World Challenge Asia champions, and they've added further strength with Lauren Heinrich here to that order.
Here's Wambo that's on board now, isn't it?
Incident involving cars 71, 85 and 2 at turn 2, under investigation causing a collision.
Georgios Kolovos is doing a great job at the front there, slowly eking away with Giorgio Roda. He's nearly about a second up the road.
And David, if you're watching on live timing and wondering why the 66 car is shown in and out of pit lane, remember that car entered a closed pit lane and must go again down pit lane as soon as the race goes green.
Yep.
On the next available lap. They appear to have served that particular part of what is always a complicated rule book, Ollie. Good moves here.
You can explain it to me, Graham.
Moves here. Bernardo Souza in that green, almost Aston Martin liveried.
Yeah.
Proton Orica make his way back up.
Yeah, recovering from the spin he had at this corner just before, as it went to safety car.
That saw the MG go wide. Origin Porsche right behind him now as they pile down to the hairpin at the end of the lap. Don't think he's quite close enough to take a look.
No, he's not. But he's going to be sizing him up. And again, we've got lots of racing to be done here. And you just got to pick your points and be smart, looking after your machinery. You're only going to be losing the race here at this point. I'm not going to be winning it.
That Porsche is looking strong.
It is. It is. And I would say that this is maybe not Porsche's best track. You know, Dubai and Abu Dhabi in the Asia Le Mans Series certainly seem to suit the Porsche. And if they're strong here, wow.
Oh, he's strong on the brakes, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, this driver lineup I think is very, very good, and they've kept themselves quite quiet over the week, but they've been quick, but they've not been really stand out at times. So yeah, let's see.
It's great to see more and more Asian teams and drivers getting involved in the Asia Le Mans Series. No more is it simply a winter ELMS. There are increasing numbers, and there's all sorts of plans to try to boost the prototype side of things. We'll talk about the hypercar side of things as we get through this season. So that is firmly focused in the future, at least, on this region, attracting teams, drivers and manufacturers to sports car racing. Big wiggle there for Georgios Kolovos.
Yeah, I think that Giorgio Roda as well sort of followed him in his wheel tracks, but Roda is dropping away, and this seems to be the theme somewhat with Giorgio, is that he can really put those laps together tight there at turn 9, but Giorgio can really put it together for the qualifying laps, but then it's his race pace and how he converts that into keeping the car at the front and delivering its teammates in a really strong position.
So what's happened here? This is the Breton Racing car to the inside, Deligier, the white car with the blue nose. He just wanted to bail out of it, I think, didn't he? Realised that the Proton car was going to be where he wanted to put his car, and he had to take avoiding action there.
Yeah, he did. Bernardo Sosa was wise to that and just gave him some room.
Ponos Racing and ARC Bratislava side by side. The Japanese team, the black and orange car. The Slovakian team with the bright yellow car.
Yeah, the Ponos Racing car.
Trouble. That's the RD Limited car ahead. Fred Pordat, 30 winners here last year. And that's trouble early on for them as well.
Just get tipped into a bit of a spin where they side by side. I had my eyes on the cars behind, but did he get tipped into a spin maybe and eased around? It's easily done there. He's got himself going again, which is good.
Dropped several places though. 1.4, 1.5 seconds the lead now for Georgios Kolovos in LMP3. CLX Motorsports' Paul Loncher has driven away here. He is 10 seconds to the good from the Breton Racing car. Under pressure here though.
Yes, Anthony McIntosh has got Dustin Blattner all over him, and Dustin's looking to go around the outside. He's trying to size him up to get the run off of turn 2 through turn 3, going up the hill now into turn 4.
Yeah, Blattner was a star in this championship last year, and Tony McIntosh knows that Dustin Blattner is one of those markers for his progress.
Yeah, Dustin Blattner is, I would say, the benchmark now for a bronze driver. He had an extraordinary season all the way through this year, winning in GT World Challenge, one in the Spa 24 Hours, and he has stayed bronze for next year, which is great. He's a fantastic driver. God, going deep there. This battle in P2, turn 4.
But watch the inside, because the APR car see the opportunity with Urs Felbermayr going side by side here, trying to get onto terms as well with the Nielsen car ahead. It's a 2-car battle at the moment. Could it be 3? Who's going to get to the apex?
Yeah, I think
round the outside for the APR car. He's taken the longer route. It's not always the worst one, but up the inside as well. It's a Vector Sport car.
Yeah, I think that's an awful lot of looking in the mirrors and not necessarily looking at the windshield. You've got to be eyes forward in these points and really thinking about where you're placing the car and where your points are. Stop looking in the mirrors and where with the people you're racing, and just get your eyes forward and down the road.
Ultimately, the winner there was actually Phil Fayer. It was Phil Fayer in the white, principally white liveried United Autosports car, not the Vector Sport RLR car. That car picked up the position from the 25 of Crichton and Tunis. My apologies, that's another battle, Michael Jensen.
Great to be on board here, coming up into turn 4. Down through the gears, about 85 k's an hour here. And then up through the box. You drop downhill here into this turn, sort of 5, 6 section. And yeah, the Felbermayr car is really piling the pressure on the Nielsen car. It looks like it's going to make the move up the inside here. And nice and cleanly done. The Nielsen car gave him the room. And yeah, knowing that this is 3 hours and 40 minutes of racing still to go.
Yeah, Urs Felbermayr on Crichton and Tunis. I'm getting myself confused with Crichton. Now he steps out of an APR car and into a Nielsen car.
Yeah,
that's the confusion that's been caused here. But there's lots of shuffling in the middle of the pack here. Remember, this is a deep pack of LMP2, 16 cars.
Yeah, it's fierce out there. The competition is so high. The level in P2, actually across all of the Asia Le Mans series, I'm not sure it's ever been as high as it currently is.
At least 4 teams here that we will not see in action for a full season anywhere else.
Yeah.
All battling for one of the biggest prizes in motorsport, that's automatic invitation to the 2026 24 Hours of Le Mans. Tell the stories of these teams. But 2 long races this weekend, as and when we can. So you look to the Nielsen Racing Squad, new personnel on board, both aboard the car and in the garage.
They've been extremely quick this week, haven't they? In testing and in practice. They're topping the timesheets considerably on one of the practice sessions. They did a phenomenal job. The Corvette Z06 GT3R, great to see it on track here, racing hard. Oh, going deep there, the JMR car dropping a wheel off.
That's the 99 car.
That was nicely done, because that is super hard to get the car back on track once you drop the wheels off there, because you're just turning right the whole time. And that's the loaded side, and so he did well to get it back on track.
Yeah, it's Prince Jeffrey. And his brother in the other car we'll see later on.
Yeah, I think
the recovering Bernardo Souza, by the way, has gone by Fred Pordad. That's how far back down the field he fell.
Yeah. But all of these GT runners are really working out how to make this new Michelin tyre work here this weekend. It is a harder compound, and everybody's been talking about lack of grip and not being able to really switch the tyre on. But that's part of the surface here. You're actually seeing at some points on the racetrack that there's actually quite big chunks of the racetrack missing. And just at the point where you really want the car to rotate, you're missing a big chunk of tarmac, and so your actual contact patch just drops away.
Martin Berry is battling away there with Charlie Samani, the chrome 51 Ferrari and the bright red and black EBM Earl Bamber Motorsport Aston Martin. Ahead of them, though, quite an interesting battle here. The beautifully liveried red Racing Team Turkey by TF Corvettes sitting in 14th place, battling away with Mark Rosser, who started at the back of this grid and is now up to 13th place. So he's picked up 8 places since the start. I think one of the winners in that chaos at the start of the race.
It's fantastic. It's certainly sort of seeing a lot of shuffling in the pack here. It was a wet, sort of damp qualifying for all the GT runners, and now we're sort of seeing the cars that have been strong in dry running sort of making their way through, and there's maybe a little bit of that incident at turn 2 that's also shuffled the deck but back to the lead battle here in GT.
Yeah, and no change between those two cars. It is still very close indeed. And worth saying, representation here from 2 Asian nations leading this race. The Qatari Motorsport Federation drivers aboard this GetSpeed AMG, and the Origine entered Porsche, supported by Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific. And as I said earlier, the champions of GT World Challenge Asia, that's SRO's global product, with European, American, Australian and Asian arms to the GT World Challenge. And he goes up the inside. I think he's got him here.
Yeah, I think
a little bit of a rob. He toughed it out, didn't he?
He did, and that's the thing with turn 15, the way that the corner's banked and it's off camber, and you can run quite a wide line, and that sometimes can be a longer way around the corner, but it's actually a better run off the corner, and that's what's happened in the Mercedes.
So all calm at Origine Motorsport. They're learning as they go and picking up race pace and tradecraft in this. They'll just take a breath.
Yep, being patient. Yep.
This is a good sign for this squad.
Yep, being smart.
They had no luck in the early part of the season last year. Brought a car that was absolutely beautiful.
37
as this one is.
Just went a little bit deep there and just had to sort of check the braking, but still managed to run around the outside and get a better run off the corner than the Origine Porsche. But it was close, and I think it's only a matter of time before the Origine Porsche gets by.
And heads up, by the way, for the Porsche driver, that could have been an AMG in the wall there, but realised there was no way through. I think just a minor lifted out of what could have been a bigger contact.
Just checked it, absolutely.
Charlie Samani, by the way, has dropped Martin Berry, who's fallen back into the clutches of Prince Jeffrey in that JMR Corvette. Side by side here between the Nielsen and APR cars. 64, a new number for Nielsen, and that is Michael Jensen, isn't it? The reigning champion.
It is, yeah.
Back with APR, side by side with the driver that was in the team's other car last year.
Crichton's just getting himself sort of bedded in, I think, with the Nielsen way and the way that the car is feeling underneath him.
Just want a quick correction. You've seen a correction on our timing screens. The incident that is under investigation for turn 2, as Georgios Kolovos makes his way through traffic and just picking up the odd 10th here and there. It's 71, 85 and 8 are the 3 cars under investigation.
Crichton Lentudis, Giorgio Kolovos, that came through turn 12 really sideways, just got a little bit of curb there, unhooked the rear, have to gather it up deep there. I think Giorgio Roda's just gone off there, and he's just trying to gather it up. There seems to be a lot of action down there at sort of 13, 14. A lot of guys really running that wide line, and that tends to not be the fastest way. And I think people are just getting in there a little bit deep and just leaving their braking just a bit too late.
Yeah, it's going to cost him time, that, isn't it? These certainly dropped back from Georgios Kolovos. He's going to get through this traffic. Came into this traffic with about 1.3 seconds advantage. It's going to be a bit more than that by the time he clears it.
Yeah.
And still more work to do for Giorgio Roda in this current Gagler traffic. There's a lot more ahead of them, by the way. It is going to get busy from here on in. Side by side, almost behind them in GT. Again, discretion the better part of Valor there. Hasn't yet dropped Giorgio Roda quite into the clutches of John Falb, but he has taken a second plus out of the car ahead, Falb, with that slight stumble from Giorgio Roda.
Yeah, it just seemed that there's an awful lot of late braking here, getting in too deep, walking the car across the apex, which Giorgio's just done again.
Yeah,
and it's happened 3 or 4 corners in a row there. He just needs to back it up, take a breath. Oh, here comes the Origine car deep on the brakes there, and it looks like he's got it done. It was a big lunge, really big lunge, but he's got the inside line now into 11, and I think he's going to make that pass stick. Nicely done, and I think he's going to be able to just slowly eke away. There's not much between these 2 cars, but that was a nice move.
I'm liking the way this pair are racing, by the way. If we can get racing of this quality between this pair for the rest of these stints and for the rest of these races, these 2 are going to be fun to watch in the early stages.
They are, absolutely. Just got to be thinking here, tyre life, managing that, seeing how this Michelin responds to a whole stint here at Sepang International Circuit, because we know that there's going to be big degradation here, possibly as much as 5 seconds of lap time are going to be lost from start to the end of your stint.
And you could be right. So look at the gap, second to third. It's got 2 LMP3 cars between this lead battling pair, and the third place car, which is Giacomo Petrobelli in the Icariacos Blackthorn car, number 56 for 1956. Because 2026 is 70 years since Icariacos took their first of 2 back-to-back Le Mans wins. That's what it's all about. It's celebrating an opportunity, and they're looking to take Icariacos, that famous name, back to Le Mans this year. To do that, they're going to have to win this championship.
Yeah, they are. Just watching eyes on Giorgio Roda, and he's a little bit deep still in all of his break points and how he's coming in and carrying the speed. So that first phase of the corner, he just needs to, in my eyes, he just needs to back it up a little bit. It just seems like he's just a bit too eager, just a little bit too deep on the brakes.
It is exclusively at the moment our bronze-ranked drivers in battles in all 3 of these classes, effectively all 3 of these races at the moment, but there are some big names to come later on this race.
The P2 bronzes, they can do 1 out, I believe. That's their minimum drive time. And then, but in GT, the minimum drive time for the bronzes is 1.5 hours. So
I think every crew, with everything settled down here, is now 3 drivers strong.
Yeah.
With a few additions to make as we arrived here, but what is that? That is 141 drivers will take part in this race if everybody goes to, absolutely. We'll go to the end here.
Past you.
Very little and that wide. The car going on the Matchel. A little bit of a wag from the tail of the clownfish.
Yes,
that's the car, not the driver, by the way. But something about Alex.
Banksy in the Proton car was giving them room there, because that was could have easily pinched off the nose of the DKR car. There's action everywhere here at the moment.
Great stuff. We've got battling pairs and battling trios. To remind you, though, it is in Europol's. Georgios Kolovos took the lead from Giorgio Roda a little while ago and has held that, actually, still 1.3 seconds. So Roda has pulled that gap. Oh no, it's just gone back up to 2.4 with a bit more traffic. So up and down a little with traffic going. But Roda under pressure now from John Fowle for second place. This group, which is the Crichton and Tudis-led group,
this is
for
P10.
the top 10.
Yeah, P10, 11, 12.
With Polos Racing and High Class Racing.
Crichton and Tudis, again, he just through 14, he was just a little bit wide, and they didn't quite get it back to the apex. And it just seems that that's a feature here with the P2 cars here today, is that they can't quite bear it down on the apex in the way that they want to, and the rear's just always wagging and moving. Or talking about rear wagging, certainly if some of this arrives, we can have plenty of rears wagging on the racetrack.
We are indeed. High temperatures at the moment, but dark skies I'm hearing from a couple of our friends trackside. No investigation needed for the start, we're reassured. So the only thing that we're aware is under investigation is the cause of the incident at turn 2 that accounted for, we still have those 3 LMP3 cars on pit lane.
87's just slowly eking away in the GT class. The Orijan Motorsport is just pulling away from QMF by get speed, and I think that's just going to continue to grow there. As long as Wambo is looking after his tyres, I think that that's a smart move, and the Orijan car is in the box seat. Oh, it's nip and tuck here, and Roda's lost second spot to John Fowle. John
Fowle looking racy in this phase of the race. I think he's seen the opportunity that perhaps Giorgio Roda is...
Did Roda just get a little bit bottled up there with a bit of traffic in the P3 cars?
I think he might be in a bit of conservation mode at this point. I wonder if he's getting a little bit of information from the pits about just the state of tyres.
The rears look sketchy on that 5 car, and just the way that the car walked into that first part of turn 15, and then as he got on the throttle coming off.
Porsche, by the way, having made it to the lead, is walking away from the MG now. So this is very strong part of the race at the moment from the 87 Origin Porsche.
A couple
Up
of
the
seconds
inside
up the road, isn't it? Yeah.
goes the 99 Corvette with the 54 Vista AF Corsa, as it's known in the FI World Endurance Championship, and indeed here in the hands of Thomas Fleur, Prince Geoffrey and Thomas Fleur. So a prince here in his homeland, Thomas Fleur, whose daughter is married to a prince.
Right. Fonos racing car trying to pick its way through this GT traffic all the time with the Nielsen car just in front. And they are just trying to be smart with it, pick their points. Get dragged into any contact.
Spotted just a minor moment behind with the 92 Manthey Porsche with the 22, the recovering Bernardo Souza. Souza, by the way, has not just recovered to the back of that pack, he's making his way back up through. He's passed Fred Pordad, we saw that earlier, also now past Miro Konopka and Daniel Schneider.
And he's immediately making an impact on that battle for 10th place.
So he's fired up. This is, with the exception of that pretty big mistake, impressive.
Yep, he has been very impressive. He races very well, Bernardo. He gets the bit between his teeth, he gets in the groove, and he's excellent.
Happy news for followers of LMP3. Back into the race comes the 85 RS GP car. Let's though, while we're watching this battle, go down and see David Addison. He's with Lauren Heinrich.
Amazing battle so far in GT, hasn't it? Lauren, Bob is doing an amazing job.
Yeah, it's incredible, to be honest. I mean, for a bronze driver to go from P15 to P1, it's incredible. I mean, he sort of puts me under pressure because what he's getting out of the car is amazing, and it's incredible. So it's a great start to the race, great start to a season, but it's still a long race, and as we can see, there are also some clouds coming, so I think it will stay exciting.
And I guess it's tough for Bob as well, because he's racing against the Mercedes, but also being lapped. The prototypes are all around him. He's looking forward, looking back.
Yeah, I think that experience from last year pays off, because actually in this race, Bob was his first race last year with prototypes, so he gained a lot of experience, and now he can obviously use it. So he's doing a good job, not only driving on his own, but also in traffic.
Just tell me as well about this new tyre for this year, the new Michelin tyre. What's it like?
Yeah, it's a new tyre, which I really like. It's quite different. It's more square compared to the previous tyre. Yeah, I know the tyre is usually round, but the outside edges are more square, which gives it a little bit of a different driving feeling, especially on the limit. I quite like it so far, but I think this is the hardest test for all the tyres here on the so we're going to see how it unfolds in the long run today.
Excellent. Have a good race. Thanks, Lauren.
Yeah, great to hear from Lauren there. Great insight also on the tyre, but also on his teammate Bob, who's doing a fantastic job.
Well, aren't they just? And great to hear too that what was a fairly traumatic season for them last year did give them some learning points, and they've taken from that 15th to 1st in this part of the stint. Excellent stuff from them, and looking very strong. The lead, by the way, for Bob Grant is now 3.3 seconds, so pulling away. Konopka continues his progress in his bright yellow Orica.
We're just hearing from David that there are a lot of black clouds around and the weather is closing in.
We can see it just above the grandstand in that shot. That could arrive. If it does, trust me, you'll know about it, because it arrives fast and very wet indeed. We don't tend to get what we would term drizzle here, do we?
Not really, but we did. It was just spotting a bit yesterday. It didn't really rain super hard. But yeah, let's wait and see. You never really know. It's one of the things that's predictable, is how unpredictable the weather is.
Yes, it does make sense. Think about that one, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. So wherever you are, by the way, in the world, welcome. Whether or not you're here in the region, in this case, good afternoon, but good night and good morning elsewhere around the world. And we know that you're watching in and listening in. We are 40 minutes, bar some change, into this first 4-hour race of what will be 6 races in the Age of Le Mans series. Another one to come tomorrow. And no shortage of action so far as George Kurtz makes his way by the LMP3 car to just try to keep on the back of Alexander Matschel. This is a battle for 4th place at the moment. It's Europol competition lead.
Georgios Kolovos, yeah, he's making great strides here, some 5.3 seconds up the road from John Fowl.
And Sean Fowl, though, has not dropped Giorgio Roda. He's hanging on in there under a second back. We get to the battle we've just been looking at. It's the 59 car from United Autosports, and amongst the good news was that we will see United Autosports subject to selection back in the European Le Mans Series in GT this coming year in LMGT3. Fielded cars, of course, in the FI World Endurance Championship and the LMS in 2025, resting their efforts in WC.
Bernardo Sosa, they're just slicing through past Dustin Blattner.
There was no room left for error.
There wasn't. A lot of trust going on there, or just sort of eyes closed.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll get through. So he caught the Bartone car there by surprise. He had to open the wheel up there. And Bernardo is getting more and more confident, let's say, in that P2 Oreca Series 7 chassis.
Yeah, and he's still continuing to make progress up the order. Where is he now? 22nd. He's back in the top 10. That is a remarkable recovery from Bernardo Souza.
I'm sure he's sort of kicking himself a little bit for that spin earlier on, but you know, first time in it, first opening lap on these tyres here at Sepang. It's tough.
Look at the background. This is the lead. There is our leader. There's the second place car with third right there in his wheel tracks.
Yeah. Has Giorgio Roda gone into that sort of like tyre management phase? Are the guys at United in Giorgio's ear? He's still got those flashing lights, hasn't he?
Seeing a message, by the way, that says an incident involving cars 30 and 6 at turn 1. Well, that will have been the incident that left Fred Pordad turned around.
Yes.
No further action. That's whatever that was, has been seen as a racing incident.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that, did we?
We did not. We saw the after effects. That dropped the 30 car back down the order. He's now in 16th place. Remember, RD Limited, Romain Dumas' team. The only place I believe we're going to see RD Limited race this year is in the Asian Le Mans Series. They are not confident of being selected for European action at the game.
We were chatting with Romain Dumas, weren't we, at lunchtime?
Yeah, listening, I think.
He did a lot of talking.
Yeah, he's. I've got a lot of time for Romain.
Yeah,
he does a lot of extraordinary stuff, and a win in their first racing weekend ever, that team here last year, was an impressive thing. They're going to be looking to repeat that. They are keen to win an entry to Le Mans, and this is the only way they're going to do it, by taking the Asian Le Mans Series title. They are not alone in that. No. Looking up and down the order, I said there were 4 teams we would likely see only here. ARC Bratislava we've already looked at.
Bartone car there again, just had to sort of check as the P2 car arrived there at the apex, or just before the apex. He was turning into turn 14.
Still damaged, by the way. I think, is that the 71 car we've got coming down?
Yeah, I think that's been from the very start of the race, hasn't it? Never got it fixed.
That car can't be the 71. That must be the 23.
Right, yes, sorry.
It is. It's Louis Stern at 71. He's on pit lane still. To reiterate, by the way, the Duquesne is back in the race in the hands of Fabien Michal at 14 laps down. His laps are ticking off quickly.
He's all on board here with Dustin Blattner, the Kessel Racing Ferrari 296. Again, Dustin has made great progress through this race today. I think qualifying was a bit of a battle for them. Didn't quite work out for them, but yeah, making great progress. Here are the Manthey Porsches battling with the JMR Corvette Z06 GT3R.
Bonus Racing on pit lane. The Battle Cats, we're going to be getting the teach on the Battle Cats from Ollie Gavin at some point once he's found out what they are. But this is the new Japanese effort, another team that's whose LMP2 exploits at present will be here and only here in the Asian Le Mans Series this season. Yeah,
the pit stops are a little bit delayed here because we had that safety car period, didn't we? So it's just pushed things back a little.
It's a little early for them, I think.
Yeah.
I think they're looking to just keep out of trouble.
Somebody dropping a wheel off there on the exit of turn 3.
This group is
quick.
Yeah, this group is super tight there.
It's a little bit early for them. Pit stop Yeah, this is it's sort of strange to see the Manthey cars sort of that far down and the Origin car all the way to the front. And is that, you know, reflecting how good Bob is getting on behind the wheel of the Origin car?
Well, it most certainly is. The other thing we don't yet know, you mentioned it a little earlier, is what strategy they're taking to this. That's a pass, by the way, on Chrysler 2 disc from the, is that the high-class racing car? It is, of Jans-Grena Moller.
I think it was a Pordad, wasn't it?
I thought it was Pordad as well, but it's Moller that's in. You're right, it is Pordad.
Yeah, and Chrysler 2 disc is just getting eaten up here, and I get the feeling that Crichton's just got pushed off, eased off, offline one too many times. He's got an awful lot of pickup on the tyres, and the car's just feeling very odd underneath him, and he can't quite get the tyre cleaned up. And then you run wide again, and you get a little bit more pickup, and the car's moving, and it's on that used rubber that just never ever gives you a good feeling. It's always, it actually feels a lot of the time like you've got a puncher.
Yeah, he's under pressure right now from the number 70 car. That's the Vector Sport RLR car of Daniel Schneider. Slightly puzzled by the front view of that car, and Miro Konopka has made his way through traffic and is right up there as well.
He is right there with them, and he's right up the inside there, going across the apex of turn 4. I was waiting for a bit of contact there, but
got him.
Managed to avoid him. Nicely done, in fact.
I was slightly struggling with the head-on view, by the way, of that Vector Sport car with its new number 70. The front, my, it looks. I know. I will get there eventually. By Abu Dhabi's second race, I'll be on point. Does look like a United Autosports car from the front. Thanks, guys. On pit lane, by the way, John Fowle from second place. So now we start to see the lead group decide when it's the right time to move towards pit lane.
And you could sort of go, okay, so with the Ponos Racing, were they just playing it safe, going first time here at Sepang with this car, don't want to run out of fuel, just want to make sure we get the pit stop done? I
think it was an empty pit lane, no pressure, get it done. That's your first racing pit stop. Side by side, 26 and 8. This is
fifth.
It is indeed. It's Roman Wozniak and Jacek Zielonka, French and Polish drivers, respectively.
Still seeing those patches there. Still got a little bit of
full course yellow will be deployed in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
20.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow deployed, full course yellow deployed. T2 bear left, T2 bear left. We will have marshals exposed, collecting debris.
Debris it is.
A bit of contact there at T2.
But that will be, I wonder if that is actually still the results of the early part of this race. There is something that's been forced back onto the grass.
Well, we're going to see it here. Is this? Oh no, I think
that is John Fowle coming back out of the pits. Oh,
and Pordad just have to give him some room.
United ready.
They are. New tyres.
Full course yellow. You can't come into the pits.
No.
Well, you can, but it would be a mistake.
Emergency service.
Unless you have to, in which case you're in real trouble.
And so this come at exactly the wrong point for a lot of these teams.
So to repeat the point I sort of made in a rush earlier, pits are closed as soon as full course yellow is called and as soon as the safety car is scrambled. You can come in for emergency service, in other words, a critical repair, puncture for instance, safety related issue, or if you need fuel. You cannot have the fuel pipe connected for more than 8 seconds. And the kicker is that as soon as the race goes back to green, at the earliest possible opportunity under green, you must pit again. That's why the 66 car ran through pit lane.
Yeah, right at the start of the race there.
So effectively what it's trying to do is not let you take advantage from the opportunity not offered.
Yeah, sure. It's just now the stress will be pretty high with a lot of these teams. Can they get their cars around? I think should be okay, but it just depends on how long this full course yellow goes for. But I think that, yeah, that's going to be the stress, is can these cars make it round
at
for their stop?
13:50 and 30 seconds, we will remove full course yellow in less than 30 seconds.
The other quick thing to say is they've been told to switch the rain lights on.
No.
So
what do they know?
They're expecting the potential. Ben Hanley there.
Yeah. Just a hint of a smile there from Ben.
We will be removing full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow is removed. Full course yellow removed.
This is always interesting to see how everybody gets going.
Let's just take a quick look, by the way, as they get back up to speed. Keep an eye on the action as I have a quick look at the timing screens, Ollie.
Sure.
Inter Europe will lead this race. Georgios Kolovos from Giorgio Roda for United Autosports, the number 5 car. Alex Matchell with that stop for John Falb is up into 3rd from CrowdStrike Racing by APR's George Kurtz, and Roberto Lacorte has been on a quiet but effective race in 5th for Cetilar Racing, another team whose only programme is the Asian Le Mans Series. In LMP3, after the trials at the start of the race that didn't account for but substantially delayed pretty much half the field, it is CLX Motorsports' Paul Lancher that leads from a stunning run back through the class field from Chun Ting Ju, who started from the back. You want to tell us what's going on in?
Yeah, turn 11. There's a lot of squabbling here at the restart. Oh, they're 3 wide, going into 12. That didn't really work. And I think the JMR Corvette's come off worse with that. I think everybody's still okay. I'm not sure whether the JMR car might have a puncher. But no, it looks like it's all good. But yes, they're really squabbling there just to get back up to racing speed.
He got a good run off that turn as well. I think he's going to be alongside Antaresau, whose position into the final turn could have been, but won't be, compromised by the overall race leader coming through. So what happened here?
Oh, deep by the CrowdStrike car, I think that is. Yes, and they're still fighting as they're coming out of turn 15. Yeah,
he's got him.
Yeah, around the outside of Antares now.
And that all started, as the race leader, I could see in the background on pit lane, all started with a much better run out of turn 14 from the Corvette.
Yep, and it was who's this been turned around?
That's
at turn
a Corvette.
1. Yeah, it is the JMR car.
Which one?
Yeah, it's so difficult to. Their deliveries are
it is
so
99. It's okay. 99.
43 on pit lane.
So it is Prince Jeffrey. So also on pit lane is the 2nd place car Giorgio Roda and the 3rd place car of Alex Matchell.
And the wet tyres.
Wet tyres going on?
No, but they're just they're waiting.
Just in case.
Just in case, yeah. I think that all of these teams are pretty primed for this. Wondering what on earth is around the corner, what's coming over the horizon with the weather.
Yeah, well-drilled teams. These teams, and now pretty much everybody in that lead group is on pit lane, with the exception of Roberto Lacorte, who's gone through and leads the race now.
Wet tyres. Wet tyres going on the 43 car.
Well.
See that right? Yeah, wet tyres going on the. Wow.
Well, I'm guessing because I've not seen the words on the screen, but the fact that race control was saying rain lights on effectively is declaring a wet race, which means they can use wet tyres.
That's bold, though. That's really bold. Oh, who's got turned around there? Was that Mimo Gidley?
Kessel. It is Mimo Gidley, and I think he got hit by the Corvette.
Did he?
So you can see in his mirror as he came back around, the Corvette was broadside behind him. So I wonder whether
we've got rain on the far side of the track there. We've got somebody
trouble.
off at where is that?
There's damage.
Turn 4. Is it turn 4? No, 7, I believe.
And left-hand legality panel, and there's a front.
We've got no wonder.
Wheel
43
cover.
was going to the rain tyres. We can't see that from inside our booth.
Yeah,
all of these runners are going to be coming straight to the pit lane.
That was perfect timing from Inter Europol.
Yeah, and
perfect.
Yeah. They're not. They're not. There's only a few that are coming down pit lane. These GT runners are going to continue and deal with this wet weather on slick tyres. They're rolling the dice here. These teams are looking at the same radar that everyone else is.
They're going to go virtual safety car.
Yeah.
Virtual safety car is coming out. The virtual safety car, it's not, but as a theory it is. It is going to be in the next 15 seconds. And that could be the saviour for some of these teams that opted to stay out here.
Yeah, it's quite strange, particularly with what we'd seen with that the P3 car off in the gravel trap.
So let me explain what this is. We've got yellow at turn 7-8, which is where the 85 car is off the track. Virtual safety car is scrambled. Pits stay open for a virtual safety car. We'll come to why in just a minute.
Here we go. That'll be the reason why. Sorry, I'm just talking to myself.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
80K's an hour, the cars we're down to now.
Indeed. So no safety car actually out, but virtual safety car. So you come down to safety car speed. Pits stay open for at least 2 laps. Okay. That is to give everybody the opportunity to pit. This is very good news for Chetanwal Racing.
Yep, it is.
Because they get to stop under the virtual safety car. Now, what's going to be interesting here is where is the next car in the order? That should be the number 3.
They've got rain tyres.
So Alexander Matchell, I think, has gone through to lead the race. He does, but I'm not sure we're going to see John Falb get past the pit exit ahead of Roberto. Look to the left here. There he is.
Yeah.
There's John Falb, and he's just about going to do it.
He is.
It's so tight.
It is, but I'm not sure what tyres everybody is on. I think the Settler car is definitely on reins.
So DCAR Engineering now lead this race. There's a topsy-turvy moment for you.
Can't take your eyes off it.
You really can't, and we shouldn't because we're being paid to do this. Alexander Matchell leads the race from John Falb. Roberto Lecorte has filtered out back into 3rd place, then Giorgio Roda. And
so what happened here? Well, the 85 got going again.
He's got nothing. He's
wow.
So what? So what? He's hit something or somebody.
Yeah, well, that's definitely what's happened.
But who?
Has he just had an accident on his own? Has he hit the fence, or has he hit someone else?
He's a long way from the fence there.
Yep.
Unless he's had a minor contact and then it's failed. Now bear in mind that car has been into the garage for repairs.
True.
In, by the way, comes off what has been our 2nd place car in GT. Giving wet weather tyres predictably for the AMG. Origin lead.
This car's well drilled. All of these teams are. Get speed. Very strong German operation. Yeah, we're hearing everybody standing by with wets right now, which is understandable.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look monsoon, does it? Or super
No.
hard? And how much is this going to really affect the racing surface? We saw in qualifying that, yes, it took quite a while to dry because it's so humid here, but and with just a tiny amount of standing water, or if not really no standing water, wet tyres were still the go-to.
The key here is Georgios Kolovos came in from the lead, took wet weather tyres.
That can be one of the critical corners on the racetrack as you're coming into the pit lane. If you're on dry tyres in the wet, you could so easily just slide off the road there straight into the guardrail.
Yeah.
Got to be super careful.
Kolovos has dropped back into the pack. So the time it took him on pit lane has put him into the pack. But we know he's on wets, and we think some of the other cars might well be on dry weather tyres.
We're watching that Manthey car come into the pit lane. There's a driver that really didn't know, where is the pit lane speed limit button? How do I get it down? Am I down to the pit lane speed? He overslowed the car,
yeah.
And then he had to speed up again to get it into the pit box.
85 car, we can see, has made it back to pit lane. But there's a lot of debris at turn 7, turn 8. So to complete what happens on the virtual safety car, pits are currently open for 2 laps, so allow people to pits so that this intervention doesn't overly affect anybody's race in a mixed class race. At the time of choosing of the race director, you will see the safety car deployed. At that point, the pit entry closes. You can still leave the pits, but you can't enter the pits. We then go into a regular safety car regime, including the potential for a pass around.
Yep.
Pass around will take place if you've got a car in any class with its leader behind it in the queue. So this is the other part. This is the other part of it. Just hearing in my left ear from David Addison, and I think you're about to respond to the same thing, Laurie. This is the other part of the weather pattern here. It can be very sharp but short. and because temperatures are high at this part of the day, it can drive very quickly as well.
It can drive very quickly, but it's the humidity, and that's what we saw this morning. That switch between the solar energy burning the moisture off the surface, and then the humidity actually sort of keeping it there. So you actually need to have that solar energy there. What's that on the screen that they're looking?
Clock. Time's up.
Yeah. Oh, is that for the time stop that they have to do?
Fuel.
Longest
who was in the 13?
Yeah.
It's a long stop. You're absolutely right.
Right.
So they were doing a long stop. I'll come to that in a moment. Deco Engineering, by the way, Alexander Matchell is on pit lane from the lead. Here comes the leader in GT.
Yeah.
And he also is on pit lane.
Also
lead of the class.
So
to explain, the LMP3 class uniquely has 2 in this 4-hour race mandatory longer stops, 100 seconds each for those. So a minute and 40 seconds is what you're looking for on the pit stop counter if you're watching online, timing and scoring. And indeed, it looks to me as if into Europol I've nailed that. Well, 1 minute 40. You get under that, and
it's a short one.
It's a short one, and you've burned too long.
It does not count.
So what it's all about is discipline and safety, and trying to train what is a development class. Oh gosh, there's an awful lot of brake dust in that one, wasn't there?
Oh yeah, that's going to hurt them. That's a bit too much.
This early?
Yeah, it is. And the man on the right front there was struggling.
What's going on here? This is...
I think got confusion here coming in the pit lane. Well, I think we're going to go down and have an interview here with David Addison.
Yeah, down in the pit lane, Harry King modelling his new bright pink overalls. I feel like I could pull your head off and use you as a highlighter pen. They're very fetching. More importantly, though, the car just been in. Banksy's been in, and what did you do? Wets?
Yeah, thanks for the compliment, firstly. Very well received. Yeah, we went onto the wets. It's a short sprinkle of rain, but it really came down quite hard. I think the majority as well went onto the wets, but we usually always find ourselves in this situation in Sepang with a wet, drying track. The only problem here is it dries extremely quick. So if we're in the same boat as the majority of other cars, then it's okay, but full credit to Banksy-san. Really good opening stint. I mean, his qualification was supreme this morning with a P3, and it's their first event, outside of Japan. So very happy with how they're developing so far.
Just going back to the tyre choice, is that kind of because he's a bronze, or would you have gone the same way? If you're a hero, you might tiptoe around, I guess, but you could lose a lot of time.
It's always easy to be the hero in the briefing room and say put the stakes on, but ultimately it's still a long race. We've got to make sure we're on the lead lap, and if we do the same thing as the majority, then I think we're in a safe hands. So yeah, I think wets was maybe the right call, depending on how quickly it dries.
Quick word about your season for next year. Exciting things in America, and Porsche have woken up to you at last.
Yeah, it's a delight to be welcomed back into Porsche, and it feels like home. It's somewhere where I've grown up and built my trade in GT cars. So yeah, to be involved in the sport and with the team and the family, it's a great feeling, and I look forward to getting going.
Excellent. Have a good race this weekend. Thanks, Harry.
Cheers. Thank you.
Harry named as a 2026 Porsche contracted driver and will be sharing Rexy, the AO Racing GTD Pro Porsche for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship with none other than Mr. 24, Nick Tandy. So there'll be, I'm sure, fun games and frolics with Gunnar Jeanette and PJ Hyatt's team in the States, and a very popular effort with the public as well. And Harry King is about to see his talents displayed to a whole new audience.
Yeah, it should be fantastic. Getting out there in the IMSA Championship, it's wonderful racing, fantastic stuff, and that is a brilliant team.
Yeah, this is the second stop for Ponos Racing.
They're just coming for wets.
Yes, indeed.
But I think I saw the 37 car going out on slicks. Not 100% sure, but I think that there's been quite a mix-up here on what people are choosing, because as Harry King said, it does drive, when the sun is out, it does drive very, very fast here, and the track temperature is up. So let's see. I think there's a real mix-up in the choices in the rubber you can put on the car.
It was interesting, by the way. Where I was getting slightly concerned was George Kurtz made his way to the pit lane. Safety car is now scrambled, so the John Falb car here should be the last car down pit lane without having to pit again. But George Kurtz down the pit lane very slowly and with a long queue of cars behind him. That will not have helped some of those cars in terms of some of their battles.
Was he just trying to make sure he got over the hour mark? Was that what he's trying to do?
But if that's the case, we've seen before. We saw that in the European Le Mans Series race earlier this year. Stewards did not like that.
Right. Okay.
We'll wait and see.
Yeah. I don't know that. I was just trying to put it all together, and whether there was a call, maybe it was a mix-up in the radio, and all of these sorts of things. You just, it's very hard to pick out from here exactly what's happening, but there could be many different reasons why.
Yeah. Giorgio Roda, by the way, and Roberto Lacorte also came down pit lane, and now it's a red light at the end of pit lane to allow a safe rejoin under the safety car. Now, safety car is on track.
It
there
is.
It is. Toyota Supra with
wipers on.
Yeah, Alexander Matchell behind him. And when are these cars going to be released? There's a gaggle of cars coming through. This is going to hurt them.
It is, but I think that they're going to get released shortly, aren't they?
They are, but they've lost 1, 2, I think it's going to be 3 places here. 4 places. There you go. So they will rejoin in 6th, 7th and 8th places.
Yeah, but if they're on the slick tyre now, and that's the right tyre
Fair
to be
point.
on, it's worth it.
So Matchell leads from Georgios Kolovos, Ben Hanley, the first of the pros aboard car, and Bernardo Souza, Jan Erlache on board the 44 car. Let's take a look back though at the first hour of this 4-hour race. Action started under sunny skies with Giorgio Roda leading away the field. Behind him and almost alongside him, battles underway. Jens Reiner Moller is about to be squeezed by Georgios Kolovos to the inside, John Falk to the outside, and it was the Inter-Europol car that made it through into 2nd place in the early running, but there was chaos behind amongst a number of P2 cars. It was one of the 23 events cars that looked to run wide, come back on and cause a multi-car collision that would account for a number of, in fact, almost half of the LMP3 field on the very first lap, with big delays and big damage to come. It was there as the Corvette clips the back of one of the 23 events cars. 71, and the number 1 of Ajit Kumar involved in that. Battles underway. Meanwhile, as Terence Woodward, the luckless Terence Woodward, damaged the rear of his car, would require assistance to get by, and that car is still in the garage with the first hour having elapsed now. Regime Motorsports, Bob Nguyen making his way up from what was 15th place, and then a lurid spin from Bernardo Souza, struggled to rejoin, joined back of the field and would have a first hour recovery. That's the damage to number 1, damage to number 29. Number 1 remains in the garage at the restart. It was all about Giorgio Roda and Georgios Kolovos. Kolovos it was that put the race leader under pressure successfully, took the lead into turn 2. Nguyen, meanwhile, had continued his progress and was about to deal with the threat of the UNX WRT BMW to get up in 2nd place, and he wasn't done yet. LMP3, damaged car ahead here as Bernardo Souza made his way through the traffic, side by side here with Dustin Blattner and Tony McIntosh. They were toughing it through middle rank, and battle here as well between APR and Nielsen Racing. Juan made his way to the front of the field. Great battle with the Qatari driver in the AMG, but it was the Porsche that would pull ahead and start to pull away. More battles still in LMP2 into and through traffic. Number 5 car has then problems for the 85, having been in the pits for a long time. Damage and a spin out into the gravel would bring out the virtual safety car as the rain started to fall. A touch as well between Memo Gidley and one of the JMR Corvettes. 85 Duquesne rejoining, but as you'll see, serious front end damage to that car. So with the virtual safety car deployed, And rain tyres underway. The field under control now, the safety car with DK Engineering's Alexander Matchell leading the way from into Europol's 43 car, Georgios Kolovos. Topsy-turvy stuff with tyre selection into and through the safety car period. United Autosport's Ben Hanley is third. In LMP3, 17th overall, into Europol lead in the hands of Alex Bakantsov. Paul Ancher in the CLX Motorsport car that led coming into the pit stops is in a strong second position, and High Class Racing's Tim Well is third. In GT, the Origin Porsche in the midst of the LMP3 pack at the moment, ahead of the Get Speed number 9 AMG now, ahead of its sister car. So it's an AMG 2-3 with Giacomo Petrapelli sitting fourth in the number 56 Aston Martin. Tony McIntosh in a strong fifth in the Team WRT BMW.
Yeah, we're just seeing there from those last pit stops that a number of the P2 runners have got their bronzes out, and they've just got over the hour mark, and they've managed to get their pros back on board. So that's the 6, the 44, the 20, the 5 and the 47 have all got their pros on board. We're now going to go down into the pits and have an interview with David Addison.
Now, just to prove the point that I don't only get to talk to Giorgio Roda as the pole sitter, we can talk to him as a guy that's led the race, but a tough first stint.
Yeah, it was not easy. Got a good start for the stint. Then there was a safety car at lap 2 or 3. The restart of safety car was not the best of the one I've done in my life, and I got overtaken by another car. Then it was still P2 and managing the pace and managing the tire. Tire deck gear is really high, and that made it a bit tough as a stint. And then actually the rain came, and it was a bit strange because sector 1 was dry, sector 2 was getting the rain, and then sector 3 was dry again. And then the lap after we got sector 1 dry, sector 2 and 3 rain, and then it was moving around, and I was keeping in touch with my engineer if slick tires was the case, and I said, okay, yeah, we can keep to the slicks and wait if the storm is coming or not.
So you put another set of slicks on when you did the driver change, but now under the safety car, you're not going that quickly to get the warmth in the slick tyre.
Yeah, now it's Gregory, my teammate in the car, with a new set of 6 tires, hoping that the rain stops. But who knows here?
Always a gamble.
Yeah, it's always a gamble and always hard to judge because, as I said, sector 1 is one thing, sector 2 is sector 3. It's moving so fast here, and you cannot predict anything. And like in 5 seconds, maybe it's a storm coming, so we don't ever know. And everybody will come in to change for the tires. I don't know the other strategies, so I know that I think we have a good car for the race. It's a pretty high deck track, so it's tough, but we're trying to manage it.
A good job, well done. Thanks, Giorgio.
Yeah, it's now the other United car, by the way, that's right up there. There is the weather.
It's passed through, hasn't it?
I think so. I think we may be getting clearer at this point. It's going to be about what tyres the cars are on, what state the track is going to be in, how quickly it dries, all those good things. DKR lead with Alexander Matchell. The
Still got their bronze on board, haven't they?
So do Interior Pole competition. Ben Hanley is the first of the pros in amongst that, like a shark in amongst the sardines.
Interesting to see who's actually on the slicks as well, because round this part of the racetrack coming over the start-finish line, it looks pretty dry, but at turn 11, most southerly part of the racetrack, it is very, very wet. And so I think that's going to be the challenge here. What can you make work? Can you make the slick tyre work around that spot on the racetrack where it's very, very wet, and then just pull away all the way through sort of that first sector and into the second sector? Or can you make the rain tyre work? I mean, this is all the things that the teams and the drivers will be trying to work their way through, and what is the best plan, and long-term, what is the best way of working this. If you can make the slick tyre work, then great.
Not quite sure why one or two of those teams that have been in for a second stop kept their bronze aboard.
Yeah, I think that they were maybe a little bit shy on taking the bronze out and wondering about the drive time and where it was, and maybe that was the reason for George Kurtz and his stumble on the way into the pit lane. I don't know. We're only guessing here. Everybody could send us some information on it.
But where we are is, it is into Europol sitting second to DKR Engineering in LMP2. Into Europol lead LMP3 after a very tricky start to this race meeting for both those Polish entered cars. Cinex Motorsport second in LMP2. Origin from Get Speed, as I said earlier, in the GT class. And just looking at why the Get Speed, the Qatari entered Get Speed car has lost that place, and it comes because they've made 2 pit stops to the 1 for the Get Speed car ahead. So they clearly did that tyre choice shuffle.
Yeah, I think that was, they came in twice, didn't they? And they were trying to get ahead, but in doing so, they've hurt themselves a little bit.
Whilst we've been talking through that, and whilst David Addison has been chatting to Giorgio Rodi, we have had a pass around that only affected the LMP3 class. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 LMP3 cars got a pass around. Just the lead 2 that initially had been at the back of the safety car queue.
This is where it's very, very wet. You can see the reflection there and the spray coming up, but it's no ways wet anywhere else on the track.
That's a challenge, isn't it? We saw this in one of the 2 races last year, where bone dry on 3/4 of the track, and then 2 or 3 corners. Safety car was coming in this lap, by the way. 2 or 3 corners that were ready. Absolutely streaming.
Roll your sleeves up, lads. This is going to be fun.
Yep, it's going to be about it's an interesting restart point, isn't it, on this track? And what's not going to help Ben Hanley is he's behind that GT car.
Yeah.
He cannot pass until the line.
The GT car is just backing them up, and it's curious and why he's so far back.
And he's not now.
No, he's not now, and he's going to run up the back of them.
Oh,
he's on the grass.
What happened there?
Well, he was just coming at it, and you know, the 3 cars controlling the speed, working his way through and picking his point when he's going to accelerate, which is he's rightly able to do. The Origin car was just coming at it, and Ben was just following.
Disaster averted.
Yeah, fortunately no incident there.
Car 3 is under review, it says here.
Wow, did he go and then slow down?
No, very odd. There's a big gap with Fred Pordad still aboard the number 30 car.
Yeah, he could still be on the slick. He's just trying to get it going again here.
Getting a bit tippy-toe here through turn 1, 2, 3.
Yes, just doesn't seem to be that hooked up and that confident, does he? Seeing a number of runners here on different tyres, and it's going to be well, David hopefully is going to be able to help us here a little bit with which car's on which tyre, so we haven't been able to see every single pit stop.
So away we go, 2 hours and 43 minutes to go. Is a change for the lead, by the way, and that is 2 positions taken by Ben Hanley. So Ben Hanley now leads the race.
Interested to see if he is on the slick tyre, which by the way that the car is looking, 43 going very, very wide there. I believe they are on the rain tyre, but I'm not sure if Ben is on the slick or not.
They definitely came in and took wets into Europol.
Yes, they did.
So they are definitely on the red
22 car, Souza.
Oh, there's a touch to the rear of the United car from the number 44. That's Yann Erlaché making a bit of a mistake there. It's the back of Gregoire Saucy. Also off the track is the 64 car.
Cembrit Balamboki.
Yeah, Cembrit Bezi in the Turkish driver running wide as well. So it's a bit of a struggle out there. Side by side, Saucy on the 22 car from Proton Competition. It's all happening out there, isn't it, at the moment?
It is.
That's Bernardo Souza still at the wheel, by the way. Saucy up in the 4th place.
Yeah, and it's mixed conditions are really just mixing it up. You know, everybody's battling to get the thing going again. And it's who's on what, and we know that the 43 is on the rain tyre. And I'm pretty sure that the United car is not.
We're about to see, aren't we? Because it's going to be very different grip levels at different parts of this track. If you can drive around the outside here, you'd guess that is on slicks.
Yeah, I would guess it is. Okay, we're just hearing both United cars are on slicks, so that would explain the reasons why it could do that, drive around the outside.
It looks to me as if the 22 car is as well, because sitting duck at the moment.
The 43 is, yes. Around the outside by the satellite car. There's Charles Malasey on board that car now.
Yeah. So looking good for Chetelaar as well. So United having a good spell here. In fact, they're now 1-2 because Gregoire Saucy has continued his attack and gone around Alexander Matchell as well.
What's happened here? Is this on the... the Nielsen car got pushed off as...
That was the incident that earlier
Chen was trying to go around the outside and he just got eased out. Tough one. Oh, and is that going to hurt the United car? That little tap there from the 44, is that going to hurt the United car with this diffuser? They're coming through turns 12 into 13, just missed the brake point, misjudged it, just tagged him and he looped it.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
It looked to me as if the impact point was the bodywork just behind the right rear wheel.
It was.
Which hopefully shouldn't have done too much damage. Oh, big wiggle there from the high-class racing car. That's going to allow the ASE Bratislava car another run.
Yeah, that's just one of the wettest parts of the track now, and it's those slick runners are just going to survive through there, not lose time, don't make a mistake.
Problem, I think, for the 45 car. They may well have got back going. They've had double yellows out at turn 9. But they have been withdrawn now.
Origin car just trying to stay out the way of the P2 cars, and yeah, just got that tighter line. It comes through and off the corner. The RD Limited car trying to go around the outside. It's got that done, but it's Fred Pordad's still on board.
Kolovos has pitted. Sorry, Ollie. To take that car off those wets. Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, let's go and have a word down in pit lane and see if we can get a better understanding of what went on for George Kurtz. He's with David Addison right now.
And George Kurtz is with me after. George, it looked like a good first stint, but a little bit of confusion at the end. Just talk me through it.
Yeah, I think the start was very good. We gained a couple of spots. We were in P5 most of the race. It started to rain at the end, and we just lost a little bit of time coming in under the safety car and a little bit long in the pits. And you know, we got knocked back a little bit more than we'd like, but we're still in the hunt, and a lot can happen. But I think overall it was solid. Car was on the track in one piece for Louis.
And it's an incredibly competitive class again, P2.
It always is. You know, I think one of the top classes really in the world of bronze drivers. So everybody up and down is great, and it's just such a great series. So much track time, and at the end of the day, there's a lot of unpredictability with the rain, the tires, who's on wets, who's on dries, and you know, I think a few gambles may pay off for a couple cars.
And we get to see you not only in prototypes, but also in GT cars. Do you have a preference?
I like both. I do like the prototype a little bit better, you know, just a high speed, and it just requires a lot more finesse from a driving perspective, no ABS, and TC isn't quite as good, but I think if you can drive both cars, it makes you a better driver.
Okay, so you lost a bit of time in that pit stop, but you're still in there fighting.
We're still in the fight. A lot can happen, you know. That's the beauty of this series. We just got to stay in it and hang around to the end.
Excellent, George. Thanks very much.
Cracking battles underway. Here's another one. Number 3 from DK Engineering, under pressure for the 22. This is for third place. Alexander Matchell and Bernardo Souza. Souza's having a cracking debut.
He's really enjoying his time, isn't he?
Just his rally routes are showing. We just were treated, by the way, to cracking at the battle between Banksy and the number 77 Proton cars. We'll take another look here at Bernardo Souza up the inside of the DKR car, and Tony McIntosh. Tony getting passed by the Porsche, but not giving that place up.
Oh no, it was wheel to wheel for a number of corners. It was great to see. I think they're both still on wet tyres, but yeah, they were battling hard but fair. Oh, turn around there. That's by UNX BMW's got into the side of the 296 for the 54 car.
That's who's aboard the 54. It is Thomas Fleur.
Yeah, that was
just on his way out of the pits.
Oh, and that was I think it was that the 54 car just
That's
going
51.
wide. 51 going wide there. Sorry, got mixed up with my 50s.
But there must be just out the pits as well. Where's the Origin car gone? It's gone down to third place. So has that car been? It has not been out the pits. So that has been passed. That's at a moment. That's lost 4 seconds and has fallen behind both of the AMGs. So it's an AMG 1-2 now. Bogrian has had some kind of problem, or is he on the right tyre?
Yeah, we're not sure what tyre that Bob's on. But yeah, it really is at this point. You know, we've got this very wet part right here. And then there's the rest of the track seems pretty dry. And you just got to exist at this point. This is really, really tight here between the P2 battle here.
This is the Proton 88 car to the inside of the Feldmeier colours and the Algarve Pro car. That's the 25 car in the hands now of Enzo Trulli, son of Jana Trulli. He takes that position. His next target is the 49 high-class racing car of Theo Jensen, reigning European Le Mans Series LMP3 champion, making his LMP2 debut. Enzo Trulli, by the way, named as Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific's nominated driver for the coming year.
Yeah, the Feldmeier car, I think, is still on the wets, so they're just coming back in to get those changed over to the dries, and that just explains the performance difference there we saw on track and the different lines everybody was driving and taking.
So looking at the gaps here, Hanley and Saucy, having gone to the lead, have driven away. The gap now to third place, Bernardo Souza, 17 seconds after a safety car.
Yeah, and they're going to have to pit that 22 car at some point soon to get Souza out.
RSGP, by the way, have done a remarkable job to get that 85 car back out. And it looks to me as if they've fixed the rear, the Galaxy panel as well.
Yeah, they have.
How long was that car on pit lane? I'm looking here, 4 minutes and 27 seconds for a full front end fix and a rear end fix.
Impressive.
So 88, we're hearing the Feldmeier liveried Proton car onto slicks. We're also seeing that car 20 is going to get 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for causing a collision. That is Matthias Kaiser now aboard the 20. Did we see that one?
No, I don't think we did. We'll see a great battle though between Theodor Jensen and Enzo Trulli. And this is, I think this is the Origin car, and I think this Origin car might be on the wrong tyre, the way that it's dropping back. And it's some 10 seconds now off the back of the QMF by Get Speed car. It must be on wets, has to be. It's being passed there by the 21 car.
Yeah, that's Darren Young.
Yeah.
As we said a little earlier, and trouble here for reigning champions Breton Racing. It's turn 2 again. It's been the graveyard of many hopes in LMP3 today, I'm afraid. What happened there? So
coming in hot, just got a bit deep there, and then he's tried to come back. And I can pretty much, he's going to go up the inside of the McLaren here. That was never on, and then he's into the back. The Ferrari there joins him as that it all went wrong. That was
yeah, Jacek Delonka, that was a bit clumsy, I'm afraid, from the LMP3 driver there. That was never on.
No, that lunge there on the McLaren was way too late. Never going to work.
Bob Huan, by the way, now getting a warning flag for abusing track limits. So double trouble for the Origin car.
Yeah,
struggling for pace, and also
it just goes to show, doesn't it? Just one wrong choice with the tyre in these conditions, and all of a sudden the race just unravels so quickly. So they're going to have to bite the bullet here and get him in.
Number of P2 cars currently on pit lane.
They're going to be waiting actually, because it's drive time with the bronzes in GT, hour and a half. So we've got another 2 and a bit minutes that Bob's got to exist out there and just got to try and keep it round, limp it round. Hopefully those rain tyres will stay underneath him.
So what we're seeing, I think, on the pit lane shot there is the number 20 car serving that additional time penalty.
Enzo Trulli just made it past Theodor Jensen there, and he's making good time.
That's
getting
going
away
off the wets onto the dry tyres, and that's what's going on for the 3 cars on pit lane at the moment. Might well be the last of the group to do so.
Yeah, 20 car.
Amazing, isn't it? At times it looks like a genius move, and 2 laps later, it's in ashes.
Yeah, it can, and here it does drive very, very quickly, as long as it's you know, that solar is out there and it's burning off that moisture.
Inside Porsche on Kessel Ferrari.
Yeah, the Kessel Ferrari looks like it's on wets. Yeah, we're just getting confirmation there that Bob Wan is on wets. So yeah, he's going to be another minute and 15 seconds. He'll be able to come down pit lane.
Yeah. Excellent execution, by the way, by Get Speed. This 1-2 run. A little bit of fortune in terms of the tyre choice for their competition, but you can't get away from the fact they've got both their cars in the front of this race.
Yeah, they have.
Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi has had a cracking start to this race. I don't think he's been lower than third at any point.
No, he's kept it right up there. Really has. Really enjoyed his driving and his run. You're seeing on board the Team Turkey, Tom Van Rompuy here having a battle with Banksy. And that's a TF Sport Corvette Z06 GT3R.
Yeah, the Racing Team Turkey colours back in motorsport. It's great to see it.
And the Feldmite car just going around the outside. Banksy's blocking a little bit there. Yeah, a little bit rude there to Tom Van Rompuy. And Tom's getting swamped now. P2 cars left and right, doesn't know where to go. And he's around the outside, around the inside. There's the two P2 cars squabbling. Is that the lead that we're looking at there in P2?
Yes, it is. That's the two United cars, isn't it?
Well, no, it's one of the United cars. No, and being these new liveries, we're not picking them very well, are we, Graham?
That is the leader. It's the Vector car.
Yeah.
It's the 6 of the Vector car. So the Vector car must be lapped. It is.
Yeah.
Jacob Abel he's trying to unlap himself.
That's we're stopping himself from going a lap down.
Well, that was all going on, by the way. Look at this. This is Tony McIntosh. Is he passed the Corvette? He has. The Corvette, I think, may have pitted.
Yeah.
No, apologies. The Corvette has passed Banksy. It's now Tony McIntosh in a battle with the JMR Corvette and the other TF Corvette. So he's in a sea of C8s at the moment. And trying to get on terms with the Porsche. Leave me alone, American cars, he's saying. I want to deal with a German.
Blake McDonald's there, right around with Tony McIntosh. Those two have been around one another most of this hour and a half. And it's going to be time for them to come in shortly to switch to their silver driver.
This is the battle 7th through to 10th, by the way, in that little melee. Well, into Europol competition, Alexander Pikantsov sits at the moment now 3rd as things roll out in LMP3. CLX Motorsport back into the lead and into the top 10, by the way. Bernardo Souza, as we've passed the 1.5 hour mark, he's on pit lane. So they will be, I'm sure, running to a fuel strategy rather than anything else at this stage, trying to keep that stint as orderly as possible. But that will be Bernardo's time done. He's had some adventures today, hasn't he?
He certainly has. He's been in the thick of the action. Yeah, he'll be full of it, beaming, I'm sure, from his experience in the Proton P2 car.
Well, he's learned what it can do and he's learned what it can't do.
Yeah, that's true. I'm sure all of these GT runners here, I'm pretty sure we're going to see them all coming down pit lane this lap. Because their drive time is up. It's just going to be whether it's the fuel strategy or not at the right point. But I think also a lot of these cars are still on the wet tyre.
Looking at where that's left our friends from Origin, they're still sitting 4th. Martin Berry is next up in that order and is catching. To give you an idea, Martin Berry in the EBM Aston Martin is catching the Origin Porsche to the tune of 5 seconds a lap at the moment.
Yeah, that's got to be a time mismatch, hasn't it? And I think Tony McIntosh has come in, so has Tom Van Rompuy.
Yeah.
And there's a number of cars peeling off and coming down pit lane. Blake McDonald stays on track. And
TFC's on pit lane as well. Yasser Shaheen, Tony McIntosh, Dustin Blackman. So yeah, absolutely right. That's a battle group of what, 6 scrapping GT3s and more to come.
I'm interested to see why Blake didn't come down pit lane, but they'll have a plan, they'll have a strategy. Impossible to call from up here.
Well, maybe just splitting the strategy of the 2 TF cars, keep it easy to get in and out of the pits.
Yeah, and the Team Turkey car was on wet tyres.
Both the WRC BMWs are in. There's Banksy getting out of the 77 Porsche.
Done a nice job.
Hasn't he just?
Yeah.
I think he enjoyed that.
Yeah. Rain tyres will definitely be used up. Banksy's trying to get out of the way, not get run over by the Team Turkey car.
That's you've got a clean run through pit lane.
Yeah, that'd be Sally Yollick. And, well, Sally, when he's going, he's going.
Yes. Put in the Turk in Team Turkey. Blackthorn out then. It is Tom Van Rompuy, it says. unless they've not done the driver identify. But I see no reason why he should still be in.
No, he's done his time.
Keep an eye on that.
Yeah. 59 car getting out of the box, the United car. Who's on board with this?
Number
with
99 car, that is Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Plays the car.
Yeah, you can see he's just trying to get those tyres going. Car just walking under the cold tyre. Oh, tricky conditions right here. This is the, I think that might have been Lauren Heinrich, actually. Was that
the Origin car?
Was that the Origin car? 87's on pit lane now, so...
Not quite.
No.
Maybe on his way in.
Yeah.
That was the 70 car unlapping himself in the 22.
And there's Bob.
Apologies, that was 70 car for position on the 22. And 70 in the hands of Jacob Abel back up into 10th place, but still not on the lead lap, has not passed Ben Hanley.
Right.
There is Ben.
And Ben's just going about his business extremely well, as he does. I mean, absolute pro in the P2 cars. And he's just picking off the traffic, working his way through it, being smart.
What he's looking to do is put a lap on the 88 car here, because the 88 car is full position.
It is.
It goes up the inside of those two GTs. That doesn't quite work in terms of getting onto terms with the Proton car. 88 is in the hands of Hurst's Felix Felbermeyer.
So he's the son, isn't he?
He's the son of
Junior.
We should explain, it's a long destiny of Felbermeyer's. Hurst Senior, in your and my money,
yes,
sadly forced into retirement after an incident at Le Mans, left him quite badly injured. Passed away some years ago now.
Are these the three battling away?
That's the leader.
Is that the leader? They're trying to get back on the lead lap?
Must be.
They're that far down?
They must be. That is the leader, that's the 37 car.
And is that Parker Thompson on board?
Parker Thompson under pressure there from Racing Team Turkey car. Sally Yullock, by the way, is now shown aboard that car. That car is indeed a lap down. How's that happened?
Yeah, we've missed that one, that's for sure.
Drive-through penalty for car number 66, track limits. That is the second of the JMR cars in the hands of Prince Abu.
Well, so that is because the bronzes are still on board the Get Speed cars, aren't they?
Yes, that's right.
And AF course still Darren Leong and Martin Berry still in the EBM car. So those guys are still to make their stops. That's the reason why. Yes, that's why we've missed it.
But Prince Abu, by the way, having got aboard that car, is going to be serving a drive-through penalty.
66.
It's not going great for the JMR cars. They're sitting down in 16th and 17th. They've had their own fair share of incidents, but they've been caught up in other incidents for others.
Yeah, they've just not quite kept it clean.
No.
And it is so important in Asian Le Mans Series to keep it clean. And what's this? This is Kessel Racing here.
It's the Mabel Gidley car, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it's battling with something. Is this on wet tyres? Or has it just come out the pit lane? That could
just
be what
go
it
out.
is.
Dylan Medler's aboard that car.
Yeah. Or just trying to get those slick tyres going, and it's tippy-toe stuff here. He's just trying to get everything going, and in the window, get the pressures up a little bit before we get to this wet part of the racetrack here. As you come out of 9, you get into this wet part, and it's skittish, and you can see with the way that the car's just not quite underneath him. And here it's a battle all the way, just trying to get it back to the apex here at turn 11. Or just gently on the throttle, gently. You can see by the way how quick the movements are on the wheel, how he's just trying to keep the car underneath him. And there's those fast sort of edgy movements. And then there's the hardest braking point on the whole racetrack, turning into turn 14.
70 car still trying to get that lap back, by the way. That is the battle for, it's the 5 now, isn't it? Behind Gregoire Soutsea.
Yeah, so he's dropped behind Gregoire now.
So car 77, by the way, that is the car that was just pitted by Banksy. It's now got his Japanese colleague ahead. Fujinami-san is going to get a drive-through penalty for abusing track limits as well. So
he's been in it, has he?
I think they're catching up with stuff in the intro here.
It
been pretty frenetic. I don't think that's him having done it. I think it's the car.
Oh, you think so?
I think it's the car. Well, we've spoken to a wide variety of drivers through this weekend. Well, why not Matt Bell?
You can tell it's an English interview because it's going to be about the weather. Matt, about the only sort of real constant in this seems to be whatever a team does with the tyres, it's the wrong choice.
Yeah, I forgot my crystal ball, unfortunately. I left that at home, so I wish I'd brought it. It would have been very useful right now. Yeah, everyone's out there taking different gambles, taking different risks, and we won't know who's right until the end of the race, basically. So half of us are hoping rain's coming, half of us are praying it stays away. We'll see what happens.
And what are you hearing about the track? Because what we're being told is it's not consistent all the way around.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Yeah, so it's patchy rain here in the pit lane. I think the end of Sector 3 seems pretty dry, and the weather tends to come from the turn 7-8 region, and that still perhaps has getting a few sprinkles of rain as well. So intermediates would be lovely right now.
And you get the feeling as well that the weather gods like sports car racing because they've done all of this rain for the bronzes.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's made his mind up by the time I get in. That's what I would like. Yeah, everyone's doing a really good job. Blake's doing a really good job. It's been some really tricky conditions out there. Generally speaking, I've been impressed with everybody's driving. You know, there's times where the Sepang race, first race of this season, has been a little bit chaotic, but touch wood, so far everyone's been driving to a really high standard, so I think that's commendable for everyone.
Just go back to that last pit stop. Was it a split strategy? Cars came in on different laps?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we're gambling either way at the minute, so yeah, I have no idea who's going to be right at the minute. We all feel like that at the minute. You like to make these decisions with some certainty, and we have none of that right now. So yeah, exciting race.
We'll come back to you at 5 o'clock and find out. Thanks, Matt.
You know Matt well, Ollie. He's a very hard-working lad, and looking after Blake McDonald. They've been racing together in the States. I think he's as confused as we are about it. The problem is, I think everybody's had a strategy. Some of them looked like working, and others didn't, and then it was turned on its head.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure anybody is any the wiser at the
No,
moment.
I don't think so, but you've got to be just completely flexible, and the guys behind the laptops are working flat out here, crunching the numbers, trying to figure out, okay, what we've just done, how does that affect now to the end of the race, and what can we do? How many more stops do we need to do to get to the end of the race? And can we survive? And using the tyres that we've got in the bank, you know, how's that going to work? Is this going to be sort of 1.5 stints, 1 stint, you know, with the drivers as well, with their drive time? You're working that all into the mix, and it's a lot to try and stay on top of. And so at some point you have to go, okay, here's the flag in the sand, right, we're going to go with that. And that's what clearly what TF have done down there with the Blake and the Matt car. So they are, and James Rowe's going to be getting in for the first time actually in a Corvette after Blake. So James Rowe, who's the silver on board that Corvette Z06 GT3R, is going to be experiencing some pretty tricky conditions.
And we're not even halfway through, so we're in the phase of sort of second blast of a strategy on this one, and we're nowhere close to the point where the big brains on the pit wall start to count back, not forward.
Yeah.
Nowhere close. Here we've got the Blackthorn Ikuria Kos car looking up the inside of the 54 car. This is for position.
The 54 definitely gave him room, and they're being smart here. They're giving each other room, just making sure that everybody is clean and clear, and that the Aston gets the deal done there.
Yes, Kobe Powell's the silver on Thomas Floor, the bronze.
Yeah, Thomas was smart there, really. Just gave him the room and didn't fight him too hard.
Kobe named yesterday as the 2026 Aston Martin development driver.
And I see that that 56 car, the Ikuria Kos Blackthorn car, is going to march up the order here. It has been very, very quick in the dry here, in all the testing and all the practice so far. So if it stays dry, I see this car coming to the front.
Let's have a quick word about this effort. The Ikuria Kos colours back in motorsport again. Celebrating, I saw the 44 car running off the track in the background there. That's the ARC Bratislava car in 13th. Thinkable got back 70 years since the first of their two back-to-back Le Mans wins overall. That point with Jaguar. Amazing stuff for a privateer team back in the 1950s. Proud heritage. And they're looking to take those colours back to Le Mans this year. The way they plan to do it is by winning this series in And that's effort at the moment, hands of Kobe Powell's. This is the 74 and the 34 and the 9. So that's the 9 looking to put a lap on these two.
Yeah, and I think the 9 is still to pit and get that bronze driver out, I believe. Just
yeah, he's the bronze, isn't he? Because it's Fab Schiller, likes to be called Frank, by the way, and Anthony Bartone, who's the silver. So it will have been Rocky Sakan-san in from the beginning. Car 29 and, by the way, car 22 are both under investigation for safety car infringements. So
yep.
that is the 22 Proton car. Just dropped back in the hands of Jonas Reed behind James Allen. Watch him, remember him last year, piling up the order in the RD Limited car. Well, he's got to do it again here.
Yeah,
he's joined this race down about 15th, 16th place and making progress now.
Interestingly, the Wakisaka was really closing in on the Ferrari, the 74 car. Who's got Dennis Marshall on board?
Unless Marshall has just unlapped himself, I think he possibly might have been. Fastest lap of the race has just gone to Sean Malacy in the Chettelart racing car. They're having a quietly effective race, the Chettelart team. And 3 wide there, wouldn't have gone, but just about cleared.
He's nearly a minute and 30 down on Ben Hanley.
Yeah.
Ben is absolutely just marching away here. He's 12 seconds up on Gregoire Sosi, and he's 28 seconds up on Louis Delatraz. I mean, it's going to be a great battle, and let's just see if we can get this a little bit closer. It'd be good to see a nice fight between those guys.
By the way, that was Kai Costolino having to see another position as James Allen, who is beginning to pile on up the order.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask there from James Allen. I mean, it's
well, at the moment he's a lap down.
Yeah.
And what is that? And 30 seconds.
I'd say that is tough.
He'll be fired up. He's certainly fighting. He's taking positions back, and one of the big problems, of course, in this, what is a fairly short season, and with such a deep field of LMP2 cars, he's not the points either.
No, that's it. 17 in the 8 car in LMP3. This is battle for the lead here. Paul on share, and
Roman Vosnak.
Yeah.
He was in trouble at turn 2. If you
Paul's
remember.
gone wide there, and he's given up the lead. Just got in a bit too deep there in 7 and 8, and he got on that exit curb coming out of 7 before 8, and he just dropped it. And the 8 car got by.
Well, the 8 car was one of the cars involved in an incident at turn 2 at the start of the race. Now leads the race.
Now seeing more weather pop up on the radar. Are we going to be seeing more stops, more tyre changes? The CLX guys here are getting ready. So this is the 17. He's under pressure here as he's coming down into turn 7. He just gets in a bit deep, goes across that apex at 7 onto that exit curb before 8, and through goes the number 8 car.
We saw here last year a number of cars getting way worse than that, didn't we? Losing the car in that area of the track, going off on the exit, or looping it off the apex. The inside, that number 8 car has romped away. Has he got a problem here?
Yeah, 17's pit lane now. And what's going on there?
This is not quite on schedule.
But they're ready in pit lane for him. Driver change.
What is the story here?
He's done nearly 2 hours, hasn't he?
Which he doesn't have to do.
No.
Just the one stop. It's 2. Oh, this is a second stop, of course. Clock is running now. No, I don't quite understand that. I can only think, because minimum drive time is, what have they got in that car? Minimum drive time is trouble 4, there's damage in the rear as well.
26.
Breton Racing.
Yeah.
And that is Jacek Zelonka.
This is turn 11 there, the wettest part of the track, and you can see on the inside it was pretty muddy. So the Origen car there coming through turn 1. past that Manthey car with the P2 Ponos Racing, trying to pick his way through with the APR car right up its gearbox. Ooh. Okay. The 26 got helped around there, just got tagged on the inside and spun around on the wet surface up to the inside. And, seeing a couple of cars come out of the pit lane here, just the way the cars were moving.
I've just spotted why he's done that, by the way, and it is just part of the quirk of the way in which the driver grading works. That's number 17 car is a bronze with 2 silvers, and in those terms you have to do 1 hour and 45 minutes as the bronze.
Wow. Okay. Yep. Okay.
That's why. I was hearing from David Addison was on wets coming in there, so they've been forced to use the wrong tyre for longer because of the driver time regulations, effectively, or they'd have had to burn another pit stop.
Augusto Farfus with a Corvette. We've haven't seen this all through 2025, have we?
Could be a T-shirt in this.
Yeah. Wonder whether there'll be a signal.
Do you think he's beginning to take it personally?
I certainly hope not. It's all supposed to be a bit of fun. Love you, Augusto.
Oh, it's we could explain, but there's no time. There's only 2 hours and 9 minutes to go. We've got all sorts of investigations underway, by the way. Car 37 under investigation for an unsafe release. Spotted another car as well, potential full course yellow investigation. So there could be penalties to come here. And with some of those being full course yellow and safety car penalties, if they come, they won't be 5 seconds added.
No.
So CLX Motorsports, it still shows in the hands of Paul Lanchet, but that will alter itself, I'm sure, very shortly. Rejoins in 2nd place. United 1-2. Ben Hanley, Gregoire Saucy, and Hanley doing a cracking job here. It's 13 seconds to the good for his teammate. Louis Delatraz is aboard the CrowdStrike racing by APR car now, but he's almost 20 seconds back from Saucy, with Enzo Trulli up into 4th and under 9 seconds back. Getting some big gaps involved here. Delatraz is expected in, we're hearing from David Addison. He's been sprinting up and down that pit lane like a young antelope all day long.
Yeah. What an athlete.
He's astonishing.
Yeah. Extraordinary performance.
He is. He won't be telling us anything about the discomfort of doing that pit lane later, which is the nice thing is he soaks it up and keeps it to himself.
He does. He never shares anything like that.
No. Iceman, they call him.
I've heard him called other things.
Might have been Nice Man, but I'm not.
Okay.
Ben Hanley, Gregoire Saucy, Louis Delatraz due on pit lane shortly. LMP3 Team Virage's Roman Wozniak in the number 8 car ahead. But remember, as the full CrowdStrike car does come down pit lane, in LMP3 the peculiarity there is who has burned their long stops. And I can tell you that Roman Wozniak has burned one of them. CLX Motorsports, Paul Lanchet has burned both of them. In GT, so we take a good long lingering look at the number 99 JMR Corvettes.
Jordan Love on board.
Yeah, that car down in 13th place. That is still the QMMF by GetSpeed car, and it's still their bronze driver aboard that car. From
first 3 in GT are still, actually the first 4 in GT are still the bronze drivers. The first GT car with their pro on board is the Origin car with Lauren Heinrich.
And here's what, another bronze driver stepping out, is he? Yes, it is. And Terrace-Au, our champion from last year, and the one-time number 10 car, steps out of the car. Brakes are hard worked here.
Yeah, they've not really had a fantastic event so far, Manthey. It looks like it's been pretty tricky, quite hard for them. Just don't seem to have got it together in terms of balance and speed and sort of... Oh, the car's come down and the right front's not on. That is really unusual to see from a team like this.
Let's hope there's no damage to that wheel or tyre.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen Manthey do that. Not live.
No.
Wow.
There'd have been times in your previous career you'd have been laughing like a drain with that, but nowadays, as the observer,
I am. That's unusual to see. And Patrick at Manthey will be all over that sort of stuff, making sure that everybody on the whole team is well drilled and on point with what they're doing, execution. So, so as it goes on, that right front doesn't quite sit properly.
It takes it back, doesn't it? It's got it seated, and then it comes back with him almost.
It does, but the nut just does not come out of the gun. It's not it just did go on the thread.
Yeah, that was a miscue without a shadow of a doubt. I'll say hopefully no damage. Didn't look like there was visually, at least. I have a feeling we've got a number of penalties to come here, because I keep seeing messages popping up on this screen. So the inbox is filling for Graham Boursier and friends. Ben Hanley, by the way, is pitted. Gregoire Saucy now leads. It was fuel only for Louis Delatraz. Cycles him back down to 7th. And the same for Hanley, fuel only there. But he does his fuel only stop 2 seconds quicker with the Craftsrite Racing by APR crew do. So at the Battle of Pit Lane, 2 seconds gain for United Autosports.
The 85 car.
More trouble for the 85 car.
15 had a bit of a loop as it got on the throttle. Just couldn't. We'll have to see that. See if we can get a replay on that. What happened there?
They've had a torrid time, haven't they?
Oh,
it spun before. It was just lighting it up to come back. There you go. A turbo Toyota power plant can produce that sort of drama.
I wonder if that was a bit of help or whether he just lost it on his own. Let's see.
David Allison's record, he'll have a microphone underneath his nose before he's going out of the car. At this point, side by side, and 34 car on the 59.
Sully Yolok, 59.
That is for 13th place. Every time I look, it's Wayne Boyd involved here, by the way. That's a good battle for Sally if he's winning it. There's the 5 car. This is from the lead again.
So Truly's been doing a nice, really strong job in the 25 car. Just a little bit too far back at the moment. They need a intervention, a safety car intervention, I think, to really get them back in play here.
Yeah, and
United really have grip on this race, don't they?
Truly pits from 2nd place. Sully Yolok, by the way, is giving a warning flag for abusing track limits, so needs to keep the discipline up. This is for Sally about preparation for the World Endurance Championship.
Back with TF, isn't he?
He is back with TF in a Racing Team Turkey liveried and entered Corvette, and he is buzzing with excitement for it.
He's had a season this year, been doing the endurance rounds in IMSA, hasn't he, with DXDT?
And he's also he did some GT World Challenge to Ferrari, I think, as well.
Yeah.
But delighted to have him back in the ACO Racing fold. And like I say, a lot of this is about just preparation with the team.
There's a lot of operations like that here this year, and everybody's sort of slowly figured out that this really is such a great championship to do, to get that new personnel sort of blooded into the sport and understanding multi-class racing, as well as drivers or drivers coming over and running with different machinery or different cars, or drivers who are trying out the rivals' cars that they're going to be racing against.
Yeah, I spoke to one of the guys. He said, I just want to know more about the car that I'm finding myself increasingly in battles with.
Yeah.
I'd like to understand more. Theo Jensen comes in slightly sideways, but he leads the race at the moment. And that's a smart thing. If you've got the time, you've got the resource, and you've got the enthusiasm to do it.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Fastest lap of the race, Charles Malaysia again. And that is a 1:56.84, a 55.848.
Yeah, he certainly has been chipping away at
They're
it.
going to be in the mix here, you know.
Yep, I think that they are. The 23 cars just being overtaken there, coming into turn 14 by Theodore Jensen. He was just 23, just had to open the wheel a little bit there. Just was good vision, saw him, allowed him through. That's kind of like what you have to understand with multi-class racing, and it's all part of understanding and learning. If you're in a different class, a new class, it's how you race in and around with all these other classes. Theodore coming down pit lane now.
Yeah, one of the joys, this sports car racing scene is just the broad range of driving talent you see, and Theo Jensen is another of these bright young stars in the firmament. Yet another talented endurance racing Dane.
Yeah, there's been plenty of them, hasn't there?
Haven't there just? Yeah, you've enjoyed racing with them. You've sometimes not enjoyed so much racing against them.
Oh my God, yeah, Magnussen. Oh, liked it when he was in my car. Didn't like it when I was having to race against him.
No,
not so much. Yeah, great
tough
Dane.
customer.
Very much so. Very much so.
But so comes in from the lead, reigning champion in the LMS LMP3. Again, we cycle back to United Autosports 1-2. Now 11.7 seconds the gap, but that gap to second from Charles Malaysi is closing. It's 4 seconds Malaysi to get on terms with Gregoire Saucy, and they're both being caught by Griffin Peebles.
Yeah, but I think Malaysi owes us a pit stop, doesn't he? I believe he does.
I'm not sure.
I think that they do. I know it says there 3 on the pit stops with all of the P2 runners who are close to the front, but I think that Sepang might have done 1 more.
Okay. Well, we've passed the halfway mark. It's time to take a look back at just some of the dramas we've seen in the first 2 hours of the 4 hours of Sepang. Started under sunny skies, off the grid in the shade of the grandstand and the slightly damper line. Giorgio Roda in the United Autosports car, remember, trying to keep the lead as 3, 4, 5, 6 cars squabbled behind. And, it was Jens Greiner Moller who was struggling to keep position. But the dramas would all be about what happened behind in LMP3, and that saw multiple cars come together off the apex of turn 2. Background of this shot, the dramas emerging, which accounted for long delays to 4 cars of the 6-car LMP3 field. The JMR Corvettes unsighted, taking the rear wing off the 71 Ligier as part of that melee. All sorts of battles in the midfield, and amongst the cars in trouble was that 71 car. Terence Woodward would need assistance to get back, and we've not seen that car rejoin the race. Neither did we see Ajith Kumar come back out of the pits, the Bollywood superstar. 22 car, and Bernardo Souza. There is Ajith Kumar's car, luckless there. 29 of Nick Adcock would be in the garage but back out. He continues but laps down. Georgios Kolovos would outmaneuver Roda for the lead in the early stages, and then battles galore in GT as the Origin Porsche, starting from 15th on the grid, would take the lead inside the first hour. Bob Yuan having an absolutely fantastic opening stint with the Chinese entered Porsche. Battles between Algarve Pro and United Autosports, with the bronzes still at the wheel, and then dramas for the 85 R-Race GP car. Luckless today, caught up in those early melee at turn 2 when the rain came. That car with contact and damage, and also with contact, hopefully less damage. There's the amount of damage that went for the Duquesne. Memo Gidley taking a hit from one of the JMR Corvettes. Battles in each of the classes, RD Limited and Proton Competition, and a huge gaggle of GT cars all squabbling for position. As the number 6 United Autosports car made its way past the DK Engineering Orica for the lead for Ben Hanley, and then a further contact, the UNX by WRT BMW on the 54 Ferrari. Leading LMP3 at this point had been the number 17 car, but it was running out of tyre rapidly and would lose the lead to the Team Garage number 8 car before finally getting to the stage where there was an opportunity to stop and change the driver. 26 Breton racing car tangled up with a GT car and spinning. This is where it leaves us all. Halfway point, United Autosports are 1-2 after 52 laps, 11.5 seconds the gap. Cetilar Racing sit third, DK Engineering at fine fourth at the moment, ahead of CrowdStrike Racing by APR and Algar Pro Racing. In LMP3, Team Virage's number 8 leads the CLX Motorsport car. They're the 1-2. It's the 13 into Europol car that sits third, and it is the QMMF by GetSpeed AMG that leads. So now recovering Origin Motorsport Porsche with Lauren Heinrich pushing on, and GetSpeed's number 9 car now behind the Chinese entered Porsche. So a good day at the moment for the races for GetSpeed, but they've still need to get their bronze driver out, and has just done so.
Another weekend goes by, Antares Ao is on a racetrack somewhere in the world. Have you forgotten where you live? I mean, you're always at a circuit.
I'm technically a resident of some airport lounge somewhere. Which country, which airport, I don't know. But glad to be back here. Glad to be seeing you and everyone else. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it looked tough, and it didn't look an easy stint with respect either for you nor for the car, the team. What was going on?
I couldn't hear you too well, but all day long I've been driving on the wrong tires.
Right.
Dry tires for wet quality, and again, likewise. So never be too sure of yourself. I woke up this morning, looked at the weather forecast, thought it's going to be their work to drive in the mixed conditions. Turns out it's me driving the mixed conditions. It wasn't fun.
How many wet races have you done here?
Here, this will be my second one, and I've been racing here for 10 plus years.
So although we talk about the wet, you've always escaped it, largely.
Yes, so again, never be too sure of yourself. I think karma comes back to bite you bad.
And in the wet, a very slippy track.
It's the good thing is at least it started raining after I have driven some laps, and also this morning, being out there on mixed conditions for qual, it kind of helped prepare me. At least I had some tire temps, so it wasn't the most terrible.
But you're still in there fighting.
I hope we're still in the fight. Right now, I don't know. Everyone's on something different. So I toughed out my 2 stints, survived, but obviously some other people have had their silvers in the car. So I think it's a bit of mixed everything right now.
Good to see you. Well done.
Great job there by Antares.
Yeah.
But we were just watching there, just the way that someone like Ben Handley was dealing with that traffic there, the race leader, just scything through the traffic, really picking his points, very clinical.
Ajit Kumar, no sign of that car coming back into action. Great to find out from David whether or not there's any sign that we might get that car out for some laps and some learning. But one of the victims of that turn 2 issue. United Autosports look very good at the moment. We're getting deeper and deeper, into the race. You might have noted me pause. Spotted another spin for the 85 car at turn 15. It's second, and at least its third spin. I do wonder whether that car is still carrying some damage from that early issue. It came in for repairs, and then had that issue where it lost its front bodywork, and it then spun again at turn 15 a little while ago. It spun again just 2 minutes ago at the final turn. I wonder if there is a problem with that car.
Yeah, they might need some more investigation, and they might need just to bring it in and give it a good thorough look over, rather than just keeping it out there and the driver's battling with a big imbalance. And that can be one of the worst things for any driver.
So your theory is that you believe you think we need another stop for Cetilar?
I think so, and that's kind of what David was just reporting there. He says they are getting ready, and I think that they are due to be coming back down pit lane quite shortly.
Look at the Origin car. This is Lauren Heinrich. He's the platinum driver. Lauren is a platinum, I think, isn't he?
Yes, yeah.
And he's going to go up the inside here of the silver driver for the QMMF car. They've got the 54 car ahead of them. Who's aboard the 54? That is Francesco Castellacci. That's the silver there as well. So this is about the Origin car trying to use the opportunity that the additional pace of Lauren Heinrich gives them at this stage of the race. Has done so, takes the lead of the race, and is now going to be looking to put a lap on the 54 car. And that 54 car is currently down in 20th place.
Yeah, and as you see, the wipers are on. And, is this going to throw another cat amongst the pigeons in terms of what tyre to go on and how to tippy-toe your way around here? And Laurin Heinrich is just bold with his moves, very direct. Great pass up the inside here. The 37 car just needed to give him a tiny bit of room there, but any opportunity and Laurin will take it. One of the most confident guys behind any wheel of any Porsche.
Yeah.
He is spectacularly fast.
He's a bright star. We said it once before about someone else on this track, but he's absolutely one of the brightest at the moment. Elevated to the GTP squad for Porsche. Debuted in the hypercar in the final race of the FI World Endurance Championship, and his position in the GTD Pro squad cycles round to Nick Tandy for the coming year. And yeah, let's see just what can be achieved here by the Origin squad. Lead for the second time today. Well, that's been a battle for a little while with the QMMF by GetSpeed AMG, and David Addison has hot-footed his way down there and is talking to the driver who's just left the car now.
One of the cars you've got excited about, because it looked great, is the QMMF Mercedes AMG, but Abdur Al-Khalifi has done an outstanding job in that stint. Well done.
Thank you, thank you. It was quite tricky with the rain splatter in the beginning, but because we came in for wets and immediately we changed them to slicks, so we lost a couple of positions. But yeah, it was second stint wasn't bad. Honestly, I felt more comfortable. The pace was much stronger, so we regained those positions back.
And also you had that big battle with the Porsche early on.
Yeah, the Porsche was waiting for a mistake, and it happened with one of the LMP3 when I was fighting with them, and eventually I got back to him on the second stint. He was probably struggling with colder temperatures.
We've seen you in Europe this year in the Audi, but this Mercedes AMG really seems to suit you. You're enjoying the car, yeah?
Yeah, honestly, back home I race with Honda S2000, so it's somehow similar with the front engine. I prefer this balance, and the Mercedes is quite competitive, honestly.
So it's been a good race so far?
Yeah, I hope we can finish it on a podium at least. I hope.
Fantastic job, well done, thank you.
I think he's done a stunning job, and you know, it's very early to say it, but they look like they're in the mix here.
It really does. Yeah.
And you know, I think that might be the very first time anybody's compared the Honda S2000 in terms of its qualities to a Mercedes AMG GT3. But
I'm sure they'd love to hear that.
I'm sure Honda are delighted with it. So Chedlar racing down the pit lane now with Sharma Lacey, as is Griffin Peebles. So that's the interesting part. They are the chasing pair,
so
and they're both on identical strategies.
Yep.
So
they're far less in the mix, but the DKR car and the Centelar car, yeah, definitely right there. It's just going to be, where does United come in now with their stops?
We're going to add a couple of details of some penalties to come. Car 37 plus 5 seconds next pit stop for an unsafe release. Car 30, 10 seconds next pit stop for full course yellow. And car 30 is the RD Limited car, James Allen. He's on pit lane now. Will be able to serve that penalty immediately. 37, that escapes me. That is the QMMF car.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So unfortunately, they are going to take a hit. Not a huge hit,
no,
but significant nonetheless, and that virtually will double the gap and a little bit more to Laurin Heinrich, who's jetting away now. Race.
We're now just going to sort of see in P2 how all of this fuel strategy is going to unravel here from now until the end of the race. How many more stops all of these teams and crews have got to do. And yeah, we've just seen Sattler come in. Here's the RD 30 car on pit lane. 3 has also been in, but it's really the 6, the 5 and the 4. That's Ben Hanley, Gregoire Saucy and Louis Delatraz, how they are going to shake out. Also Enzo Trulli in the 25 APR car is also there in the mix. So I could see that this could flip-flop, you know, a number of different ways, and who's going to have that advantage with an hour and 45 to go.
And the odds are we'll get an intervention of some description that
and
could
we're
actually
going to get some more
mix.
rain, I think.
There you go. And so there's all sorts kicking off, and spits and spots of rain we're hearing on pit lane from David Addison. Chetlar Racing and Griffin Peoples in the DKR Engineering car. So Sharma Lacey and Griffin Peoples back on track. Minute and 2 seconds on pit lane for the 47 car that rejoins 5th. Minute and 10 from the chasing DKR car. So they've ceded quite a chunk of time on the pit stop. Sharma Lacey at the moment, a minute and 16 seconds gap to the leader. 43 seconds gap to Enzo Trulli. They're the things to watch as he's now back on track, having been freshly fueled.
Still seeing this battle, we're seeing a lot of cars running around with wipers on, and there is that sort of spots of rain. And as Matt Bell was saying, oh, there's the Inter-Europol car had a big twitch. When you have a twitch like that, as the car is almost running sort of, let's say in a straight line, you know that it's edgy and twitchy out there. And you've got to be really progressive with the controls. Slow with your hands, slow with your feet. And just trying to load the car into the corners in the right way, and just really tippy-toeing here. As this, you're on slick tyres on a very slippery track that doesn't generate that much grip, and just sort of trying to deal and exist on the track with all these other cars and classes, and trying to get hit.
Yeah, you got the moment Jonas Reed trying to fend off Nolan Siegel for what is only 14th place at the moment. That's how wrong some of those strategies went when that weather came and went and came again. It really was a lottery as to which tyre you were on.
And it's only going to continue, I think, now all the way to the end. I mean, I think we are going to see another bigger burst of rain. You know, wipers going, wipers stopping. And, you know, what is going to be the tyre to be on in about the next 5 minutes? You know, the 50 car's just gone really deep there. It's battling to keep the temperature in the tyre. The Manthey number 10 car is just pulling away there.
Yes, that's Klaus Bachler in that car, and was under pressure from the Ferrari to that point, but Tommaso Mosca has lost some ground there.
Yep, and it's just, again, if you make a couple of mistakes corner after corner, you cede time to someone like Klaus Bachler. You know, Klaus is one of the best pros in the world in one of these Porsche GT3s, and he'll make you absolutely suffer.
He will
indeed. Just drive away from you.
Klaus has had a kind of weird trajectory to his career, hasn't he? He was a bright star, seemed to wane for a little while, but he's back and world class.
Yep, he's done a fantastic job all this season in the AO car, and yep, he's going to be, I'm sure, part of the mix somewhere around the world.
Here's the 43 car pushing hard to get onto terms with Jonas Reed. So Nolan Siegel said earlier in the programme he's already had a race win in the Asian Le Mans Series, Dubai, a few years back. I think might have been Inter-Europol's first ever LMP2 race win.
Really?
I think so, and look at what they've gone on to do. Double Le Mans winners.
Yep.
In the mix in every championship they've contested over the last couple of years.
Jonas just got a bit bottled up there behind the Team Turkey Corvette, and the Team Turkey Corvette has a bit of a nip on the brakes. Oh, and Nolan Siegel's trying to go up the inside of Jonas, but doesn't quite get it done, and then he's really compromised on his drive off the corner, and Jonas is just driving away now. I think these two guys are going to be battling now for these next number of laps, and depending on how pit stop strategy goes, maybe Nolan's actually going to be able to put a move on Jonas here, and it's going to be about how he deals with the traffic. And Jonas has just managed to get past the EBM car. It's just how it's going to work down into turn 1 here. Nolan's looking and diving, and he's trying to sort of find that route past him, but Jonas has got him covered at the moment. It seems that this entry speed that the 43 car has got that the 22 does not have, and it's whether Nolan can really keep that speed across the apex, and he can get a slingshot off of there at the right spot on the corner, and I think that could be turn 14 this lap coming up. So just waiting just to sort of see how they get through turn 4. It looks to me like this rain is coming down harder, and As I say that, they've turned off the windscreen wipers. There you go. Brilliant.
So no official news yet. Serious damage, by the way, to that number 1 Ligier that of luckless today, Ajit Kumar. It got as far as turn 2 and then hit front and rear. Team are working to repair it, as they must, because of course we've got a race tomorrow.
Yeah.
There is no official word as to whether or not they will withdraw the car for the remainder of the race. There's certainly some gains to be made from getting some laps under that car.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I wouldn't be remotely surprised if we saw it lapping. It will not have completed, I'm sure, enough to score points today.
Yeah.
But definitely in my mind, Ollie, I don't know what you think, it would be good to get some miles under that car to make sure everything's in the straight and narrow.
Absolutely. I think Nolan's just maybe just given up an opportunity there to get past Jonas, because I think Nolan's got a quicker car. And he just can't. He's getting held up at the moment behind Jonas. He's just got to try and work that opportunity, and that's all part of this, you know, multi-class racing, dealing with the traffic, but then also dealing with that other car in your class. You are quicker then, but it's just trying to pick the point and execute that pass cleanly and efficiently, so you're not giving up lots of lap time to all of the other competitors you've got further up the road.
Yeah. Still battles galore underway in all 3 classes. Here's another one. This is the 92 Monti Porsche on the 15 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Looks to the outside line. It's the longer way around. He's got the grip.
Yeah,
I don't think he's got that done.
Richard Leitz there on board. He's just done that nicely against the Kessel car. Dylan Medler, I think that's it's his first. It's certainly his first appearance here in the Asia Le Mans Series, I believe, and it might be his first opportunity in the GT3 296.
Dylan he's not been in that car from the start, has he?
No, that's Mimo Gidley.
Of course it was. I'm forgetting Mimo is the bronze in that car.
Yeah.
But no.
So I think this could be Dylan's very first racing experience in this 296.
Wow. He's up against Richard Leitz.
Yeah, Richard puts a move here on the Corvette around the outside, up the inside into turn 6. So it gets that done. You see that the spray came off just as Richard got close to the apex curb there, it just pulled some spray up off the curb. So it's there, the water's still hanging around.
Jonas Reed, by the way, impressively holding off Nolan Siegel here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be tricky right here. Nolan, I thought he was going to go up the inside of the UNX car. And he's trying. Nolan Siegel is being very creative with his lines. He's doing all he can to try and pick his way past Jonas, but Jonas has been smart.
Yeah.
He's placing it in all the right spots. He's just sort of just breathing it a little bit where he needs to, and just being smart with the way that he uses his car.
Well, you know, we've watched Jonas Reed, you and I, develop from his very first runs in prototypes in the Asia Le Mans Series in LMP3, I think in your first year in championships.
About 16 then, wasn't he?
Something like that. And of course, joined on the grid here by his younger brother,
Lenny.
Yeah.
And Lenny's been on board the Breton car, hasn't he? He's on board the Breton car at the moment.
Yeah, they've got the best of runs to this point.
Yeah.
We saw at the end of the highlights the spin explained by a tangle with a GT3 car. To me, just to be a misunderstanding between the two.
Is that the one we got tagged by the...
He ran up the back, I think, of a Ferrari, and in trying to avoid, overcooked it and spun to the inside.
Right. It's definitely a learning process for Lenny.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Christian was talking to me about that actually way back in Portimao, and just saying that just wants to get him in there and get him to some experience and understanding multi-class racing, and really just getting him to sort of understand what it takes in LMP3 to make that car go fast, and then we'll see where he goes from there.
It's literally the family business. I mean, you know, you like I will remember, you know, in the 90s with the Reed family and the Felbermeyer family sharing GT2 cars, and then have shared a number of tracks with you in that period of that program. Went on to be Proton competition, and at times the pro representatives of Porsche in the FI World Endurance Championship before Monti took that mantle.
Yeah.
But more recently with these LMP2 cars and indeed the Porsche hypercars, we know now that we won't see the 99 car in the F1 World Endurance Championship, but Christian Reed sharing with me earlier this week in a chat in the paddock, which he's happy for me to repeat for this broadcast, that he's in conversations with IMSA about potentially adding a program in North America at some point in 2026, and he's actively now switching to a search for customers to come back to the Asian 1 Series with the Porsche 963, 1 or 2 cars in 2026, 2027. And we heard, did we not, a little earlier with David Addison, Jeeth Kumar, saying that he's got ambitions to be back in a hypercar.
Well,
there you go. You found you a customer. I'll take my 10% right now. 10% on a racing budget, that will buy more than the odd chicken and chips.
Great stuff. Yeah, I'm sure that Christian will be working the paddock.
Oh, that's
no,
trouble for Norman Siegel. Did he get a tag?
Oh, did he just get it looped around? I know that he'd had a couple of
was in close
loose
proximity
moments.
too, yeah, but... And there's, by the way, loses the position of the Chetelaar car.
Yeah, it's the lap, isn't it? I think he's lost to them. The
Yeah.
Chetelaar car puts a lap on him. And I know I've been working hard against trying to get past Jonas. Well, let's see what happened here as it came through into turn 4. And I think he's just unhooked it on his own. He just got the apex curb there. As he got on the throttle, just looped it around, all on his own, eager to get by. And just a bit of a mistake there from Nolan Siegel.
What a shame. A good clean run to that point. Porsche on Porsche action here. The number 10 from Montai, the number 77 from Proton.
Yeah, it's not easy. These conditions are tricky. You know, as you see there, on the wipers still going on the Porsche, and it is just spitting, and this track is just treacherously slippy. These really are tricky conditions.
Remarkably, yet again, I look at where these cars are in position. It's again a battle for 14th.
Yeah. Getting reports of heavy drizzle. Sort of light
now, this
rain.
is drama, because this is the number 8 Virage car. They will have to repair that. That is a key part of the regulation LMP3. This was the car that led the race.
Yeah, it's the legality panels.
And they are not the fix of a moment.
No, they are. They must be the absolute.
This is handing a mighty advantage to Silex Motorsport. And that might well be the result of the early damage from turn 2.
Body language there of the mechanic shaking his head, frustrated.
Yeah, it is. It's that we've seen all sorts of ways in which you can jury rig them, these cars. You know,
they've got technical staff there from the.
You can't do that. No, he's not happy at all, and he's even less happy. He's employing the thumping underneath thing.
Bit of agricultural encouragement
what they can't have is a repair that could fail and leave a part that big bouncing down the track.
No.
That's not going to be acceptable. That is absolutely a key part of the safety regulations. And why those legality panels there? It stops another car getting into the wheel at the rear of that car.
Yeah.
It's one of the most remarkable journeys in motorsport in your and my time in this sport, Ollie, has been the quest for safety.
Yeah, it really has.
You know, we can talk about blah, 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 health and safety, call it what you will. I am still delighted to say that in decades of working in this sport, the number of times I've gone away from a race meeting and someone arrived and didn't come home is remarkably small, and this is the only era that I could have said that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is fantastic. The steps that have been taken by so many manufacturers, also by so many sanctioning bodies to make racing so much safer, whether that's with the partnerships between certain suppliers or key partners, or tyre partners, or whether it's the likes of Bosch developing systems. I played a bit of a part with this rear radar system and other bits and pieces that Corvette Racing helped to develop for all of these GT3 cars and all kinds of other multi-class racing cars and vehicles out there on track. But then it's crash boxes and it's all kinds of netting. And Sean Galeo here, who's trying the Ferrari here for the first time, I believe, this weekend.
He is indeed.
He's also another who is sampling something new. But yes, it is remarkable when you sort of see how safe a lot of these race cars are, and a lot of the racetracks are now, and also the marshalling and also the officiating, the way that races are run now, generally extremely safe.
Trouble for the UNX by WRT car. That is a drive-through penalty for the number 28 BMW, causing a collision at turn 2. I think that wasn't the incident with the 54 car, was it? 99 as well gets a drive-through penalty for causing. So hearing that the number 8 Team Virage Ligier, that was the car we saw the frustration of the mechanic trying to fix that legality panel, has rejoined. So drive-through's coming for both the 28 BMW and the 99.
Watching a battle here between Davide Rigon and Dan Harper. Now these two, they are battling away here, and it looks to me like they're both on rain tyres. I don't know whether they are or not, but the way that the cars are moving, the body language, you know, they look quite cumbersome, quite slow in changing of direction. And but Davide's just got the better of Dan. And, you know, the 296 might be just a little bit more nimble in these conditions compared to look at the way the car's drifting off the corner there. Dan's got it all lit up and going.
They're about to inherit, just looking here, 2 positions, because the other car is the 99 car. But, Jordan Love has bought that car, causing a collision.
Right.
So the JMR car that sits in 7th and the UNX Racing by Team WRT BMW that sits in 8th. That is the pair that's ahead of this pair, and those drive-through penalties will elevate both these cars up 2 positions. So this will be a battle pretty shortly, not for 9th but for 7th.
Right.
That was the race leader going by, Ben Hanley. He, by the way, is extending his lead over Gregoire Saucy. 22 seconds now. Louis Delatraz is closing them down. Enzo Trulli is in contact as well. And just looking at the gap for Charles Milesi, I think that gap has gone out a little. I think the lead 4 car battle is extending that lead a little. That was skip off the
apex there at turn 8,
yeah.
And Dan Harper using all of the available traction in that BMW.
Impressive, by the way, from there's another one. Car 29 now, a drive-through penalty, safety car infringement.
They are working through there. It's been a while since we've had the safety car, so
yes,
yeah,
it is.
busy.
So car 29. That is an LMP3 car. It's a Forestier racing car. Lucas Figuri, they wheeled that car. That car sits 6th at the moment. Impressive run. Griffin Peebles, by the way, in the DKR car, running in 6th place. That car, you may remember me telling you, was 6-7 seconds longer on pit lane than Charles Milesi's car. Charles Milesi's car, by the way, is going to get 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for a pit stop infringement, a full course yellow infringement. He was 9.8 seconds back when he emerged behind current factory for hypercar driver Charles Milesi. Griffin Peebles, in his LMP2 debut, well, I was about to say it was 9.2 seconds. He's just dropped a second in traffic, but he's sticking with Charles Milesi.
Yeah, it's impressive. Griffin Peebles burst onto the scene last year, didn't he?
He did.
In P3.
He did.
Was it Breton Racing he was with?
Did he do Breton Racing? He didn't do. Yes, he did, because they won the title and he didn't, because he only did the final 2 weekends, didn't he?
But he certainly helped.
Oh,
massively.
my God, he did.
Massively.
And you know, that attracted attention of teams in Europe. He's served his time in Europe as well. So Fea ready to get back aboard this car.
Oh. I didn't realise that was a thing.
Yeah, so
he didn't do his time.
I could have sworn he must have done a full stint and more.
Wow. So you need to do an hour and a half? No.
Not an hour.
An hour. An hour in the car. How did they miss that?
How did he not do an hour?
Miscalculation?
At a slightly torrid time.
Yeah.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that one. Jonas Reed on pit lane, by the way. He drops back down to 16th behind Nolan Siegel.
On board the Origen car here.
Well, this is building up a mighty lead. This is Lauren Heinrich. He's up to 18th overall, head of all bar one of the LMP3s.
He's 25 seconds up the road, really, from his closest rival in GT.
He is indeed. Anthony Bartone doing a good job there, by the way. and he's being paced by Simon Mann in the 21 Ferrari. So it's Origin Porsche, Get Speed AMG, AF Corsa Ferrari, then the second AMG, now in the hands of Al-Madhid, the second Qatari driver. Excellent opening stint from their bronze. Earlier from David Addison, with David Addison. Now still to go there, the Mercedes MG factory driver.
Yeah, we've just seen, Louis just making his way past. Getting past Gregoire Saucy.
So that's the change for position.
Yeah. And
24 seconds is the gap. That now is the number to think about.
Yeah.
And Enzo Truli's coming as well, by the way. He's just behind the yellow BMW in the shot.
And Louis will be doing this middle stint, and then it will be Molt Jakobsen to close it out in the CrowdStrike car. So that's loaded with talent.
Isn't it just? This is just one of these great periods of an LMP2 race where we've seen the battle for bronze supremacy, which is always exciting, more likely to lead to the odd error here and there because of the relative experience. Then we get the pace of either the silver, the gold, platinum. And then we get into this kind of battle. Saucy under pressure from Enzo Trulli, new signing for Algarve Pro Racing.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job.
He is doing a great job.
He really is. He's very, very quick, and he's been clean. He's been making time up steadily. His stint average is looking pretty good.
Been doing a fair amount of testing with Algarve Pro Racing, and he's been around the team as well. He's been hanging around and watching how things work for a fair chunk of the season. Never a bad thing. Yeah, never a bad thing. What can you learn out of the car?
Yeah, absolutely, working with the team and the personalities and the people, and all of that you've got to work through to be a strong and full pro in the modern world sort of sports car environment.
At the moment showing some patience as well, which is a virtue that can draw benefits in endurance racing. Gregoire Saucy seems to just gathered up his pace here, fended off what looked like an imminent threat from Enzo Trulli. He just gapped him a little bit at the moment with a bit of traffic.
Yeah, it's also quite hard to follow around here. I think when it's when you're that close, you really got to attack, pick your point, and execute it well. And I think that's what Louis is looking to do here with the 88 car. Just up the inside there as he goes into turn 11.
Car 66, by the way, another drive-through. That's JMR. It's both the JMR cars, I think, have had trouble here.
Yeah, track limits.
No, apologies, it's a second drive-through penalty for the 66 car that's on pit lane right now. So they're learning as they go.
Trulli is by.
Yeah, so that not just by, but by distance.
Yeah, I think we missed that with Saucy just running wide there.
I think that's probably right, and that looked as if that might have been Enzo Trulli down pit lane. Ben Hanley certainly on pit lane from the lead.
He's out. And is this what we've been looking at? And
Phil Fayer is in the car. So this is the point at which it starts to swing back in a different direction.
Yeah, that is surely not part of the plan. Not with an hour and 22 minutes to go.
GT cars on pit lane as well, including the Kuriakos Blackthorn Aston Martin, the, there you go, 74 Kessel car, 51 AF Corsa, and the 69 Team WRT car, Dan Harper. CrowdStrike Racing by APR lead this race.
Yeah, well, that's really thrown a cant amongst the pigeons here, just trying to figure out in P2 where everybody's at. And by Fayer going back on board, that's compromised them.
So where is the number 5 car in terms of that strategy? Did they fulfil their drive time? I think we're pretty sure the number 4 did. I think we're pretty sure the 25 did.
Okay, so this is the United guys all having a chat. Was that De Resta there? Was that his helmet?
It can't be, because why would he have his helmet on? Unless Phil Fair's got to do one lap.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, good grief.
That's what I'm thinking. But yeah, it's a lap or a couple of laps. That's where they've just been a bit short.
Unless, I mean, they may well have just taken the active choice that there was a strategic advantage to put the...
Tell me what that is.
Well, if you're changing the tyres and the conditions are sketchy and your driver is struggling, Phil Fair have not done a lot of racing in this kind of weather. I wonder whether he was at a point where he'd done at full stints. They wanted to take full advantage of whatever tyre they're putting on, and that advantage would have been with the Pro. But if it's just a couple of laps, that feels more like a mistake. It's not their normal mark.
No. Just seeing a driver change. I believe there's a driver change in the Origin car. I think Heinrich's out, and that'll be, was that Yi who gets in?
Leo.
Leo gets in to do the final stint. It's an hour and 20 minutes, so they're a little bit early here.
And Louis Dellison is on pit lane as well, and so truly leads the race.
I think we're going to find out, aren't we, right now, what's going on down at United, because we're about to go down and hear from Ben Hanley, who's there with David Addison.
And it is a very hot Ben Hanley, fresh out of the car. He's just about got through a bottle of water before we get to talk to him. Hard stint.
I mean, it was great, you know. We had a couple of issues in practice, so we were constantly searching for what it was, and then, you know, the guys did an amazing job in finding what it was. We went into the race a bit blind, but, you know, all the crew and engineers did a great job to give us a car that was good enough to do that. So it was tricky at first, trying to get temperature. But yeah, we seemed to nail it pretty well and tried to just control our pace a bit in the tyre, because even though it's wet, you know, you can still use a lot of tyre if you want to. So it's just about, you know, trying to just keep it without over scubbing the front or rear tyres. You know, it's such a fine balance here, and the deck has been very high. So yeah, super happy with the job in the car, and I don't know where we're going to end up now, but we seem to have to stop and put Phil back in.
I was going to ask you about that. That surprised us.
Yeah, surprised me as well. I'm not quite sure. The only thing I can think of is he needs to do a little bit more drive time, but we knew we were on the edge. But yeah, we don't know where we come in the pits, you know. So we were hoping we were within the limit, but obviously we weren't. He had to get back in, so I don't really know much more than that. But yeah, it puts us in a good place for tomorrow.
And this weather's been a real curveball, hasn't it, race long? You can never guarantee what it's going to do.
No, I mean, it's been raining quite a lot of times, you know, and any normal track, you'd be pitting for slicks, you know, quite quickly. But when they're up to temperature, the performance is still pretty good. You've got to be careful. It's always tricky being the first because you're never quite sure, so you take a bit of margin, but it was still enough to keep in the lead.
Right, let's see where you end up. Thanks, Ben.
Good to hear from Ben there. And he's,
It was one lap for Phil Fair. He went out, he's come back in, and now Paul Di Resta is in that car. So that would seem to be, well, we said a little earlier, if you remember the incident coming into pit lane with George Kurtz, was it a similar matter? And they just got the wrong side of that.
This is close wheel-to-wheel battling here between the Team Turkey car and the 74 Kessel Racing, trying to come. This is all down 11, 12 into 13 and 14 here. Chris Lullum in the 74 and Sally Yolok in the 34.
And Francesco Castellacci is in this battle as well.
And the drive off there for Lullum wasn't quite enough, and he's right up the gearbox of the Corvette Z06 GT3R. And can he make the pass stick around the outside? Looks like the Corvette's just got a little bit of straight line speed advantage, but he's late on the brakes there. Lullum's gone deep, too deep. And he's now letting the 54 in on the action, but it's the drive off that wider, further route round, and it's enough for the 74. Good drive off there, off the 296. He's got the inside line coming down into turn one, but Sally's not giving it up. He's jigging to the outside. He's looking to go all the way around the outside, but too late on the brakes.
Right, but Lullum's got a little wide there. Oh, dear me.
Did not see.
You know what? If that 54 car hadn't been there, that might have been the opportunity for the 34, but it was, and it wasn't.
Yes. Sally did not know the 54 was there. but fortunately the 54 just managed to get his nose out of the way just at the final second there as the LMP3 into Europol car tries to come up the inside of the pair of them. It's the 54, but Sally's there still in front. And yeah, it's tricky conditions right now. Everybody is working away, and you see the 34 with its wiper on. You can see also on the windscreen it's marking up where it's going over, and that happens when it's just a bit too dry for the wiper. You can see the windshield there getting marked up from it being run in the dry, and that can create some problems. This is coming to turn 1, and Sally just looking to run back up the inside of the 74 car, and the 54 was there to his inside, and there was a bit of a trading of bodywork there. I think the 54 may have lost its... Oh, who's that? It's
23. That's the 23 car.
Turn 13 here.
23 events number 23 is off on the outside of turn 13.
Yeah.
In the gravel. That's going to require an intervention, I'm afraid. And that is our 4th place car, Isaac Barashi.
And is this going to be what, again, pivots everybody on their strategy?
Well, Enzo's really just off pit lane.
Just lost it, I believe, coming through 12 into 13 on his own. I don't think the other car was involved.
They truly pitted from the lead.
Virtual safety car.
There you
Virtual
go.
safety car coming.
Tom Dillman. That's actually a disaster for the 25 car, because everybody that's not pitted gets the opportunity to do it at full yellow conditions. We're going to be going to that virtual safety car in 10 seconds time. Sean Malaysia leads this race. I think he can take a pit stop now. He's not just done it, has he? He can take a pit stop now.
He could. This is going to be interesting how all of this unfolds and where it all falls.
It's not a comfortable place in the counting back to the end of the race for an LMP2 on a fuel strategy. It's not 2 full stints.
No, it's not. Not yet. So, but this is going to bring a lot of the GT runners into a window where they could stop. They could stop here and maybe make it to the end.
It'd be tight, wouldn't it?
It would be very, very tight, but you are going to have a lot of safety car, virtual safety car running here.
So it's an hour and 14 minutes to go. Sharma Lacey leads the race. Virtual safety car for recovery of the 23 car that's dropped down now into 5th place at LMP3. 23 events racing car, Isaac Barashi. High Class Racing's Philip Lindbergh is the first to dive into the pits. Lindbergh here with the able assistance of the legendary Big John Nielsen.
This is going to help a number of teams here. It's going to help the United car, the 6. It's going to help the 64 Nielsen car. It's going to help the other United car. It's going to bring all of those guys back into it. Even RD are on the same lap. They're going to be at the 30 car with James Allen on board. So this is really going to really close the whole field up in P2.
Look at it this way with that number 6 car, that we've not really had a chance to kind of dip into the effect of having to put Phil Thayer into the car for a single lap. Well, I can tell you the pit stop to put Paul de Resta into the car for United Autosports was 1 minute and 6 seconds. So they've lost 1 minute and 6 seconds with a pit stop they shouldn't have had to take.
Yeah. But they're going to get a raise now somewhat by this, which is lucky for them.
Absolutely.
But their track position is going to be far worse.
So Chetalar have pitted, as have High Class Racing. They're in a great race, High Class Racing here.
Yeah, they are strong.
And those 2 cars that pit from 1st and 2nd, by the way, 2 of those 4 that I was mentioning, because the hose just gets tied around the wing end plate, that their one chance of a title and the one chance of a Le Mans run comes to the Asian Le Mans Series. It's all or nothing for Chetalar, for High Class Racing.
Or overran its pit stall, so it had to push it back. Oh, this is going to cost them a bit, but fortunately it's under these conditions.
Is it the sister? It's the High Class Racing P3 car. They have to run by it, draw back. It's less costly, isn't it? In these circumstances,
absolutely.
But it's still not great.
Yeah, you just need to be calm. Just be very deliberate with your moves there. I know at that point, as a driver, you're really trying to rush your driver change, and you're just trying to do it as fast as you can. It's just that point, muscle memory takes over, and just be really deliberate with what you're doing. Just go through the motions, everything you've learned. Don't try to rush it, because then you just go slower.
This is looking good for Cetelaro Racing. They're still going to stop again. No doubt about it. Antonio Fuoco, by the way, aboard the car.
That's all right, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. So Antonio Fuoco, by the way, together with Alessandro Pierguidi, is on GT duty today, have had 16 hours of travel since they appeared in the cars in free practice. They've had to fly to Tashkent in Uzbekistan for the FI Gala for a variety of things to be celebrated and
Pick up some
return.
pots.
Yeah, you know, pots, there's the pair of them. But of course, in the case of Alessandro Pierguidi, as the now reigning FI World Endurance World Champion, Antonio Fuoco as a placed entry in that. The season that Ferrari had in the FI World Endurance Championship, being amongst the things being celebrated in Tashkent, but they've had one heck of a journey to get back here.
Yeah, that has been definitely some air miles.
This is the 23 car that's been recovered. This could be quite a quick return to racing. We may not get much of a safety car. We are going to see the safety car.
Yeah, we will, definitely.
But
these guys have had a bit of a rough race, the 99 and the 66.
I think they've learned.
Yeah.
You can't afford to make mistakes. They've had pace.
Yeah, they have.
But they've simply not delivered on the potential of the package because
it's definitely
mistakes have been made.
It's definitely there, and they just need to be just a little bit sort of smarter with it and just being a bit cleaner on track.
Yeah. So, order as things stand, we wait to see which other, if any, of the LMP2 cars come in. Cetelaro Racing from CrowdStrike Racing by APR, Algar Pro Racing's 25 car, United Autosports number 5, High Class Racing, then the 6 from United, Nielsen Racing 64 there with Alex Quinn, Proton's 88, RD Limited's 30, and then the Vector Sport RLR car, number 70 car. That's your top 10 overall. LMP3 has exploded.
I was about to say the same
you
word.
know, turn 2 was effectively the end of that as a 10-car race.
Yeah, that took like 4 cars really out of the
It
running,
did.
or maybe 5
We've
actually.
realistically at this point got 2 cars left in it in terms of a race for pace, and even that is going to be determined at this point by where they are in the safety car chain. CLX Motorsports number 17 is on pit lane now. Into Europol's 13 sits second, is a lap back.
I can't see anybody else other than the CLX winning that really.
High Class Racing, Philip Lundberg in the third. GT, meanwhile, and by the way, beyond that, just so we know exactly how bad things have got, it's another lap till you get to the 4th place car, which is Team Virage's number 8 car.
It's been absolute carnage in LMP3, hasn't it? That lap 1, turn 2 was where it all unravelled for half of the field.
The other JMR Corvette, let's talk about...
Simsy getting in.
Yep, talk about...
Great mullet this weekend.
It is
exceptional.
I
have to say it's really on point.
If that's a fashion choice...
It is a choice.
It's a choice.
He's taken it.
It's not a bet.
Oh, he's definitely won it, if it is.
Mullet.
Central.
It is astounding, actually. Throwback stuff.
Jordan Taylor would be proud.
Yes, indeed. I wonder if it's actually a bet with Jordan Taylor. But GetSpeed's number 9 AMG leads the race. Fab Chiller.
Somebody shut the door.
Alessio Rivera sits second in the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari.
Doesn't want to shut, does it, on the 66?
He's not got hold of it either.
No.
QMMF AMG sits third,
Still
and what a
doesn't want
race
to
they've had. Origine's Porsche now back in the hands of Hong Li or Ye Hong Li, Leo. Lucas Hours just climbed aboard the 37, by the way. Jamie Day is aboard the EPM number 89. Aston Martin, the Montaigne number 10, and Ardo sits in 6th position.
So that's the leader in LMP3.
And they've got a problem with the legality panel.
Yeah. Once again. Oh boy.
Here comes the Kurikos Blackthorn car. Now, where's that car running? That car is down in 9th place under Kobe Powell's.
Yeah, and Johnny Adam just sprinting to the car there. Recognise that run.
So Johnny will complete this race.
Yeah, these guys have been strong. They've just not quite been in the mix, and I just don't think they've really, nothing's really fallen for them. They've definitely got the pace, and it's just whether this really starts to fall their way in this last hour. And Johnny knows how to win these races, doesn't he?
He does indeed. Good to have him back in the
brilliant
Asian Le Mans Series.
It's great to have him back here. Yeah. Oh, the 17, the CLX, are they still working on that left rear? And there's the scrutineer there at the back, just watching and filming, I believe. Just watching it back, what they're up to.
Getting keen to see. By the way, the number 13 car is on pit lane now. There it goes, indeed. So that car is pretty much a lap back. Safety car is called, so no further pit callers will be permitted from this point on, unless you're on pit lane, as that Ferrari I can see is there. Pit entry, pit exit, by the way, will be open, or available to be open. This is a serious issue for them.
This is for the 17, yeah. Well, they're just tidying it up and they're just getting it right, I think, just to make sure that it can run all the way to the end. They've got the left rear on, down on the ground. Yeah, it's given the signal, frantic signal.
But they've
radio.
lost the lead.
They have they now?
They have.
Oh, wow.
But, again, this is to depend where the safety car comes out. Safety car is
on track, isn't
not
it?
Yet. No. It's been called.
Oh, waiting for the leader.
Well, let's take a look back at the first 3 hours of this 4-hour race as they nearly come together coming out of the pits. Sunshine in Sepang. It wouldn't last, but we had it for the start as Giorgio Roda led away in his first race for United Autosports after taking another pole position behind a squabbling group of 5-6 LMP2 cars would be squabbling for position, but the dramas would come behind the LMP2s with one of the 23 events cars running wide as it rejoined. There'd be contact between 3, 4, 5 LMP3 cars and a number of GT cars as well. On board Kessel Racing car, the carnage was ahead. There's the contact between one of the JMR Corvettes whipping the rear wing off Terence Woodward's 71 Ligier. All sorts of battles up and down the field. This was George Kurtz getting stuck in. Terence Woodward trying to back out of the way he would require recovery, though. Watch the Origine Porsche up from 15th as Bernardo Souza spun out in his enthusiasm. Ajit Kumar, the actor, one of the victims of that melee at turn 2. And that car has not rejoined this race since. This was a change of lead. Great move from Georgios Kolovas up the inside of Giorgio Roda. The Origine Porsches drive to the front continued. This was taking second place in the UNX by WRT car, and this was first just a lap later. And the Chinese entered Porsche, Asian champions, looking to do the same in the Asia Le Mans Series at that stage. Great battles in every class. This was Algarve Pro Racing and United Autosports, but further trouble for another of the cars tied up in that lap 1 melee, the 85 Race GP car, with the second of what become multiple dramas for the Sol Duquesne in the order. On board, the Proton Porsche in the mix early on with Banksy, the Japanese Porsche one-make specialist at the wheel. Mixed class action here as the 22 car started to recover up the field, but trouble for a moment for the CLX Motorsport car. That's cost them the lead to the 18 Virage car. Origine and QMMF by Get Speed still battling away. This was part of Lauren Heinrich's run back up the field towards the lead group, and he would get there. Weather has been a factor pretty much throughout. And finally, the valiant run for the number 8 Team Virage car fell over, I'm afraid, towards the end of that stint as the 23 car ran off into the gravel and brought out a second virtual safety car coming into the final hour of the race. Leading the race into this final hour, it is Cetilar Racing, the car now in the hands of Antonio Fuoco, Ferrari factory driver. He's paced by Peugeot factory driver Malte Jakobsen in the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. Tom Dillman, Gustavo Menezes, Mikkel Jensen, Paul di Resta, Alex Quinn, the top 7.
Not a bad top 7,
That's
is it?
not bad, is it? LMP3 into Europol lead after repairs required under that last safety car for the leading car from CLX Motorsport. High Class Racing third, but a little way back. Get Speed's AMG in the hands of Fab Schiller. Lead from Alessio Rivera, Lucas Auer, and Leo Anglier. Are your top 4. So it is AMG, Ferrari, AMG, Porsche, then Aston Martin, then another Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, Porsche, Corvette. The lead Corvette is surprisingly at this point the 99 JMR car. Their cars seem to have been in trouble for most of the race, but amongst the chasing pack, by the way, Charlie Eastwood, the Racing Team Turkey car, that could be interesting when we get back to green flag running. We're getting the wave by. And it's a wave by for both GT3 and LMP3 cars.
Yeah, it's a good, decent amount of the GT3 field, or GT field, because, yes, they're going to get all back onto that lead lap, because a number of runners got off that lead lap when there was a split with safety car the previous time when we had that decent amount of rain. And so at least we're going to get those guys back in the mix. It's going to be hard. Track position is going to be very, very difficult to work through here, but at least it gets them back on the lead lap.
Yeah, at least 16 cars, by the way, taking the pass around there. The vast majority, I think, just one LMP3 car. The remainder, well, it's the majority, isn't it, of the GT3 field?
Yeah, it is. Everything except for the top 4 or 5, I think.
Indeed, this is going to set up quite the finish here. We're under an hour to go, and we have. Let's have a quick look here. We have 13 of the 16 LMP2 cars on the lead lap, and pretty much nose to tail here.
Yeah, all their gun drivers in there, their closers behind the wheel, ready to go.
Well, let's just read through that little list as we watch this. It is Fuoco, Ferrari factory driver, Le Mans winner, Malte Jakobsen, Peugeot factory driver, Tom Dillman, who's done hypercar with Van Wall, Gustavo Menezes back in after 2 separate hypercar stints. We're going to go to another hypercar driver down with David Addison. He's formed a key part of bringing Cetilar Racing into this, Charles Lacey.
And it's looking good, isn't it, for Cetilar Racing at the moment? Charles, I know we're behind the safety car, but you're in the lead and you've got Antonio behind the wheel. This is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, the stint was quite tricky, with the rain coming and going away, so especially in Sector 2. Like, we could see it was coming and we didn't know if it was going to drop a lot at some point or stay like this for an hour, and in the end it stayed like this for an hour. But yeah, we have a 5-second penalty to serve still. We couldn't do it during the VSC because you're not allowed to. So hopefully we can make the gap on the last stint, and for the last splash we will have at the end, we'll have to serve it. So hopefully we'll still be able to get out in first.
What's the penalty for?
It was overspin FCY for Roberto, so yeah. That's unfortunate, but we have the pace. So, anyways, it's a long championship. So even if we finish on the podium, we need to score points, and yeah, for sure the win will be good. But still 1 hour still in the race, so we'll see how it goes.
It's been really hard as well, not only with the battle between the cars, but the battle with the weather. You never know what it's going to do.
Yeah, also with the traffic, it was quite tricky. Because there is a bit of disparity with the drivers, with the silver coming in the P3, with cars getting out with like the slick tires and which are cold. It's quite tricky to know exactly where to go. And I had 2 or 3 times a car that spun in front of me. So yeah, sometimes you need to be very careful to see where you put your wheels. And yeah, but it was a good 2 stints, and yeah, we managed to do it. So we'll see how it goes for the last hour.
How hard is it in the car? How hot? How unpleasant?
Yeah, there's a lot of humidity, so it's quite hard. But
we have AC in the car, but it's not working properly. So the only way is to drink. And in the end, when you are driving full speed, it's okay. But as soon as there is a focus yellow or you are stopped in the pits, the heat is coming back in the cockpit. So that's the moment where it's the most tricky.
Go and have a drink. Well done.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the points, Charles Mallacy there, just talking about that sort of situation where you've been running hard, and then you come into the pit lane and the team's asked you, are you okay for another stint? And you're like, yeah, I think I'm okay. And then you come in and you take the stop. And as soon as the car stops, the heat soak, and you go, oh, this is a bad idea. And then you're sort of driving down pit lane, and then you're driving out onto the track, and you're thinking, wow, I've got to do another hour in this, or another 40 minutes, or another, it is tough. Yes, Stewie Cox,
he's
mastermind.
Absolutely, very much in control. Having a chat there with Louis Delatraz out of the CrowdStrike car by APR Alga Pro Racing, of course, running second at the moment, and their other car, one of the two other cars, a 25 car, running third. So they're the record holders in terms of championship wins in the Age of Le Mans series. In fine Vettel again here. Again, Ferrari factory driver in a hypercar leads the race from a Peugeot factory driver, from an ex Van Wall driver, from an ex Glickenhaus and Peugeot driver, Gustavo Menezes, from a now ex Peugeot driver, Mikkel Jensen. Wonder where he's going.
United.
Absolutely, driving for United.
Wonder where he's going.
Don't know. No idea. Paul Di Resta, that's another Peugeot driver. Alex Quinn, by the way, a Peugeot development driver.
Yeah.
I'm saying Peugeot a lot, aren't I? There's another one to come. Tristan Vautier, again, Tristan has had time in hypercar.
In the Acura GTP, wasn't he?
And he also drove the Van Wall as well. Then we've got Lorenzo Fluxer, Vlad Lomko, Matthias Besch, Sonny
Tested for the Peugeot.
He did indeed.
Rookie test.
Mathieu Vazevier, ex-Alpine. Nick Cassidy, a 2026 Peugeot factory driver, joining the chorus, kids. Then Marino Sato, Felipe Lars to complete the field. That's one hell of a lineup.
It is extraordinary.
For the finish for this race.
Yeah, and we've got 54 minutes to go here.
Well, while we're still under this safety car, lights are still on, by the way, let's have a look at GT class as well, because that's got Fab Schiller, a retained Mercedes-AMG factory driver, from Alessio Rivero, ditto for Ferrari. Luca Sauer, ditto for Mercedes-AMG. Then we got Leo Ye for Origin Motorsport, the champion of the GT World Challenge in Asia. Jamie Day, Loic Hartog, I think is now retained by Porsche on contract. Chris Lollam, and very much a protege of Max Verstappen and his efforts to come to GT racing. Ricky Perra, ditto Porsche. Harry King, ditto Porsche. Ben Green,
linked to Corvette.
Parker Thompson, who's had all sorts of links with Lexus and with Porsche through his one-make racing as well. Garnet Patterson with United Autosports there in the McLaren. Charlie Eastwood, who's just signed another 2-year contract with Corvette. Sean Galale, WC driver. Alessandro Pierguidi, the reigning World Hypercar Drivers' Champion. Safety car was coming in this lap. And on and on and on we go. The level of quality at the pro level in this grid is as good as we've ever seen it, and we're about to see why.
Yeah, the bar is extremely high. We're looking forward to this last 52 minutes of racing here. These guys will be getting themselves ready. Fuoco will know absolutely everything that he needs to do here. He's just getting the car, tyre, brakes, everything prepared, and he's just controlling the pace nicely. And it'll be up to him when he wants to go green, once he's got to the certain point on the racetrack, and he can just start picking the pace up.
You mentioned the bar was too high, so high. I just had a deja vu. It's Anthony Davidson at the end of season party. Couldn't quite reach his drink. Away we go, Chetalar Racing to restart this. It is 52 minutes to go. Ollie's gone very quiet because he knows Ant's going to kill me for that one. And away we go. Antonio Fuoco for Malte Jakobsen, Tom Dillman, Gustavo Menezes, Mikkel Jensen, Paul Di Resta. It's great in trouble. Big trouble straight away.
Wow. It looks like
it's a Kessel car. Or is it an AF Corsa car? It's a Ferrari.
It's a Ferrari, and it's gone around. Is that coming out of turn 14?
Turn 15.
Is it coming out 15?
Yeah, I think that's at the very end of the lap. That is going to require an intervention again. I think we're going to go straight back to an intervention here.
It's coming down into
safety car. Not surprised.
Yeah.
I think that was quite a big hit.
It's 21. It's 21, and it's in between 14 and 15. It's on the right-hand side coming out of 14, I think.
You think?
Well, yes.
Oh, yeah, he has.
Yes, he has.
I thought he was on the exit at 15. He's not. It's on the inside of 14.
He must have been getting everything going again, just getting tyres warmed.
Well,
and was it concertina effect? Was he just looking to...
It's Alessio Rivera. And
Good
on pit
grief.
lane is the 37.
Wow. Did they know this was coming? The 37. Have they got it? Did they have to serve a penalty?
There's attention to the front right of that car.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh dear me. So dramas. Oh, was that involved with the 21?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. As soon as you said they're working on the right front, you know, it was a concertina effect where they just sort of stopping and starting, trying to get everything warm, weaving, and Rivera's just got caught up in that. But that's big. Thankfully, he's out.
Yeah, but that's going to
walked away. And inside the garage here, a lot of head shaking.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Doesn't it just?
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just putting 2 and 2 together here. It looks like this is the car that had the contact with the 21 Ferrari that's now in the wall. Looks like, haven't had it confirmed.
21 Ferrari was the Ferrari up at the front, wasn't it?
Yeah. Rivera was right at the front, yes.
I think he was behind the Ferrari.
Let's see if we can get a replay on this.
Well, there will be an opportunity to see at least something.
But what this does do, with everybody else running here, all of those GT runners that were having to look to fuel save, this is only helping so that they can go all the way through to the end.
Most certainly. It's an awful thing to say, but with the pretty much elimination from hope of the two front runners here, it adds hope to the remainder of the field.
Yeah, I think it's going to hurt Settelar, isn't it? Because they need to serve that 5 second. They're not going to have that opportunity to stretch that gap, are they?
Good point. They've got less time to do so. There's a lot of
Exiting
debris in the
T14,
middle
please
of
bear
the track.
left. We have a car stopped on the right-hand side, so T14, bear left. We have debris on track. Bear left, T14.
Yep. So there's been an impact, hasn't there, in the middle of the circuit, and that's fired the Ferrari off.
Yeah, as he's coming off of turn 14, he's just accelerating up, and they're all jockeying for position, and it just started to go. Fuoco had really just started to pick the pace up there, so the GT field would have been a little bit strung out. And then maybe it was a little bit of a concertina effect, and Rivera maybe had to check up, and then the 37 got in the back and pitched him into the wall.
Just we could see an intervention vehicle leaving there. If you're slightly confused, if you're not familiar with Sepang, that's the B pit lane. That's the second pit lane around the back of the main stand that leads down between turns 14 and 15. That's what actually just got me to the point where I was slightly confused about position as the field comes through. That was the 37 car coming through, wasn't it? But to rejoin the back of that train, the safety car is ready and will roll now as Antonio Fuoco leaves. Yeah, you're completely correct, Ollie. This is not good news.
Wow,
that's
completely correct. I'm just writing that completely.
Just on this occasion,
correct.
Antonio Fuoco and Chetlar Racing have now got much less time to deal with trying to eke out that 5 seconds.
There's a lot of debris there. That's a lot of debris. So you want to stay out of that. That is carbon fibre. That's shards of it. It's super sharp. And those Michelins will not like that if you run over it.
Doesn't take much, does it?
No. I'm still not seeing anything there on the vision on what actually happened, and so we're just trying to piece it together from what we can, some kind of guess.
For information, we are in lap 1 of safety car. Lap 1 of the safety car.
Now the other point to raise here, Ollie, is it's possibly worse than it looks in terms of the effect on whoever's deemed to be at fault, because of course they can't pass until the line. So there is the
21.
Somewhat second-hand 21.
What I'm thinking here, when it goes green, who's going to come in the pit lane? The P2s. Because it's getting pretty close, isn't it?
It's very close.
Because we're going to have, I think we're going to have at least a couple of laps here, maybe 3 laps here.
Another one of your ex-teammates there, Manu Collard, standing to the right-hand side. He's there with Charlie Samani, looking after. There's Thomas Fleur in conversation. Francesco
Amato Ferrari there.
Yeah, Amato, who's got a trademark not impressed look.
Yeah, that is.
whatever's happened, he's not happy about it.
Oh, jeepers. Would not like to be in that garage. Yeah, we're just hearing from David Addison that, yes, it's Lucas Auer in the Mercedes, and yet sometimes these things, it doesn't matter who's on board, it is just a concertina effect, and you can't check up if the car in front's checking up, and you're trying to, but it's physics, and you just can't do it.
It could be anything. It could be one car checks up, and there's a concertina effect. It could be that. It might not have been either of those that actually was the initial cause of it.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're in very close proximity, and they're focused on the
two drivers that are involved, you would not expect this sort of thing to happen with. They are absolute pros. This is not their first rodeo. They know all about competing and racing in multi-class racing, and closely, restarts. They're always charged. They're always something that's super, important for you to be right on it.
Yeah.
And
race winners at the highest level.
Yeah, of course. And they just some
safety car has been instructed to increase speed.
So they're just giving it time to make sure that clear up has been done and executed, and that the intervention vehicles, there you go, you can see to the left hand side there the Ferrari being deposited on the B pit lane.
Yeah, I think it could be one more lap.
I think so.
They're green here, and I'll be interested to see if any of these P2 runners chance it and decide to come down pit lane and be the first to take that final pit stop.
If you're at the front, you crack on.
Right.
Because you've got a clear road ahead of you. I think you crack on.
Leader
for a lap
is starting safety car lap number 2.
But no, already. Oh, hang on. That's a real problem for the 43 car. That has to be emergency fuel, and that's race over for that car.
Yeah, they were a long way down anyway.
That's Nick Cassidy. In 15th place. He'll take no more than 8 seconds of fuel, if indeed it is a fueling issue. And he will have to pit again once this safety car period is over. Pit lane is closed, and that's exactly what he's done.
It was just fuel, wasn't it?
That's terrible luck for them, but they were not in contention at that point. Looked like they could have been at one point.
Certainly, first sort of 10, 15 laps of
the race.
They
looked like they were the one team that made the right call. If you remember, right at the start, the first virtual safety car, they were the one team that seemed to have made the right call. When the rain came, we hadn't seen rain, they put it on wets, and the next shot we got, it was teeming down.
Yeah.
And everybody else was stranded out, and then it was this catalogue of potential strategy against weather. And it ebbed and flowed for, 40 minutes? And it was just an ocean of teams just thinking they got it and then realising they hadn't. There almost wasn't a correct strategy.
Yeah, and it was just sort of like, okay, we're just going to follow plan A, or no, plan B. And it's just, you've got to get in one lane. You've got to choose your lane and just stick with it. And a bit like what Matt said, you just don't really know how this is all going to unfold or unravel. You just got to sort of go with it, stick with it, and just trust your calculations and what you've decided to do. Get all in.
Yeah, so we wait and see. We'll see shortly whether or not the safety car lights are going to be going off. There's no immediate reason why we believe they should stay out for another lap. And the lights are still on for the moment.
It's curious.
Safety car in this lap.
Oh, here we go.
Bingo, and away we go. It'll be 42 minutes.
No overtake before the line.
So Antonio Fuoco starts the process of warming his tyres and backing the field up. Malte Jakobsen will be wise to all of this. Behind that, Tom Dillman and Gustavo Menezes. Gus Menezes has come back to sports car racing after a while away. He's having an absolutely cracking run here. He's fifth in this queue because the Ponos racing car, running down the 14th, is a lapped car, the orange
overtake before the line
in that group. But
overtaking before the line, and
green flag.
Fuoco is backing them right up here, and he's gone. He's gone, and he's really managed to get a bit of a march on Molt. He certainly cleared him for into turn, sort of down into turn 1.
Yep.
Unless he does something dreadful at turn 15, which is good. But yeah, that was nicely executed. It strung everybody out nicely. So there's not a big congestion coming down into turn 1.
Little Jensen right underneath the rear wing of Gustavo Menezes. He's gone side by side.
He's got him.
Looks to me like the Nielsen racing car on the inside.
Oh, Alex Quinn up the inside there, nicely done. As he can get that job done as he goes through to the inside. What's it done at turn 2? I believe he's through. And Quinn has been extremely fast in the Nielsen 64 car this weekend. There were one of the practice sessions went over a second quicker than everybody else with Alex on board.
Yeah, he's up to 5th place now. Is he just 5th?
Yeah,
maybe
he is.
4th.
He's got past
the rest. Yes, I think he's got.
Yeah, he's absolutely on a tear.
Oh,
43.
Blimey. Just it goes from bad to worse, doesn't it?
Yeah, just forget today.
Poor Nick Cassidy. Yellow turn 2 is for Nick Cassidy.
So here we are with Fuoco, Jakobsen, Dillman, Jensen, Quinn.
Quinn is right there with Jensen.
He is. This is going to be brilliant to watch.
What happened here?
What was this? Oh, he's got turned around by James Rowe. Oh my word. Yikes. Yeah, contact. That was a little bit tricky. Oh, the JMR cars. That Sims on board there. Against, more contact there between the Kessel car and that P3.
It's getting physical, isn't it?
It is. Well, it's 40 minutes. Everybody's got their sleeves rolled up. And it's like go time. Let's go.
Do you miss it?
I do sometimes. These last sort of 40 minutes, you go, yes, this would be brilliant to be part of.
Yeah.
But you want to be at the front, obviously, running around and competing. But even so, you just want that battle.
Absolutely.
That battle wheel to wheel is just immense. Nothing like it.
As much as I appreciate that, could we just keep it down in the hire car back to the hotel?
You've got a little bit white on the way home.
Doesn't bother me.
No, of course not.
I know no fear.
It's actually the only time I can shut you up.
Yeah. That's the 50 car. Was that pitting or running wide? It wasn't very clear. It's 99 and the 77 side by side.
Yeah, swapping a little bit of paintwork there.
Just watching here, that is the 10 car is on pit lane, so is the 92. Both the Montai cars pit. That's not great.
No.
Why?
That's bizarre, but TF as well. They've pitted as well with James Rowe getting him out. Not sure what's going to happen there with that incident at turn 2.
All sorts of stuff going on here. Alex Quinn is by Mikkel Jensen and up to 4th place for Nielsen Racing.
Good grief.
And he's 2.4 seconds off Tom Dillman.
He is purple sector in sector 1.
Top 10, separated by 10
penalty
seconds.
for car 15.15 for speeding in the pit lane.
15 speeding in the pit lane.
That's Kessel Racing.
Yeah.
Balsan.
Yeah.
So while the one car is going to be coming out and giving us a little bit of entertainment, look at the stand in the background. That is a massive level of support for the little Ligier. It's all about massive LMP3 fans in the loop. No, come on, it's Ajit Kumar. We'll take the car out to see whether or not things are pointing in the right direction. 37 minutes to go. That's a smart thing to do, I think. Just keep it out of trouble.
Yeah. And I'm just interested to see where Quinn gets to here. He has got the 64 car absolutely dancing.
Tom Dillman, though, has responded. He's put in the fastest lap of the race at 1:55.063, and he
There's
has
a 10th between them. 10th.
It is. We've got a double yellow turn 15 entry. That's now removed.
Yeah.
But this is getting absolutely frenetic. 4 seconds separating the top 4 cars.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be the 50s going in the box. It's on the dollies going in, and that's had a rough run.
Yeah.
Not sure exactly what's happened here. Maybe David will be able to tell us.
Well, that's 2 AF Corsa run Ferraris in trouble in the latter stages. Damage to the Breton racing cars. This is for... No, the Breton racing car is a lapped car. the CLX car is trying to get in the hands of Alexander Jacobi to the leader, and that is 8-9 seconds to the good at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Still got some time, but it's going to be
needs a clear run.
It does, very clean. There's a lot of blue on the timing screen and the odd bits of purple.
Has to do it because Callum Voisin has caught him for second. This is CLX. It's not about a run to the lead, it's a run to retain second, because the third of those LMP3 cars is the high-class car, and that is the third-place car.
Yeah.
So that's again a symptom of the safety car helping, with GT cars pitting around them and having trouble around them. That's closed that gap.
It has. 17 CLX car just looks like it's walking a little bit on the way into the corners. Just maybe just waiting for the tyre pressures just to settle a little bit and everything just to really come up. And well, that bit of bodywork I think is going to have to be addressed after this little bit of contact here. Oh, the 17 went wide there off of turn 4. Oh, and there was some contact.
That's what caused the problem for the Breton racing car, and I wonder whether or not that may have caused a minor problem for the 17. It was quite a clunk.
Yeah, it was. It was. There's a 6 and the 30 going at it. Yeah. And I did not expect this. You know, with the United car and the RD Limited car, there was an ocean of distance between these two cars, you know, after the first sort of driver change, and now these two are battling over position. What are they battling over? 6th and 7th?
And this is all on the back of what seems like it was a miscalculation about Phil Fair's driving time.
He's dropped them right back into the clutches, and now looking like United had the race under control. They're now battling over 5th and 6th. Yeah. And not where Richard would have wanted them, or expected them to be after, with an hour to go, or an hour and 30 minutes to go.
Purple sector time is coming with every lap here. We've just seen 2 from Nick Cassidy. And his sector 1 time was then bettered by Tom Dillman, and his sector 2 time bettered by Antonio Fuoco, who is desperately trying to extend the gap.
He's trying to get 5 seconds up the road, isn't he? Molt Jakobsen.
They don't have to stop again. They'll just add 5 seconds to the race time.
Yeah.
So 5 seconds is what we're looking for. It's 1.98 at the moment. It's a 1:54.808 from Nick Cassidy, the fastest lap of the race, without having set now a purple sector. So steering issue we're hearing for the 50 car. That coincides with what we saw was rather a stagger, which we weren't sure was off track or headed towards pit lane.
I've had some contact also side by side.
Yeah. Either way, that's a shame with just half an hour to go. After that said, after the unfortunate run that they had with the car last year, you recall, at turn 1, being turned around and then the radiator pierced by the next car along, they'll have had a much better day, father and son Bennett.
Yeah.
They'll be encouraged by it, I'm sure. There's United Autosports watching on. Fuoco, 2.1 seconds.
Yeah, he's gone quickest in the first sector. He's done another personal best, in the first sector.
He's on course to do this, you know.
Yeah, he is.
If he can stay out, and
I think genuinely the Settelar racing car is very, very quick, and if not the quickest car on track today here. And I think that Fuoco will just eke it out. Molt won't give up the fight though, and I think Dillman and Quinn will both be there snapping at the heels.
So there's all sorts of gaps to watch. 2.2 seconds now the gap Fuoco to Jakobsen for the overall race win. Keep an eye as well on the gaps in LMP3, because remarkably that's come down to a 3-car battle. 9.5 seconds is the gap first to second. That's into Europol leading from CLX Motorsports. And then high-class racers Callum Voisin has now got the GT leader between him and his target, the CLX Motorsport car, but the gap is under 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Beyond that, what have we got? Jamie Day is right with Yong Li in the Origin Motorsport car for second overall in GT. Ben Green is 2 seconds back from that.
Yeah, Ben's done a fine job there to get that car back in contention after all of the woes for JMR. They are right here in the mix.
Harry King's right there. Charlie Eastwood is herring up the pack.
He is. is really all slotted into place during this final stint for Corvette. So if they can make the last little push there, get a car on the podium.
Julien Gerby, by the way, got in the car, not Ajit Kumar. So Julien, I'm sure, in the #1 car. After 3 hours and 20 minutes, it says there, on pit lane.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race. Antonio Fuoco, 1:54.388.
Yeah, and he is still extending this gap. It's now halfway to where it needs to be. It's 2.5 seconds.
Charles Mallacy did talk quite confidently that they'll be able to find that gap, didn't he? He was sort of like, yeah, the car's quick enough.
Fuoco's quick.
Yeah,
Jakobsen's quick.
Yeah.
Stillman got a challenge here to come. Argo Pro Racing beginning to close the gap again now. Nielsen Racing's Alex Quinn. That's sort of stabilised in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, it has. It's sort of like he can't bridge that gap. It's almost like just as he gets to it, the wash is just enough just to take a bit off the front, and that kills his chance. I mean, you could cover any one of the top 5, you know, performance-wise in a blanket. They're that close. They're that good. They're that on it with this car, and you know, it takes something really exceptional to get a guy to go from 4th or 5th to the lead in LMP2 just like that in the last 30 minutes of the race.
Alessandro Pierguidi, by the way, chasing and gradually catching Charlie Eastwood. This is for 6th place. Pierguidi, of course, in the Vista of course, a 54 car. Lucas Sauer in that damaged QMF car has also made up a little bit more ground. He's just passed Sean Galale, and he's now 4.7 seconds behind that. The battle I've just been describing, the Corvette versus Ferrari battle.
This Jamie Day Ben Green battle is going to be great.
And Ye Hong Lee, this is the battle for 2nd place.
2nd, 3rd, 4th. And Ben Green's been cutting his teeth in DTM and all kinds of other things. Doing a fine job, and he's coming here this weekend with high expectations of Corvette and what he can do for them. I think he's going to end up in a car at Daytona in a Corvette. I believe he's going to be on board one of those cars.
Watching this as well, by the way, we've now seen as side by side the #3 from DCAR Engineering, the 88 from Proton Competition, exchanging places and exchanging them back again, or maybe not.
Just enough racing room there. Nicely done, boys.
Yeah, so the LMP3 lead lead trio have now cleared the Get Speed GT lead car of Fab Schiller. He leads this battle by 7 seconds. 28 minutes to go. The LMP3 battle, Enrique Vides leads Alex Jacobi by 9.1 seconds, with Callum Voisin a further 1.4 seconds back. Well, across the CrowdStrike car in the hands of Malte Jakobsen, now 2 seconds, closing a little bit. What do the team think about that? Well, David Addison's about to find out with Louis Delatraz.
What do they say about it not being over until it's over? Louis Delatraz, 2nd place, but you're still in a mix. The leading car has a penalty. It's not over for another half an hour.
It is a pretty crazy race. George did a really good start. Went up to 5th, and I mean, kept it there with no mistakes, so that's great. But the first virtual safety car bring us back to P12, so I had fun coming forward. Pretty much, I think P2. And another virtual safety car brought us to again P2 or P3, so I think we should have been in the lead, but you know, it's part of racing. The whole crew is doing a fantastic job here, and it's not over until it's over, so we will fight.
And those weather conditions as well, you found yourself on a wet track on slicks, a drying track on wets. It was crazy.
It's probably the worst feeling as a driver when on windscreen you have this rain constantly and it's just moving around the track. One time T1, one time 7. In the high speed in 6-7 was really the worst. But I mean, I like those conditions. It's tricky and I think you can make a difference. And yeah, I really had fun.
So you've got what, one more pit stop or go to the end?
I think depends on the yellows. Maybe we can make it all to the end, but basically pretty much all MP2s on the same strategy. So if we can go to the end, the others can as well. It will be played on track.
Let's see. Well done. Thanks, Louis.
Great stuff.
It's going to be nip and tuck, I think. Everybody in P2. How quickly can you go with fuel saving?
This is the battle for 2nd place in LMP3. A pretty much nowhere. That last safety car has sort of gifted us a battle in LMP3. While we're watching this battle, just a quick word about the future of the Asian Le Mans Series. This is race 1 of 6, but next season, 26-27, brings something very new, and that's hypercar, and uniquely Pro-Am hypercar. News beginning to eke out a variety of individuals and operations. There's trouble in that left rear as well for the CLX car. That was the repair they were trying to make before. That might be a major problem. We've already had declarations of interest from BBM Sports, who've confirmed that they intend to bring Peugeots to the fray. They have had delivery of a trio of the original wingless Peugeots, but just as easily can be the next batch they're due to take delivery of, which are the 2024 cars. They intend to bring 2 of those cars. Spoke earlier to Christian Reed. Now the slings of arrows of outrageous fortune to do the WEC are concerned, are all over for 2026. He can focus on what can be done now with the cars that he has, and that looks set to potentially include some form of return to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship at some point this season, but now actively looking for customers for his 2 Porsche 963s. We heard earlier in the race from David Addison with Jeet Kumar that he has ambitions of potentially joining the hypercar ranks at some point in the future. And yes, we've heard as well from the Van Wall operation that they're now no longer called Van der Velde car. They're looking to see whether or not they can get that car back into the WEC via the Asian Le Mans Series. So beginning to get to the stage where there is significant interest. I can tell you, without giving away, as we're seeing that change made, or are we?
No, not quite. Just a bit too deep there into turn 15.
Yeah, I can tell you that's not all. And whilst I can't tell you there are other entries confirmed, I can tell you there are active negotiations with customers for multiple additional cars with major manufacturers, plural. So there's a lot of excitement to come, heading to the point where I hope that you and I and David are calling the first hypercar race in the Asian Le Mans Series in about 12 months' time. So that was a good run, by the way, there from
the 94. He's just been lining him up over this last sort of lap, sort of looking, nipping and trying to, and he's just got it done up the inside here into turn 4. Clean, and he's just executed nicely. And the 17 now, I think, may well have a bit of an issue here with that legality panel on the left rear. Bit of a twitch there as he's coming through turn 5 into 6.
What a turnaround for them. They were a lap ahead before the safety car.
My word.
Dramas on pit lane with that left rear corner.
So they've had contact somewhere, which then set the ball rolling here with this, and it's just started to unravel, and it's now quite a big problem. Again, over that curbing on the exit of turn 8, he's really grinding the plank on the bottom of the car there. So let's see if the 17 gets pinged here and called in. It's pretty close.
Callum Poison has got 23 minutes to attack a 9.5-second lead.
It's going to be tall order, but
Antonio Farocco extends again the lead to 3 seconds now. We wait to see just exactly what goes on here. Here is the number 1.
Flowed a bit.
This is the number 1 after its sighting lap, basically to see whether or not there was anything further that needed to be addressed on the heavily damaged car after the start of the race. Why have they done this? Because we're racing tomorrow.
Exactly.
Don't forget that. 22 minutes of racing left here, 4 hours more for the weekend, with an identical start time, 1 o'clock local. Keep an eye out how that works out in your area of the world. There'll be Ollie and I in the booth again with David on pit lane for another 4 hours. It's been a pretty engaging 4 hours so far here.
It's been pretty frantic. Here's 2nd, 3rd and 4th in GT. Quite nose to tail. They've got a bit of traffic in between them. The P2 United car, they're just coming through, and it's going to be that the BMW, the UNX WRT car, has been sort of stubbornly in front of the Orijan car, and it's sort of getting out the way. I was just going down pit lane now.
Yeah, it's first lap's car.
Yeah,
but the UNX car.
So now these guys now going to be able to sort of get a little bit closer and have a bit of a battle. It does seem like it's got into a bit of a stalemate.
Now, on the last lap, a further 7/10 pulled out by Antonio Fuoco. He's within grasp of a 5-second lead now. It's 4.449 seconds.
Yeah, it is.
Half a second more, and it's thousandths. Well, it is thousandths already.
Yeah, it's just going to come down to traffic, isn't it? And how the traffic sort of concertinas things, and whether Fuoco can get through it cleanly, or if Molt gets held up, or he can get through it cleanly. You know, there's lots of different ways this is going to change.
Well, Fuoco's next target is the battling pair of LMP3 cars. He's got a relatively clear track ahead of him.
Yeah.
13 car, by the way. It's, what is it, 9 seconds, 8.9 seconds. It's basically a corner and a short straight.
I'd say that that's relatively comfortable at the moment. You have to see how it goes over the next lap or so. But this is really the battle I'm interested in, this GT battle. Second, third and fourth. They all seem to be about equally spaced apart, and it's going to be whether these P2 cars coming through here really closes that up and gives one of these guys an opportunity to make a move.
Interesting message on the screen. This car, not this driver, Bob Yuan, and there's a big slide there for the 87 car. Report to race control after the race.
What's Bob done?
Don't know. Doubt it's for congratulations.
Yeah, I'm sure that Gwen was going to be sort of saying, I thought we did really well.
The way you took turn 3 was wicked.
On lap 52.
Yes.
Very, very nicely.
Doesn't tend to be the case, does it?
Not really.
But I have to say, at the moment, second place car, Ye Hong Lee is doing a fantastic job of bottling up some high quality drivers behind.
Putting those Michelins under some significant pressure.
He is indeed. Racing Team Turkey's Charlie Eastwood up to 5th.
I'm sure Charlie can quite get on terms with these guys. He's about 4 seconds off. Can't quite bridge the gap. Got Pueguidi up behind him. I'm sure he's keeping him honest.
Green trying to get onto the back of Jamie Day. Hong Lee will be hoping he gets to do that, because that will reduce the pressure on him. Both the JMR cars together on track here.
Yeah, Sims is just Sims is just sort of rear gunner for Jamie Green. Sorry, Jamie Green for Ben Green.
But, it's been a great battle in GT. It's been a fantastic battle in LMP2.
Yeah, it's nearly out to the 5 seconds there between Fuoco and Jakobsen. It's really, really close, but Fuoco's just been metronomic and has been trusting in his machine, and also mostly trusting in what Charles Mallacy said as he got in the car.
But the other side to this, and we've seen it time and time again, here you go, you're perfectly entitled to put it that way, is what is he taking out of the tyres? And all of a sudden it's 5.6 seconds, so why did that happen?
Traffic, I'm sure.
Traffic must be. So the moment where things stand, even with the 5-second penalty, it would be a win for Chetlar Racing. But what is he taking out of the package? There's still 18 minutes to go.
I mean, it does. I mean, it really is that Fuoco and that Chetlar Racing car, they are just marching away now. 6 seconds lead on Jakobsen. They've got 8 seconds on Tom Dillman. Got 11.8 seconds on Quinn. Quinn's effort has just died away a little bit here. Without something big happening, I can't see that there's going to be a change here. It's just Fuoco is just controlling the pace, controlling his position on track, looking after the tyres, managing that fuel possibly as well.
Yeah.
Because we know that that's a little bit tight for everybody, and is that adding into the mix here that Fuoco is an absolute genius at that. There are drivers who can fuel save and go exceptionally quickly, and maybe Fuoco is one of those.
Always had that reputation that he could just seemingly create fuel with his right foot. I'm sure it's curable with a wire brush.
I'm sure.
But that lead is going up quickly at the moment. It's 6.1 seconds now.
It has.
It's one stumble away from a loss, in fairness.
Yeah, sure, but it's only been trending one way.
Yes,
let's say.
I agree.
you know, so I think that Fuoco has this in hand. 7.4 now. It's all of a sudden in this last lap and a half, it's just really escalated. Gone from being, oh, is he going to do it, to like, oh yes, he is. And unless there's been some switch up in the strategy there at Settler that they've just gone, you know what, I'm not sure we are going to make this. We've got to go now.
Yeah.
To make sure that we have got enough room for this stop. We think that everybody else could stop or will stop. I don't know. It's going to be in the next 16 minutes. We're going to figure this out.
Neatly explained, wasn't it, Molly, with Delatraz? But there's also an opportunity, of course, for him to spread misinformation, which
yeah, true.
You know, and that's part of the game. Here comes the United Autosports car, led comfortably at one point. We should remind viewers that maybe missed that nuance or weren't with us. They had to put Phil Fayer back into that car for a single lap.
That was definitely a miss, wasn't it?
That's cost them the win, to be blunt.
Oh, certainly it's cost them, because the caution, the yellow flag was going to, or the safety car was going to come, and they would just been in a far better track position. You know, if they hadn't done that,
yeah,
if they managed to figure that out earlier on in the race.
We've got cars 37 and 8.
3 minute stop and go penalty.
Safety car infringement. 8 is the Team Virage LMP3. 37 is the Lucas Sauer car.
Yeah,
that's done.
Yeah,
safety car infringement.
And is that down
the
to
impact?
the contact? Have they seen something up in race control?
That's very unfortunate for a car that ran so very well early in the race. And that eliminates them from a point scoring position, and that will give the Ecurie Cost Blackthorn Aston Martin of Johnny Adam effectively that 7th position at the moment. Montai's 10 car would inherit 8th at the moment. AF Course is 51, although that is also under investigation. Car 11 also, by the way, getting a drive-through for causing a collision. That's the TF Sport car, isn't it? That's Matt Bell's car.
Yeah, that is the one that James Rowe turned around the 43 car at turn 2.
Yeah.
It was all very clumsy.
Would put, by the way, the 92 Montai car into a point scoring position. That's a penalty for the QMF by Get Speed car. 8.8 seconds. It's looking more and more comfortable, isn't it? 14 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Or is there a late pit stop drama for somebody? There shouldn't be. And as he quite rightly said, if there is for one, the reality is it's likely to be for all of them.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't see it.
You would say that it is a high-risk strategy they are employing if that is their approach. I wouldn't say that it's one that they will be employing.
I'll say it again. I'm impressed by the performance. Yang Lee in this Origin car. He's fending off a high-quality train here.
Yeah, and is Ben Green just working his way here on Jamie Day. Both British drivers here battling it out in the GT class. One for the Aston Martin brand and the other one for the Corvette brand. Ben is just sizing him up. It looks like he's just getting on terms with him, but has he got quite enough? He's going to have to, I think, use a little bit of traffic here to sort of work his option and his opportunity, or are they going to just catch up close enough to the Origin car, which then gives Ben the opportunity to get past Jamie?
We're getting into the realms now with 12.5 minutes to go. If this is going to be a race won on pace, Jakobsen needs to show that pace now.
He needed to show it before now.
No, I think it is that thing around it. The gap is stabilised at the moment, but
you don't give somebody an 8-second lead with 12 minutes to go.
I completely agree with you. But is this part of a strategy to try to open up the gap for whatever reason? And if it is,
we'll see.
Fab Schiller,
yeah.
He's had a quiet race in front of this.
It's almost like it's just sort of come to them. They've not done anything crazy. They've stayed out of trouble. They've always been in and around their sort of top 5, top 6.
Well, 14 seconds after that safety car. and that safety car was not that long ago. He's done a great job of gapping this field.
Yeah, I think it's a mark of also how much
there he
pace
is in the background.
How much pace is in that Mercedes?
Yeah.
And there were a number of people talking about that earlier on in the week, sort of saying Mercedes is quick, Mercedes is quick, and it certainly is.
There you go. It's the length of the back straight. So Chetelaar Racing, Antonio Fuoco, now 10.5 seconds clear.
Yeah.
So marching away right now from CrowdStrike Racing by APR's Malte Jacobsen and Tom Dillman in Algar Pro's number 25 car. Alex Quinn.
I think Nielsen Racing will be kind of satisfied with that. Sad to miss a podium, but they know that the pace is in the car. Tricky conditions today, and they've dealt with that pretty well. And yeah, it's I think any team that's got through this unscathed today, I think they're going to be happy, because it's been very tough, very tricky, you know, really, and for the bronzes as well, you know, where it was really challenging at the start here.
10 minutes to go in this race. Ollie, let's take a couple of moments just to look at what we think the form book looks like. It's close. There's no doubt it's close.
Yep.
Chetelaar Racing look very good. We've got another P2 car. It is the 4 car. It's Jacobsen's on pit lane.
Wow. Are we going to see others blinking then? Surely.
Well,
surely we're going to see others.
If it's fuel. Is it fuel?
It's got to be. It's
fuel
got to
goes
be.
on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a fair chunk of fuel.
Yeah, it's not just a splash, is it?
No.
And we're still 10 minutes to go. Everybody, surely got to stop.
Well,
so was that.
DK Engineering and Matthias Pesch not in this fight, but on pit lane as well now.
Yeah.
So let's have a look. He filters back out with the 20 car.
Yeah, he's right there with the 20.
So that's Malte Jacobsen filters out into 11th place. That's how close this is. One short fuel stop. He was on pit lane for 41 seconds. So 9 minutes to go. We'll continue that quick chat, and I'll be interrupted by the next car that comes down pit lane. But the form book seems to be that we've got not a gaggle, but a pack of cars that are close here.
In P2?
This is
absolutely,
very high quality P2 field.
Certainly one of the highest I've ever experienced here in the Asia Le Mans series. And is this going to see Fuoco come down pit lane now? No, it's not. He is continuing on his way, picking his way through the traffic. And it's going to be one more lap. We're going to see any of the other runners coming down pit lane.
So, in terms of the form bookers, we've got GT cars now on pit lane. Ben Green is on pit lane. Lucas Sauer will be there to take that 3-minute stop and hold. So, other dramas to come there as well. So, clearly, Germar car.
Nielsen
Racing.
Pit lane.
And Chetelaar are ready for pitting as well. Oh, well.
So, Louis did sell us a bit of a dummy here.
Yeah, 6 from United Autosports are on pit lane. The 30s on pit lane. They're all going to have to pit.
It was just Fuoco was just making it.
Is there an outlier here? Is there an outlier here? Shouldn't be.
No, not with that much time. If it was, you know, another 5 minutes had elapsed, and then they were coming in for the splashes, it's possible. But I don't think anybody could go another 3 laps longer. I think they were all there or thereabouts, weren't they?
I think so. 4 car, by the way, cycled back round to 7th. Double yellow at turn 15 entry. And that's gone away, so someone's had a moment. I think that might have been the 17 car. That might have been the CLX car. It has, yeah, the CLX car has been off and back.
Fuoco just trying to work his way around. Oh, he got pushed wide there as it coming off of 14. And is that Simsy looking for a way right past Jamie Day? And
yes, it is. We also need to be keeping an eye, by the way, on what's going on in LMP3, because whilst that was the CLX Motorsport car having a moment in turn 15, in comes the Aston Martin, in comes the Racing Team Turkey car.
But Fuoco stays out.
The gap in LMP3 with Callum Voisin is down to 3.5 seconds. That's come down by about 5 seconds.
Racing the pit lane here, so this is second,
well.
third, fourth here. Charlie Eastwood is right on Jamie Day.
Well, this is all about who's got
brilliant
a pit
in-lap there by Charlie Eastwood. He wasn't even close. Absolutely nailed it on the pit entry.
Well, away we go. Origin Motorsport back out. They were on pit lane for 25 seconds. And it was 25 seconds each for the 89 and the 34 as well. Vector Sport on pit road. United Autosport's Mikkel Jensen from third on pit road. Vector Sport from fourth, by the way. The 88 car circling back around to fifth. They're on pit road. Chetalos still staying out, 6 minutes to go. Tom Dillman is 13.5 seconds back. Talk about jeopardy. Melter Jakobsen cycles back round, is now back to third.
Yeah.
He's 39 seconds back from second place.
Quinn's 4 back from Molt.
He's
closer.
That gap.
He's closer to Molt than he was.
Because he was 2 seconds less on pit lane by pitting a lap later.
True.
There is the
37.
Wounded 37 after its 3 minute stop. And that's just over the 88 and 44.
Fuoco then producing the fuel inside the car.
Yeah. Now, Tom Dillman as well has not pitted in the 25 car. But the other two Algarve Pro cars, sorry, the Algarve Pro car has. Here he comes. 5 minutes to go. This needs to be clean.
And he's had a clean shot and run in.
It's basically got 54 seconds. Forget for a moment.
They're right at the beginning of pit lane, aren't they? Yeah, nice.
Unless Algarve Pro pulled another blinder on fuel strategy.
5 seconds have got to sit there.
That was the shortest splash I think I've ever seen in a race car.
It was on and off.
It might just as well have literally splashed it.
Yeah.
Dillman is on pit road as well. So 47
got
goes.
away just. He almost stalled it there for Fuoco.
Now we need to be watching the long shot here to see where is Melter Jakobsen.
Yeah.
There is the 25 car. Chetalar car comes to take it there. And Jakobsen is where he's not even in turn 15 yet.
No, he's just coming into 15
and
now.
Look, the traffic between the two is the majority of the GT field. I think that's done.
Yep, absolutely. Tyres the same. He's got himself out. A little splash of fuel. Nicely done. Easy to the flag. Got his stop done. Served the penalty. Job's good.
Yeah, the gap, by the way, 10 seconds. First to third. But what about Tom Dillman? He's only 3.3 seconds back now. That was 10 seconds quicker on pit lane from Algarve Pro than Chetalar.
Yeah, because he had the 5 seconds, didn't he?
Ah, he did. Of course he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did. That'd be the 20 car. There is Dillman in traffic behind him. So he can attack the gap with traffic.
Yeah, so Tom has got in front of Molt. The crowd strike attack has sort of died away. And now it's Tom Dillman who's taking the fight to Fuoco. And Quinn is right there. Or no, he's not. Actually, he's not right there with Molt, but he can still put some pressure on him.
And Callum Voisin has caught the leader in LMP3. It's 4/10 of a second with 2.5.
Full course yellow.
Oh, wow. Well. Now that's good. That has just sealed it. Why have we got a full course yellow? Bare left at turn 3. That must be debris.
Yeah. Oh, it's Marshall there picking something up.
Something large.
Trying to figure out what's what here.
Yeah, full course yellow will go. We're going to go straight back to green flag running in about 20 seconds. That will leave us a minute and a half, or effectively a lap. Yeah. Fuoco leads Tom Dillman. That won't have helped Tom Dillman's efforts. But LMP3, there is the race leader, and right behind him is going to be the high-class racing car.
Go. Then we're back under green. Fuoco's got at least 3 or 4 cars.
That's the LMP3 lead battle. Loic Hertog led briefly. Fab Schiller is back in the lead. Now that's happened on track. Loic Hertog was ahead of the Get-Speed car and has just been passed again by Fab Schiller on the restarts.
How has the Manthey car got there? What have they? How have they? And Johnny Adams there, P3. We've missed all of this in GT. We've been so fixed on P2. We've missed everything in GT.
There it is. This is the lead battle in GT.
Yeah, extraordinary.
Now that's all because the 9 car needed that splash. 46 seconds to go. Manthey was ahead, been retaken by the AMG. Where is Johnny Adams?
Final lap.
It's a second back from this. Any issues between these two?
Yeah. So this is the final lap as they're coming through hit, down through 8, down into 9. Is Hartog going to lunge up the inside here, or is he just going to try?
And they've got the leader behind them.
Car. He's giving him a bit of a bump and run here through 9.
Oh, this is not what the leader would need either.
No. He's going to lunge up the inside here of Hartog, and that is going to hurt his challenge for the lead. Is he going to be able to follow him through? Yes, and it's going to be Fuoco around the outside.
He's
and
safe.
Schiller is going to be, big slide there. Hartog's pushing him. Is he looking to go up the inside? He's sizing him up to do the undercut coming off of 14. Either of them can stop. Doesn't seem like the Michelins are underneath either of them.
Johnny Adams right there in the background.
He is going to pick this up.
These two, and he could pick it up.
Yeah.
Through, meanwhile, goes Tom Dillman in second place. He's safe, but it's going to be coming round the final turn to the line. It's going to be Chetlar Racing's Antonio.
Hartog's got up the inside.
Hartog's going to get him. He's going to get him on the final.
Bumping and banging now.
There goes the win for the 47 Chetlar Racing car. Antonio Fuoco takes it. Tom Dillman finishes second. But the win in GT goes to the reigning champions from nowhere. Manthey, the number 10 Porsche.
I think he might have to give that back.
Yeah,
There was a lot. I thought Johnny Adam was going to win that race.
Johnny Adam comes home third. Fab Schiller second after a very physical final turn. What about LMP3? That's nose to tail as well as they come down to turn 15. Callum Voisin to the outside. On the inside, it's the Inter-Europol car of Henry Kubides.
And he can't quite cut up the inside.
Yes.
No, he just didn't quite get his line right there, and he couldn't slingshot off of 15. He's going to be into Europol to take the win.
Fantastic stuff in all 3 classes. Tom Dillman is shown as the winner of the race. Tom Dillman is shown as the winner of the race on timing and scoring.
Did Chetlar not take the 5 seconds in the pit lane?
I don't understand that.
They're celebrating in the Chetlar garage.
Unless we've got a timing error, our timing and scoring shows Tom Dillman as winning that race. Our graphics disagree with that. But
the graphic on the left
agrees with
the tree. Yeah. This is a little uncertain here right now.
Not sure why. We'll bring you information as soon as we get it. We can tell you across the line, Chetlar Racing won that race with Antonio Fuoco, Charles Malaysi, Roberto Lacorte. But at the moment, our systems are showing us that the 25 Argyle Pro Racing car won. We'll need to see again, I think, the whole of that last lap for GT.
Yeah.
Because I am at a loss as to how that happened. We saw early pit stops.
Change. This car now is being given as the winner.
Well, what's happened there?
Did Chetlar not serve the full 5 seconds in the pit lane at that last stop? Did they cut it short?
Well, we've not seen any information as to why that adjustment has been made yet. cars to scrutineering, 47.25.
It was definitely 5 seconds to serve at that final stop, and if they don't do that, then they have to just add it on at the end.
And he's on pit lane for 10 seconds longer than the car.
Okay, so it seems that there's some confusion here about how this is all going to shake out.
So, okay, GT winner at the moment is the Montai car, and Torresau, Loic Hartog in the car at the end, Klaus Bachler, the first and the last named are Reading champions. They pitted very early in that cycle.
They did.
Montai.
Yeah.
And somehow they've taken advantage there.
They have, and they've not looked in the hunt all day. They have looked so far, really so far out of it. Then it came.
I think Sam Cox is confused as well.
Yeah, and then that last stop in the last hour, everything came together for Manthey, and they've all of a sudden delivered this win. I think that last corner could well be under review, and I'm sure that the driver advisor is going to be looking at that pretty hard, because that corner at 15, it is multiple lines and multiple ways you can get off of that corner. And my money was still on on Schiller and the AMG Mercedes to get off of there in front of that Porsche.
Well, let's call the one that we can say definitely has happened, and that's LMP3, because that was a fine defensive drive on the last couple of laps from the Enrique Bides in the Inter-Europol competition number 13 car, fending off a really fantastic run at the end from Callum Voisin, who closed a 10-second gap in the last, 20 minutes. In the high-class racing car. CLX Motorsport will be gutted, because on pace for the majority of that race they absolutely had it. But the damage to the rear of the car pretty much overwhelmed that.
There were so many cars and teams that looked like they had got the race under control.
25 have been sent to below the podium. I don't understand. We've not seen an explanation of this. We can only at the moment hypothesize that and
we're just hearing that nobody really understands what's happened here.
It looks on our timing scoring screen as if they did serve the penalty.
Yes, it did.
This is Chetlar Racing, got a 5-second penalty. They crossed the line ahead and are now scored as 2 seconds back.
And, APR.
Well,
Tom Dillman. Very happy.
And so truly, no idea.
Yeah, how did that happen?
No idea. No idea. Give us a hug.
Yeah. Let's go with it.
Yeah, let's go with it.
Yeah, we've won it.
Start it out. Start it out.
Yep.
Follow my lead. Well, they're at the moment in extraordinary circumstances in, frankly, all three classes. It was a battle that always looked on that last lap to go the way of the charge from Callum Voisin. It didn't. There was physicality galore between the top two in GT, into and through the final turn. Car 87 team manager is being asked to go to race control. That is the Origin Motorsports car that finished 6th after a fine run from them.
Yeah.
I'm at a loss to understand how that shuffle happened in GT, unless something happened.
Oh, you're talking P2, sorry, or in
GT.
Yeah.
Something happened on pit lane that somehow gave the advantage to teams that had pitted earlier.
Yeah. We missed it.
Well, there's Michael Jensen. He can't believe it. Reigning champion, remember. Tom Dillman.
Yeah, I think Tom was just sort of saying there, it was the
Enzo
stint
Trulli?
that Enzo Trulli drove that was really quite something special. I think that he did play a massive part in this victory today.
That's Tom going, we go with it.
Yeah.
So, there are at the moment, we see David Addison standing.
Looking to get some words.
Absolutely. They've no idea why.
Well, Settelar, they still look very happy. And
they might. That's by the way, they've just readjusted the timing screens.
Oh, they have just readjusted the timing.
So we're then now shown as winning the race. So Chetlar, I think, have won this race. I'm really sorry if you're looking in and hoping for some expert guidance from Ollie Gavin and I, but we haven't got a clue what's going on with this.
Calling us experts.
But I think Chetlar Racing have won this race.
Yeah, it looked like they had everything they had.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, they're
so
being
that's
told, shuffling cars
guys
around here, shuffling cars around.
So they could be disappointed with that, but I'm sure it's the 47 car that's taken this win.
Yeah.
There is Roberto Lacorte saying, "Get this out of my way."
The new winners.
I don't know what I didn't. I think it was P2 on the road, and then suddenly they give you P1 and now P2.
Right, we're rounding up drivers. Roberto Lacorte we have. Well, that was a confusing end, but for you, the right result. Well done.
Yes, maybe a mistake for the marshal because he did register the penalty that we did at the last stop. Sure. So we are the winner.
A hard race and a hard stint for you at the start.
It was a very, very tricky race with a lot of tricky situation because of the weather. But with managing the race under every point of view, with tire management and strategy, and thanks to Charles' drive and Fuoco Antonio drive, we did a very good job. I have two teammates that deserve this victory.
Complimenti. Charles, we talked in the race, but a great race for all three of you.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think the race was great. The pace was mega through the race. Was a bit tricky at the end, to manage the penalty, to know exactly when if there was going to be a focus yellow or not. So, and it was difficult to read what the others were going to do, for the strategy. So, but in the end, we managed to cross the line P1 even with the penalty. So, yeah, I think it is a first good race for the championship, first race for me here in Malaysia. So, was nice, and yeah, I think now we need to focus on the race tomorrow because there is still 5 more races in the championship. So it's only the first one. We need to keep this momentum, and hopefully we can fight for the championship.
Fantastic, well done. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you. Yep.
What a day here at Sepang. 4 hours of racing that went literally right to the line and actually well beyond, but it started in sunshine with pole position setter Giorgio Roda, his debut with United Autosports, fending off a battle pack of Oreca's behind, going 4 wide behind him briefly, shuffling, banging and boring. But whilst that all sorted itself out quite nicely, behind the real drama was caused with the 23 events car going wide there and then diving back into the pack where there was chaos amongst the LMP3 pack and a number of the GT3s into the mix as well. Seen from the point of view of the Kestrel racing car, cars strewn across the track and towards the outside of the track, and it would account for the better part of half of the LMP3 field. Trouble throughout there. Racing would continue for a little wee while until it became apparent the 71 car would need assistance to recover. Trouble as the field got back underway for the number 22 car, Bernardo Souza in the Proton competition car. He, though, staged a fine comeback, but it was effectively race over for the Ajit Kumar pedalled number 1 car. He was luckless in that. Car would rejoin for a couple of sighting laps before tomorrow's events, but out of the running. Lead taken, though. Great move from Georgios Kolovos, and this was Objuan claiming the lead from the hard-charging 37 AMG. The Origine Porsche up from 15th on the grid to the lead inside the first hour. Great battles up and down the field. This was Algar Pro Racing and United Autosports, and one of the more luckless cars in the order, involved in that turn 2 problem, involved in that spin and damage, and later 2 further spins for the 85 RS GP car. 17 car from CLX Motorsport looked dominant. This was one moment, though. They'd had further poor luck later. And yet more battles here yet again. This was 87 on 37 action, as Lauren Heinrich made his way back towards the front of the grid. Weather became a problem, stayed a problem, caused all sorts of dramas. Whilst the 8 car recovered from its early woes, it was later in trouble. As yet unexplained, it appeared to be a clash between Lucas Auer and Alessio Rivera as the field went back to green. It accounted for the 21 car serious damage for the 37 that they would later get a hefty penalty for. And this was the quickest splash in the world, but it wasn't quite enough to get the number 9 car out back into the lead. They would regain the lead before some last lap dramas. 47 from Chetalar Racing would retain their lead after a final splash of fuel. And this was where it all started to get a bit roughy-tufty. Is that going to be seen as being fair at the end? It's certainly what earned the number 10 car the win across the line. They would take the lead on the final lap twice. Monsai's number 10 car coming home, the winner in GT. Chetalar Racing taking the win, and Inter Europol fending off a final lap challenge from High Class Racing to claim LMP3. Quite a race. There's the final result. Chetalar Racing it is, the 47 crew. 102 laps and 2.7 seconds to the good from Algarve Pro Racing's 25. CrowdStrike Racing by APR, a further 7 seconds back from that. They take the final podium position, with Nielsen Racing a fine run to 4th position. In LMP3, that final lap battle would put Inter Europol competition scene fending off High Class Racing as CLX Motorsport faded at the death of this race. And that final corner fisticuffs would see Monsai and the 10 car, the Porsche, scored over the line from the Get Speed AMG. It would be the 3rd podium position going to the Kyriakos Blackthorn Aston Martin. Johnny Adam bringing that car home in what was a very close race and a very confusing one, Ollie Gavin, in the final stages where it just seemed to get thrown up. This is the final pit stop 47. This is where they serve the penalty. They can't touch the car for that 5 seconds.
Yeah, they did that.
And now they fuel the car, and it would appear that might be an informational error from the pit stop marshal.
Yep. Yeah, just didn't quite get up to the timing and scoring and all of the officials. But yes, the right team has been given the win, and they did a fantastic job. That driver lineup is really pretty exceptional and extremely strong.
4 hours of racing, and for Antonio Fuoco, 16 hours of travel to Tashkent and back since Friday for the F1
It's been worth it, hasn't it?
It most certainly has.
He certainly earned his money today. He performed extremely well. Really
built the gap, managed that gap, and when it came down to those last gap pit stops, it was faultless. So Chetalar Racing on their return to LMP2.
Yeah, I'm just watching back that last corner incident in GT. Yes, the Get Speed car did brake pretty deep. Schiller went wide, opened the door, and then it was kind of, right, the door's open. Hartog's like, right, I'm taking that, I'm coming through. Yes, there was contact as they ran out to that exit curb, but we didn't really see the vision really clearly on how that worked out from the apex out to the exit. But, you know,
it was at least the 3rd contact between those cars on the final lap. At least.
Yes, it was. There was at least 2 or 3 good big pieces of contact as they worked their way to the exit curb. And we'll have to see what is said by the officials.
I'm sure there will be 2 different opinions of that incident.
Oh, absolutely.
And those 2 opinions have been offered by Mr. Hartog. And,
but I did
Mr.
think
Schiller.
that Johnny Adam was going to sort of stand in there in the background, just sort of ready to sort of pounce and sweep up. And I mean, Johnny's really come through, not necessarily from nowhere, but they hadn't been really towards the sharp end of the GT field for most of the race. And it was this really big switch at that final stop that's, you know, brought the Manthey car into the battle and the Kyriakos Blackthorn car, and really, and also the Kessel Chris Lullum car was also
came strong
right
at the end there.
Yeah, very strong.
The big losers, by the way, at the end there were the Origin team.
Yeah.
But Manthey played a blinder somewhere, and we're going to be talking to them later, I'm sure, to find out what's
absolutely.
what.
Just trying to understand that.
To the podium then, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, the number 4 crew. That's Malte Jakobsen who finished the race, Louis Delatraz and George Kurtz in the number 4 car. Michael Jensen, Enzo Trulli and Tom Dillman, fine race from them.
Bit of a wry smile, sort of like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sort of been given the victory and then sort of had it taken away, and it's tough. but I think this is the right result.
Roberto Lacorte started this race. Charles Malaysia, a great stint in the middle.
Fantastic.
And Antonio Fuoco to bring the car home and manage that gap. And a cracking return to ACO Rules Racing from IMSA for Cetilar Racing as they try to push for a place back at Le Mans for the very proudly Italian squad.
Love that anthem.
Isn't it great?
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's the anthem of motorsport somehow. But I agree with you. A deserved win from Cetilar Racing in the mix all the way through that, and they pushed hard when they needed to push hard to make the difference that the rhythm of that race offered them the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, they seem like they've got that little bit of extra pace.
Pierre Fillon is handing out the trophies here. President of the ACO. Third place trophies in the air first, then the second, and of course then our winners. Well, what does this mean for the remainder of the year? Well, it's points on the board is what it means. And now everybody else has to chase, but it won't be long before they have to do that, because we're back tomorrow at the same time here at Sepang.
Wonderful.
And we saw two very different races last year.
We did indeed. And I think, you know, today we did have a whole mix of weather and strategies and penalties and all kinds of things that were making it quite difficult to read. But God did serve up a really great sort of 30 minutes there. Great to see the champagne.
It most certainly is. Great stuff from all of these concerned here. Great stuff, by the way, from High Class Racing. They faded at the end. Suspect we might see more from them tomorrow into Europol Competitions 43. It didn't go their way, but they had pace and they could be in the mix tomorrow, despite a non-point score here today. Welcome back to the Asian Le Mans Series and ARC Bratislava in the points today. Vector Sport 2 on their debut, scoring points. There are the points. Cetilar Racing with 25, 18 for Algarve Pro Racing's 25 car, 15 CrowdStrike Nielsen with a healthy 12, 11 for United Autosports with their pole position to count to, and the other United in the with 8. Let's go down now to the winners in LMP3. They're going to have a chat now with David Addison, the hardest working man in the pit lane.
LMP3 winners, Jimmy, let's talk to you. What a drive, what a race from the back of the class grid.
Yeah, so I started the race not what we originally planned it, because we didn't have a chance to put in any lap in the qualify, so I took the start. And it's a bit messy, but we survived without any contact and just pull out a little bit of a gap, get to P1 from P10.
Well done, congratulations.
Yeah, it was a very convincing performance from them early in that race, and did so well at the end to fend off a charge from High Class Racing. It's High Class Racing that was second here in both races last year, if I remember rightly. But into Europol it is that take the maximum 25 points from High Class CLX 23 events. And beyond that, it's all sorts of stories about all sorts of woes, principally at the second turn of the
once
race.
Again.
But the teams that have scored points there will feel grateful for having done so, because it could have been game over for half of that grid. And they'll be going to the podium shortly.
Yeah, it really is. I'm sure a lot of these team managers are going praying that their car gets through turn 2 on lap 1 tomorrow at about, what, 1 o'clock? Because it is, yeah, it's tough. We're seeing it year on year that turn 2, particularly in LMP3, is a problem.
One car we've not had explained as to what happened to it is RD Limited, who is shown as a non-finisher, the number 30 car. So it is 3rd place then for the CLX Motorsports trio. And a great race from them, by the way. It was cracking stuff from the 13 crew. Team winning in the European Le Mans Series this year. It is 17 of Alex Jacobi, Kevin Rabin and Paul Lancher. 2nd for High Class Racing and the 94 car, Tim Well, Philip Lindbergh and Callum Voisin, as they're chasing hard. And it is our race winners into Europol, Alex Bekantsov, Jimmy Chu and Henry Olarte. National anthem of Poland. Racing Bakers, of course, the Europol competition. Famously and proudly Polish team with a huge record in LMP3 and almost matched by their achievements in LMP2. So back to the top step of the podium, it's Fred Leclerc, the CEO of LMEM, the organising body behind the Asian Le Mans Series, as well as the WC and the European Le Mans Series and its support package that hands out these trophies for LMP3.
What do you think's going through Bekantov's mind after being sat in the gravel in qualifying, thinking, oh my word?
I'll tell you what I think is going through CLX's mind, which is, I can't believe that happened. It just looked like a race that was theirs for the taking. And
it's a little bit like United.
Yes,
little bit.
Very much. I mean, United will walk away from this thinking, right, we've got some points, that's okay, but that could have been a 1-2.
Yeah.
But definitely in the mix, United Autosports. And that was, you know, we'll find out later, I'm sure, from the team, but seemingly a minor error and major consequences for the number 6 crew.
Indeed.
24 seconds back at the end, and that was even the second stop on pit lane was just over a minute. Now, yes, the safety cars to take into account here, but that could have been a relatively straightforward win for them.
Yes. Yep.
As is often the case, it's the small things that make the big differences in endurance racing, and that's a relatively unhappy CLX Motorsport crew, I think. This will be the points in GT. Montai from Get Speed, the 10 car from the 9. Ikuriakos Blackthorn with handy points. Montai, 2nd car in 4th place. Kessel Racing's Ferrari in 5th. I think the answer I'm coming up with as to how they did that, by the way, is that they were on their correct fuel strategy and did not need a splash.
Yeah.
And everybody else did.
Yeah.
So we've lost our the timing that shows us how many times people pitted, but I'm prepared to guess the Montai cars pitted 1 less time than everybody else.
And I'm thinking also on that last lap, last corner incident, I'm thinking they were side by side, wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, and I think that's one of the things that the stewards will be looking at, going, okay, you guys were equal here and you're just rubbing as you're coming off of the corner.
I would not be surprised to see no further action.
Yeah,
is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who will
Which
be
I think
pleased.
would be rough for the Mercedes, but it's racing.
Yep. Well, first team to the podium is going to be the Ikuriakos Blackthorn effort, and the 56 car celebrating 70 years of Ikuriakos is Giacomo Petrobelli, their bronze driver Johnny Adam, and the newly crowned Aston Martin Racing Development driver Kobe Powell's 2nd, and I think disappointed to be there, is the number 9 Get Speed crew.
Interesting to watch the body language here.
Yeah.
As the Porsche guys come out, Manthey come out.
Yeah, Shikakuzu Wakasaka, Anthony Bartone and Fabian Schiller, and it's Klaus Bachler and Taras Au and Loic Hartog from Montsai. The number 10 crew are reigning champions, back on the top step of the podium, where they fundamentally weren't, by the way, here last year. They were rebuilding the car.
Yeah.
We're going to hear the German national anthem for Montsai Racing. Well, the strains of the German national anthem celebrate the win for Montsai in what was a very physical final stage of this race. The presentation of the trophies underway now, but that's quite the race across the 4 hours. All sorts of things that I think need to be explained post-race, including how that strategy worked for Montsai, but I'm as certain as I can be, I think they saved a pit stop. I think they saved a splash.
I think they may well have been doing that right from the very start, because they were just never really in the hunt at any time in the race. Always towards the back end of the pack in GT. And then all of a sudden, during that last stop, they didn't stop and everybody else did, and they just rose straight to the top. And all of a sudden, they had pace, they had performance. And never, ever underestimate these guys at Manthey. No. They are always in it.
And it wasn't just the win. The second car was 4th. And
even with that pit stop that they had a real snafu on where they didn't get the right front on.
Yes.
You remember that?
They dropped the car on the tyre.
Dropped the car on the tyre,
yes.
Yeah, without it on properly. And you go, wow, even with all of that.
Yeah. It's fair to say, Get Speed, not happy. I don't think I would be.
Yeah.
But, and in particular, I think Fab Schiller, I think the blood is still running there.
If I was Fab, I would be, raging inside.
Yeah. But we move on.
Yeah.
And he's not going to have very long to wonder whether or not there's a chance to actually get the opportunity to do the opposite, because he will be back tomorrow. That's it. That's the first 4 hours of Sepang. We've got another one to come tomorrow, Ollie Gavin. Fun race.
Yeah, looking forward to it tomorrow. You know, today was action-packed. Lots of bumping and banging. Certainly some damage out there. Some guys who really didn't quite get it right, and some teams who didn't quite get it right. But we're looking forward to another 4 hours tomorrow here at Sepang.
They get the opportunity to do that. Thanks for joining us here in Malaysia, wherever you are in the world. Thanks to the whole production team, the team behind the Asian Le Mans Series. Thanks very much indeed to the hard-working David Addison. To you, Ollie Gavin. I've been Graham Goodwin. We're back tomorrow, 1 p.m. local. Don't miss round 2 of the Asian Le Mans Series 2025-26.